Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. And it is time again for another round of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. We have a long way to go on this, a very long way to go on this. And so that should be fun stuff, right? We are in this together. We are in this as compadres, as companions, as champions of justice. Whew. Whew. Nice t-shirt. Thanks. Okay. Today we have a couple different goals. The one of the main goals is frankly, it's just to destroy law and crime. That's what we need to do. We need to destroy them. They deserve destruction. They deserve all of the bad things that could happen. And the reason that they do, by the way, in case anybody does not know, is law and crime copy struck, copy claimed, whatever, took down in the middle of broadcasts, I think 5 or 6 YouTube channels yesterday. Yellow Flash 2, Tug has the link in his Twitter DMs. He just got it right before I went live. So it's his fault, not mine. Nothing's ever my fault. But he should be on in just a minute, I assume. And we will get this thing going. But yes, law and crime struck, I believe, 5 YouTube channels yesterday. 5 of them. Some of them not even using the law and crime feed. And I went ahead and showed last night on my show live that law and crime, it's not theirs to take. This is a pooled media feed that is switched. The pool is managed by Court TV. And it's not law and crimes to take. Their content is the exact same as Washington Post and Sky News. There's nothing creatively added by law and crime. And they know this. But anyway, my goal will be to destroy them in viewership for this trial. And Frankenberry, it depends on what I would love to do breakdowns of the Chris Chan trial, but it depends on what's available to the public. Australian Andrew, one, I don't use the law and crime feed for this. However, I believe some of the YouTubers were not using law and crime feed. From what I heard, I don't know about that. We're not using their feed and therefore didn't have the watermark. But we'll see how this develops as it goes. So let me see if Tug got the actual DM. I do have the feed ready to go. Let me pull this up just so it's set. There it is. And just a note to people who are here in the mornings. I set the time for 8:30 a.m. and that is meant to be a flexible time. The 8:30 a.m. is meant to be a flexible time. It means between 8:30 and 9. I mean, that's the translation. Because I am exhausted in the morning. Whoa. That was weird. So, just so you know, that's the idea. Okay, here we go. Okay, I think I got everything set up. Now we wait. We wait for the trial to start. We wait for the guests to arrive. We wait for all of that good stuff. That good stuff. Am I okay, Nick Rekieta? I am okay. I'm just tired because I do a late night show as well as this show. I don't always get a nap in between, but that's okay. This is life. Life is work. Work. Life is pain, Buttercup. But yeah. So there we go. Oh, good job. What are they doing here? Okay, let me get the earlier. Why don't you start a little later? Give yourself a break because the trial starts at 9. So we're here at 9. Also, if I want to defeat the dragon, if I want to crush Law and Crime's small raisin testicles into the dirt, I gotta be here at 9. You gotta be set up earlier. Lisa Franceschi, you want to hear me pronounce your last name? Franceschi. My voice sounds strange. That's just because it's the morning. It's a little bit deeper in the morning. My vocal cords are still tired. In the morning, I could be a narrator of dark drama on AM radio. She came into my office. I knew she always would. A leggy blonde, about 6 feet tall. Odd for this part of town, of course. This wasn't Vegas after all. The tall women didn't come around here. She wore a white shawl draped over a red dress. A little odd for 8:30 in the morning, but that's what it was. Anyway. Just sit here and do something. That story wasn't actually going anywhere though. Okay. So what do we got here? Oh yeah, super chats. Let's get to the early super chats while we're waiting. And whoa. No, thank you. Whoever that is. Let's get to the early super chats here, and that way we're ready to go when everything starts up. Aiden Bergen says, Nick, I'm going to attempt to stay up after a 12-hour shift just to watch this trial live. See, guys, that's what I'm saying. Life is work and no sleep and all that stuff. Good luck, Aiden. I hope everything goes well for you. Mad 8 says, wish me luck. Back surgery tomorrow. Listen, guys, don't be a badass like me and ask for help when you do hurt something. Say something. 22 years of back pain is finally coming to an end. Disc replacement for the win. Oh, Mad 8. Man, good luck. I hope that works out for you. I hope you get some relief from pain. That is a long effing time to be waiting for that. So hopefully everything goes well and the surgery is successful. Doug Murray says in Marvin Zindler voice, Let's see. What's see little fat horses and hee-haw? Jackasses, that's right. Hee-haw and slime strike again. When will the people say enough is enough? Purple hair don't care. It was Marvin Zindler, I guess. The Dragon's Treasure says, use code Amber poops in beds before Bidenomics forces me to raise prices again. I'm holding back the floodgates as much as I can, but Jesus, our supplies getting costly. Get some tea fast. That's the dragonstreasure.com, your haven for anime and tea lovers. The dragonstreasure.com. And Amber poops in beds, either all one word or spaced out normally, will get you 10% off of your next order. Speaking of Amber pooping in beds, what's up, that umbrella guy?
That's hilarious. I like that code. I just walked in right with that code. Type in Amber poops in beds to get your 10% off. Awesome. I 100% endorse that. Hey, here's a question. So something happened yesterday, and I want to get your take on it. So apparently, Amber Heard was passing notes to one of her buddies that was sitting in the audience. She passes it to
Barlow.
Yes. Now, I've already seen some deniability attempts at that, saying no, it came from the person to the direct right. But if you break everything down, you watch the clip, you can tell that it comes from Amber Heard. It's passed to Eve Barlow, and again, that's not just a friend; that's a journalist. Are there any rules against that? Is that a problem?
I can't really see it being a problem off the top of my head. As long as Eve Barlow is not a witness in the trial, that would be a problem. But if she were a witness in the trial, she wouldn't be in the gallery. So I assume she will not be.
I was wondering when people were talking about it, I thought, I don't know if that's an issue or not. It is interesting to catch them sending notes during trial, though.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Here's the Depps. The Depps have arrived. Johnny is here. I think that guy just ass patted Johnny Depp. So it's like, go get him, champ. You know
what's funny is if you watch the arrival of the two people, like he'll make he'll make gestures to the crowd. He actually the first day said hi to a few people, and she was a stone wall when it came to people.
Yeah, he just did the wave. Why are they immediately focused on the license plate of whoever this is? Good job. Okay.
Nothing says professionalism like doxing random people.
Oh, is that Amber Heard's mom? I saw her the other day. Gosh, she's tall. I mean, compared to everybody around, she's taller.
Either that or she's hired midgets from the circus
to carry her, grab her by the legs.
Oh, that would be awesome, actually. If I ever go to court, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hire a troop of little people to carry me on a little throne. That'll be awesome.
Oh, that's Eve Barlow, the platinum blonde older lady?
I don't know. I looked down for a second. That's
what Flash said, but he can't be trusted. Okay, well, I've got the court video up. Just waiting for wait, let me add it here and then that way. Okay. Back end stuff. That way we're ready to go. As soon as the court audio kicks in, I'll shoot over. Right now I'm just reading some super chats. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing good, man. I thought the trial was entertaining. So I'm entertained. I'm looking forward to part 2. I think we'll get get some more of her. I think we'll get one of the people that lived close to JD, was one of his good friends, and there was somebody else they mentioned. I can't remember. So
Flash says the younger one you asked, the younger one looked like Eve. Sorry, Flash. There's a 20-second delay, so I wasn't sure who you were talking about. I wasn't trying to be a dick. You'll know when I'm trying.
Be mean when you're super chatting and telling him, hey, get the tampons to wipe up those Gundam tears.
You got to stop watching Gundam. You got to stop. Everybody else can, just not you. All right. Red Fox Moon says extra late and big gay. And May says you sleep in, Nick. I mean,
Sure.
not too much. I got a little I got just a little blip of sleep. I was supposed to get up at 8 and I got up at 8:35.
I'm telling you, I firmly believe you have a Colombian connection or something because you don't sleep enough. You sleep not like a normal man.
Dude, it gets tough. But I like doing these trials, man. I really do. Jensen Zeiger, late and double breaded. Doug Murray says, I bet Law and Crime is never this late. They got nothing. They got nothing on me. Law and Crime isn't doing anything. They hire some schlub to be out there at the trial.
Yeah, they were striking a lot of people yesterday too.
Yep.
They had Come Geek Sum. Remember Props too. He's covered this trial forever, and wouldn't you know it, Law and Crime's got to take them down. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm about to send you something in the private chat that I don't want to discuss publicly right now. That's a nice tease.
I like that
for you guys there in the audience. Here. But
even though I haven't gotten it, I'll be like, "Oh my God! Wait until you find out, folks." No,
it's not anything. It's not anything super interesting.
Mr. Do you have the reactions for me?
We have one of the two. The other one we had to make one tweak to, and we're going to do that electronically during my cross-examination.
Okay. All right. So which one do you have?
You have
for
one.
me?
Exhibit 214.
214.
We provided.
All right.
Here's another copy.
So the redactions, reserving your other objections, the redactions are okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so 214 will be in evidence then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, do you want to get the witness back on the witness stand before we get the jury here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Dombrowski? All right, let's put her on before we get the jury out.
All right, so we are going back to the sister of Johnny Depp. There you go, Tug. I've got it all in the private chat now. If you want to take a look.
right now. I'm reading.
Mr. Rottenborn, you're going to get me 214 after?
Yes,
Okay,
Your Honor. There was
so-
just one.
Okay.
minor tweak we had to make.
No, there's 210. This is 214.
Yes, 210.
Okay, I just want to make
Okay.
sure.
I got a couple more chats.
We'll put it up on the screen.
Tracy Dealman says, "Where's Tug?" Well, he's here. He's here. I sent him the
Judge will see it at the same time.
link at like
Okay.
8:30, so or 8:40. So this is my
All
bad.
right.
Wolfram
We ready for the
says,
jury?
"Jury."
You ready for the jury? Yes, okay.
Jury says, "Can we go into deliberations now, please?" 11 Bravo Crunchy says, "Morning, Nick. How be things today? FYI, if you were to announce a plan to build a direct competitor to Law and Cucks and put your own cameras into courtrooms across the country, I would fully support it with Grifty Snacks. It's extremely expensive to do that. Like extremely. You have to have literally people in every courtroom. You have to have the equipment for the courtrooms. You have to be, you have to be ready to bear the cost of being the camera provider. And if you're not the camera provider, you have to contribute to the pool feed costs. Usually this trial, the pool feed is of no cost. If you are present in the courtroom and you're a media entity, you can go ahead and plug right on in with the proper equipment. But many pool feeds are not like that. You have to contribute because it's very unfair for whoever has to pay
Good morning, ladies
people
and
to be
gentlemen.
in the
Thank you. All
courtroom.
right, you can have a seat, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Dombrowski, I just want to remind you that you're still under oath at this time,
Woo!
okay? All right,
Her
you want
mic
to continue
is
with your
hot.
cross-examination?
Wow.
Mr.
Thank you,
Rottenborn?
Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Dombrowski.
Good morning.
All right, we can expect this cross-exam to continue as it
I
went,
believe
which was
we talked a little bit
pretty
about this
brutal.
yesterday, but you were, in addition to being Mr. Depp's brother, you were his, I believe you referred to it as his personal manager. Is that right?
I have been referred as, yes,
Okay. And so you were responsible for, or had some responsibility for his business affairs, right?
I actually coordinated with other people, but I didn't have full responsibility.
Right, but in terms of the information that you would receive, you would receive information that was relevant to Mr. Depp's business affairs and personal affairs, right?
At times, yes.
And you care about Mr. Depp's well-being, right?
Yes.
He's your brother.
Yes.
You love him, right? It was important to you that you, in your role as both his brother and as his manager, be kept informed of his well-being, right?
Yes.
And if something was wrong, you'd want to know about that, right?
Yes.
Did you ever have reason to believe from anyone other than Amber that Mr. Depp had a problem with drugs or alcohol?
No.
Did you ever have reason to believe from someone other than Amber that Mr. Depp romanticized drug culture?
Romanticized
No.
drug culture.
Did you ever have reason to believe from anyone other than Amber that Mr. Depp didn't take accountability for his actions?
I didn't have reason to believe that, no.
Did you ever have reason to believe from anyone other than Amber that Mr. Depp lacked patience for getting his needs met?
I didn't have reason to believe that, no.
Did you ever have reason to believe from someone other than Amber that Mr. Depp could act like a child if he didn't get immediate satisfaction? I'm asking if she had.
Overruled, I'll allow it. That's fine.
Let me ask that again.
Object to these being
Mr. Dombrowski,
argumentative.
Did you ever have reason to believe from anyone other than Amber that Mr. Depp could act like a child if he didn't get immediate satisfaction?
Overruled for this
actually-
question. We'll see at the follow-up. Okay.
I mean, she would have ruled that hearsay yesterday.
Did you ever have reason to believe from someone other than Amber that Mr. Depp could act like a child if he didn't get immediate satisfaction?
I never had reason to believe that.
Did you ever have reason to believe from someone other than Amber that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
Okay.
Yeah, this man is just testifying to what he wants the jury to hear without any basis for these claims. He's just. Did you ever have any reason to believe that Johnny Depp was a pedophile?
So it was just like the opening yesterday from the old lady lawyer.
Yeah, you just go ahead and testify to what you want. Except this is doing it through a witness, so it's actually
Reason to believe from someone other than Amber that your brother had fundamental issues with anger?
I didn't have reason to believe.
And did you ever have reason to believe from someone other than Amber that your brother didn't grasp the responsibility that he had in his children's lives?
I did not have reason to believe.
Heather, can you pull up Exhibit 268, please?
she had like a little lip bite there. Kind of wonder if she knows what text is going to be brought up.
I don't even get the deniability. I'd be like, yeah, he used drugs. I got you, but he was hired by everyone. So,
Ms. Dombrowski, is this an email from Dr. David Kipper to you on August 18th, 2014?
It's not being offered yet, so I'll overrule the objection.
I don't have it.
Can you see the document on your screen?
You
No.
might have to make it bigger. It's much small.
I don't have anything.
Oh, do you?
I'm
Can you
sorry.
see it there, ma'am?
No.
It's not showing up on her screen.
Just bear with us 1 minute. Thank you.
1 whole minute.
oh my God,
Unprofessional.
we're going to
piles
do
of
this
garbage.
again. Yeah, it took him like 35 minutes for technical difficulties last time. Get your act together.
Who shoved their microphone inside a bag of chips? What was that? Amir Mueller says, "Hey Nick, enjoyed your stream from yesterday. Greetings from Germany. P.S. Screw law and
Do you
cuck."
have a physical copy that she could look at?
Hey, thank you, Amir.
Not that's not marked up. Let
Greetings
me,
back to
Can
Germany.
you see if you can grab one?
Oh, wait, she's got it.
Oh, okay.
May H says, "Just got off work.
That's the trick.
That's the judge rule.
Stream ends around time
Thank
for
you.
bed. Night shift sucks. Can't wait to watch though." Well, thank you for joining us for it. I really appreciate that.
To take as much time as you need to read it, Ms. Dombrowski, but my question is this an email from Dr. David Kipper to you on August 18th, 2014?
Yes, it's got my name on there. Yes, it's from him.
And this is an email that you would have received on or about that date, August 18th, 2014, to the best of your knowledge?
It was sent on that date, yes.
And it's about Dr. Kipper's treatment of your brother, correct?
I'm actually reading it.
Okay, take your time. Thank you.
Yeah, prick. Uncle Brat says, "Nick, I'm in Minneapolis and YouTube went crazy during the last hour of examination. Couldn't restore until 6 p.m. Wild."
Did you catch the
yeah.
Gone Girl? I didn't actually catch how bad the sexual assault claims were in the opening because of the low mic thing. Did you catch the bottle thing? I didn't even notice that.
The bottle thing.
In Gone Girl, where she, let's say, violates herself with a bottle, they're claiming that JD did that to her in the Australia. Yeah, so it is literally what happened in Gone Girl. That claim against someone.
So there's a thing called litigation privilege, which is where parties in litigation get a little bit of free reign from defamation. To kind of make their cases. And so it's amazing because that's one of the things this is part of the formula, the roadmap to a Me Too is when you get sued to make some escalated claims that you then get to say in court without the punishment of defamation, knowing that that'll get spread out if the case gets any traction. So that's a cute thing to do, right?
That's absolutely insane, man. Oh yeah. The claims there.
I didn't mention this before while I was destroying their life actively, but now that they've sued me, well, then I'm going to bring out the real stuff.
I'm sorry, is there more to the?
There's another page which we can go to, but my question is just this, and I think we established this. This is an email that you received from Dr. Kipper, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish the second paragraph on page 1 into then the remainder of that paragraph on page 2 with everything else redacted.
You're asking to enter it into evidence.
Yes, we'd like to enter it into evidence with those redactions.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're going to offer this into evidence. The question is, we don't know what's in the actual email yet, but if the words in the email from the doctor are being offered to prove the truth of the asserted matter, in this case, I guess the idea that Johnny Depp had a problem with drugs or alcohol, that he romanticized drugs or alcohol, that he didn't take responsibility for his actions or didn't understand the responsibility for his children. If they're offering that as proof of those things, or I guess even that she had knowledge for it, then that would be falling into the realm of hearsay, which I don't really see how it could be something other than that.
Right.
But
I love how you try to clear your name in like every medical. They requested every medical record that he had from 2013 till today, pretty much. They wanted them all, and it was like, well, but your relationship stopped in 2016.
Ms. Dombrowski, if you can take a look at the first page of that email, please. in the second paragraph, well, first of all, who was Dr. Kipper?
Dr. Kipper was the doctor that was helping my brother.
So
excuse me,
not quite
helping my
clear if
brother
that made
get,
it in or not.
help from the pain medication addiction that he had.
He was helping him with his drug addiction.
The pain medication.
And your brother was addicted to pain pills.
He had been taking them for a long time, yes.
Right. And you were instrumental in hiring Dr. Kipper to help your brother try to deal with that, right?
Yes.
And so Dr. Kipper, in his role as someone treating your brother, tried to keep you informed of what was going on with that treatment, right?
Yes.
And it was important to you as both his brother, his sister and his manager that you be kept informed of that, right?
It was important as his sister.
And well, and his issues with drugs were having an impact on his career as well, too, right?
No.
And you knew that they were having an impact on his relationship with Amber, right? She's given plenty of testimony about.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
You knew that the drugs were having an impact on his relationship with Amber, right?
I knew that Amber claimed certain things.
But you didn't believe
Call her
that
a
they were.
liar.
I didn't necessarily believe it, no.
Okay.
Just say she's a liar.
We'll get to that in a few
Please,
minutes.
just say it.
Isn't it true that on the bottom paragraph on page 1 that Dr. Kipper informed you that your brother was uncomfortable and pessimistic that he will ever be able to stop doing drugs?
Yeah.
I'm not asking for this.
I'll allow this question, but that's the only question on that point, okay?
Oh my gosh. She knows it was
I'm
hearsay.
sorry.
Isn't it true that Dr. Kipper informed you in August of 2014 that your brother was uncomfortable and is pessimistic that he will ever be able to stop doing drugs?
He does write this in this email, but this email is an update. I believe, if I'm looking at the dates, and I don't remember all dates, but I know that period and what's written in the email. I think this was during the time they were, where he was getting help from Dr. Kipper.
Right, but that's what he informed you of in your role as his manager and his sister about the status of Mr. Depp's belief that he would be able to stop doing drugs, right?
I'll allow that question.
I think he was informing me of the conversations, yes.
And he also informed you that your brother didn't take accountability for his behaviors, correct?
He's just trying to admit that. Object to hearsay. The judge said no more questions like this. Your Honor, are we just going to allow him to follow up
He does
question
say
and
in here.
admit the entire thing?
Yes. He wrote that he has no accountability for his behaviors in this time.
And Heather, can you go to the top of page 2, please? In that first and second line, he also told you that your brother has fundamental issues with anger, right?
Objection, hearsay.
All right,
It's the same exception that applied to the other ones. This is what he informed her.
we need to move on.
Yeah, she told you no more questions, and then she allowed you to ask 3.
Heather, you can take that down. So you just testified, Ms. Dombrowski, that you understood from Amber that drugs and alcohol were impacting their relationship, but that you didn't necessarily believe that, right?
Right.
And you didn't necessarily share those concerns, right?
Right.
Did you have an occasion to speak with Amber after a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May of 2014? I just asked if she spoke with her. I'm not asking what the content
Just
is.
spoke, I'll overrule the objection at this time.
She let
I
all
don't
she
recall
sustained all these objections
Specific time
yesterday.
speaking with Amber like that.
Did you become aware of an incident on a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May of 2014?
Foundation objection? If you,
She's testified that she,
I'll sustain the objection. It's a foundation if you can lay a foundation.
if something happened in your brother's life that was notable, you wanted to know about it. You testified to that, right?
You objected to all of this yesterday. Calls for speculation. Good objection.
Yes, sir.
It's a foundation question. She's testified that she had insight into his daily life.
I don't see it as a foundation question, so I'm going to sustain the objection if you want to.
Okay. You were kept apprised of the goings on in Johnny's life, correct?
For the most part, yes.
Yeah, and you testified yesterday you saw him just about every day, correct?
What I testified to yesterday, saw him every day, was when he was with the family of Vanessa.
And you still saw him, or were in touch with him fairly frequently as his business manager and as his sister when he was with Amber, correct?
Less frequent,
Okay, but still with some frequency, right?
yes.
And if an event had happened that was potentially harmful to your brother, you would want to know about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And
All right, I'll sustain asked and answered. Next question.
you
Finally.
made an effort to make yourself available to Ms. Heard to talk to you.
That was a weird
about
objection
issues
and a weird
she was having
sustaining.
with your brother, correct?
I'm excuse me, I made an effort to talk to her anytime I felt she needed to speak.
What?
Someone's trying to call us.
It's kind of a pleasant ringtone.
I didn't answer it, so.
Turn off your fucking phone, Judge. What are you doing?
That's
Ms.
amazing.
Dombrowski, in addition to just Amber believing it, you believed that your brother needed help, didn't you?
Big.
You believed that your brother needed help with drugs and alcohol, didn't you?
Overruled objection. Go ahead.
Sorry.
I believed on the one medication I was concerned about.
And you wanted your brother to get better from his addictions, right?
I wanted to address the medication that he was on.
And you understood that Amber wanted the same thing, wanted him to get better for both him and for her, correct?
I'll sustain as to what Amber wanted.
Now, do you recall meeting with Ms. Heard on May 25th, 2014?
I don't recall.
Let's pull up Exhibit 234, please.
You said that was 234?
234, yes.
Thank you.
The non-redacted version.
You're non-redacted.
Ms. Dombrowski, this is a multi-page exhibit that we can, we're not going to ask you about all the pages, but is this a text message chain between Amber and you on May 25th, 2014?
Yes,
And those are your texts in gray on the left, right?
yes,
And Ms. Heard's texts in blue on the right?
yes.
Your Honor, we have a version of this exhibit with Ms. Heard's text redacted and the personal identifiers redacted that I'd like to ask the witness about and publish to the jury. I'm happy.
First, you want to admit into evidence before you publish it to the jury.
Correct,
So let's-
right. So I'm just previewing that. Would you like me to go through the unredacted version with the witness first?
No.
Or
Well,
No.
if it's just her text, how is that probative if it's just her text?
because it's her text about what two things. One, it's her text about what she wanted for her brother. We'll get to those on page 2. I'm allowed to ask her about her own words and what her feelings sort
You
of.
can
brother-
ask her about it, but it's not coming into evidence.
Okay, well, okay.
Okay.
Ms. Dombrowski, did you reach out to Ms. Heard on May 25th, 2014?
Yes,
Asking her if she wanted to talk?
yes.
Why did you do that?
I
Don't remember.
Did you do that because you had been made aware of an issue about your brother's behavior on a flight earlier that
here's-
day?
I
Or the
don't
day
re-
before?
I don't recall why I did that.
You don't recall why you did that?
No,
Or you have no awareness or memory of a flight earlier that day or the day before?
I don't recall all flights at all times. I don't have any specific memory of anything.
If you can turn to page 2, Heather. If you can look at your third text down, Your Honor, or Ms. Dombrowski, you say to him, or to Ms. Hurd, you say to Ms. Hurd, I love him so much, but he needs help, and I don't have all the information to help alone. Do you see that?
Objection, Your Honor. This is all hearsay.
I'll allow that question. That's fine.
I do see that.
And what did you mean when you said he needs help?
I don't recall the actual timing of it, but I wanted to help him with that medication that he was on. That I know. And I know that
Good answer.
I wanted to be able to be helpful in life because they were arguing all the time.
And I believe you testified earlier that you didn't actually have concerns about your brother's dependence on drugs, right?
No, I said that I did have about the medication.
Just the pain pills,
It was the pain pills.
nothing else?
I didn't have concern.
So when you said he needs help, that's what you were referring to, is that you believe that your brother needed help with pills.
Objection, Your Honor. This is asked.
It's
Man,
asked and
Roger.
answered, and it's
Right.
argumentative. She's not only has it been asked and answered, she just told you that she answered it before, and you just asked again a third time. But someone asked, is this lawyer new? No, this lawyer is very good at what he's doing. He's very, very good. What he's trying to do is use a text exchange between Dombrowski, I think it's Dombrowski, and Amber Heard, and ask her questions about her text messages to try and elicit answers from what Amber Heard was saying. He's done this with all of these things so far, where he's trying to get the witness to bring hearsay into evidence without him asking for the hearsay specifically. And Amber's hair looks much better today than it did
Heather, can you
yesterday.
please
It
pull up,
does indeed.
The pages ending in 934. Start with that, please.
She looked like she robbed an admiral or something, though. With that,
Actually, let's go to 936.
Just for the record, this is still in Exhibit 234. It's just base stamped page 936. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Dombrowski, do you see the message that you sent to Amber 3 down, where you said he is going to see the doctor in the morning with 3 exclamation points?
Yes.
Tell me what you remember about that. Were you referring to, when you said he, you were referring to your brother, right?
I don't know.
Yes.
And by doctor, you meant an addiction doctor. Is that right?
I believe I would have meant Dr. Kipper.
Okay. And what was, it's, you'd agree that it's fairly rare to get an appointment for a doctor the next day, right?
what?
I'll allow it. That's fine.
I don't know that it's rare to get an appointment the next day.
Well, Dr. Kipper wasn't an emergency room doctor, right?
Probably not when you're Johnny Depp.
So
by the
what
way.
was so
Yeah.
urgent about your brother's need to see a doctor that he was going to see Dr. Kipper the next morning when you texted this at 7:35 p.m.?
I don't know that it was urgent. I think I was happy that he was going to see the doctor.
And you were happy he was going to see the doctor because you thought he'd finally realized the problem that his drug addiction was having on himself and others, correct?
No.
That's why you were happy, right?
I was happy he was going to see the doctor because I was concerned about the pain medication he was on.
And you were concerned about what that pain medication did to your brother, right?
Yes,
You were concerned about the effect that that had on his life, right?
I was concerned about him.
And you were concerned about the effect that that drug addiction had on other relationships in his life as well, correct? I'm going through.
That's fine, I'll allow it.
Phew.
That's-
You can answer.
I didn't see anything that was happening necessarily in
Yes,
life
he
to be
is
concerned
leading.
about
This is
others, me.
cross-examination. You get to lead.
It
It's
was
how
him I
you
was
do
concerned about.
So
cross-examination.
you didn't see, your testimony today is that you didn't see any effect that your brother's drug problem was having on anyone else other than him.
My concern was him. I wasn't focused on anything beyond that.
Right. You weren't concerned about the effect that it could be having on anyone else. Is that your testimony?
Again, my concern was him.
Yeah, on cross-examination,
up
you get
page
to lead
937,
witnesses.
please?
I mean, you're actually, that's how you're supposed to ask them questions on cross. K-Rab says a lot of the claims Amber Heard's lawyers made are things she did, and there's evidence. They claimed it was Johnny
And
Depp,
when you
and they have evidence that
sent
they don't.
misheard the text at the top of the page at 9:20 p.m. on May 25th, 2014, and you said, "I just meant I will help in getting him help." What did that mean?
It's help with Dr. Kipper, I believe.
You were referring to getting your brother help for his drug addictions, correct?
I was referring to getting him help with the medication that he was on.
And if you go to page 938, please.
Finishing that chat, won't it backfire on them, or are they trying to put it in the minds of the jury without having to provide evidence? Yeah, the second
When you
one.
told Amber at the bottom of that page at 10:26 p.m., I think you need to tell him you are scared and you can't deal. What did you mean by that? I think you need to tell him you are scared and you can't deal. What did you mean by that? Asking her what she meant with one of her statements. It's no different from the statement I just asked her about.
I'm just not sure what the prior inconsistent statement would be for this, which was,
Well, that she's testified that all of Amber's concerns were overblown.
okay.
So the reason that some of the judge just gave us some insight as to why she's allowing some of these hearsay questions, questions that would potentially call for hearsay or implicate a statement of another person, is because they're using these to impeach specific testimony that she made. They're saying that her prior inconsistent statements or her prior statements are inconsistent with the evidence that is available, and so they
Drug
want to ask
abuse.
about it.
You were concerned for your brother and your brother only. Is that right?
I was concerned for my brother, yes.
And only your brother. Is that right?
That my brother was my focus.
Now, you, as in your capacity as his personal manager, you were often apprised of your brother's performance on movie sets, right? Did you have occasion to communicate with studios, for example, about movies that your brother was shooting?
Yes,
And studio executives could feel free to contact you about your brother's work?
yes, they mostly contacted the agent.
Okay. And who was the agent at the time? Is that
Tracy.
Tracy Jacobs? And that's your brother, Mr. Depp, fired Miss Jacobs in or around 2017. Is that right?
I don't recall when.
How long was Miss Jacobs his agent?
20-something years.
And he fired Miss Jacobs at some point, right?
Yes.
After his divorce from Amber?
I don't recall exactly when he fired her.
Do you recall whether it was before or after he divorced Amber?
I don't recall when he fired her.
I don't recall. Sorry.
But in any event, you had frequent communications with Miss Jacobs about your brother's work, correct?
Excuse me. Yeah.
And you, in the course, in your capacity as his manager, it came to your attention that he was late to movie sets, correct? You testified that you had frequent contact with Ms. Jacobs, his agent, right?
Yes,
And that contact included when he was shooting movies?
yes,
And that contact included communications relating to his conduct on set? I'm laying the foundation.
Well, it sounds like your foundation is going to be based on hearsay, which is what we're going to be getting to.
Well,
If you can lay a foundation
Yeah.
without it being based on hearsay.
did you
try
have
that
personal
one.
knowledge of your brother being late to a set? Movie shoots?
No.
would that be if I was physically there? Is that what you're asking? Or
He's trying to not ask that, but yes, that's what he's asking.
Your Honor, no, first I'd ask you to instruct Mr. Chu not to shake his head and nod his head to the witness. That's inappropriate.
I'm not shaking.
Okay.
Well, he was.
All right. Well, I'll keep a lookout for that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. Dombrowski, your brother told you
What a
himself
dick.
that he was late to movie shoots, didn't he? Party admission.
I'll allow
That's a
that.
party admission. Yeah.
I don't think he came to me and said I'm late to movie shoots. No.
You learned from your brother that he was late to movie shoots, correct?
I don't think he would have come to me to talk about
I'll
it.
allow
No.
it.
You learned, so you never had any communications with your brother about issues that he had being on time to movie sets? Is that your testimony?
No, what I'm saying is I worked with him for years. You know, there was never really a continuous topic of whether he was late to a movie set, him and I having a conversation.
He told you he had been late to movie sets, correct?
Objection, asking the answer.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Can you pull up
please.
348, please?
348.
He told you one time he was late to a movie set on one day, which means he's late to movie sets because of drugs. And you knew. And also the
sis.
children were in danger.
Hey, sis, I had trouble parking my car because of drugs. Yeah.
The cartographer says,
You
Tug,
can you blow it up so you just see the second email down, Heather?
Tug, so glad you extended the Indiegogo campaign. Now I can get in on it. And remember, kids, maps belong
And that
on
second email
walls.
down is an email from you to Tracy
Amen on
Jacobs on February 27th, 2015, right?
Objection, your second.
I allowed that question. Let's see where we go.
You know where he's going to go, Judge? He's going into hearsay, where he's been going all
the way
day.
down in here.
The second one down from the top. Sent at 12:50.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's from me to Tracy.
Okay. Now, in the second sentence of that email, you write, he told me 1 to 1.5 hours, but not 2. Yes, he was 2.5 hours late one day and 7 hours recently. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And when you said he told me, you're referring to your brother, Johnny Depp, admitting to you that he was late to movie sets, right?
I don't know that I'm referring to him, no.
In any event, it was a problem. As personal manager, you knew that it was a problem for the studios if he showed up late to set, right?
No, not really.
I knew that on this particular film, there were times when.
No, on this particular
On
film.
this particular film,
And this particular film is Pirates 5, correct?
yes,
Pirates of the Caribbean 5? And he was filming that in Australia, right?
yes,
And this email was sent on February 27th, 2015, right?
yes,
So you knew that as he was filming Pirates of the Caribbean 5 in 2015, early 2015, that he had problems being late to the set, right?
I wouldn't call it problems being late to set, but he was occasionally late to set.
Late enough that Disney executives called you to discuss that, right?
Objection, your second.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And you knew that this wasn't the only movie that he had been late to set for, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
She's testified about her close involvement in his personal affairs when he was shooting movies.
If you lay a foundation, not based on hearsay.
Have you talked to your brother when he was filming each of the movies that he filmed, right?
Yes,
Okay. And with respect to Pirates 5, he told you that he had been late to the set, right?
no, I don't recall him telling me he was late to set.
Okay, so despite the fact that you said he told me, you don't recall whether that was him or not.
I don't know I don't know that the he in that refers to him.
You were also, I believe you testified yesterday that you were closely involved in the financial aspects of your brother's life, right?
I was closely involved in speaking with the representatives, but I wasn't really closely involved in, his financial world. That wasn't my thing.
And your brother's, the income that he made from movies or other commercial opportunities that he had, that funded both him and it flowed, or it came in through his companies, right? And then the money that your brother made came in through his companies, correct?
I don't really understand your question.
Well, you're the president of one of those companies, Infinitum Nile, right?
Yes,
So if your brother signs a movie contract, the money, is it paid directly to him or does it come in through a company that he's owns?
Infinitum Now is completely a separate entity, so how he gets paid that's the business managers.
Okay, you were involved with discussions of opportunities that he had to shoot movies, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
And you were in close contact with others on Mr. Depp's team about opportunities that arose, right?
Yes,
Okay, including Tracy Jacobs,
yes,
his agent,
yes,
including you. In fact, you would be in contact with studios directly as well. It's from time to time, right?
yes.
And Mr. Jacobs, well, strike that. In your capacity as his personal manager, you became aware of financial distress that your brother was in, correct? Because you were familiar with his financial affairs, right?
I was somewhat familiar. That was the other representative's area.
Okay. Did you have occasion to become familiar with whether he was undergoing financial distress such that he needed to get movies, a certain number of movies a year?
Tracy had a certain number of movies per year that she wanted him to do.
And the certain number of movies a year, to your understanding, the certain number of movies a year that your brother had to do was necessary to stave off financial distress, correct?
The certain number of movies per year, Tracy would push for a certain number of movies per year because it was beneficial to her.
That's the only reason she pushed for a certain number of movies a year?
That's the main reason Tracy would push for a certain number of movies per year, yes.
Not because it was beneficial to Mr. Depp?
If it was beneficial to Mr. Depp, then it was going to be beneficial to Tracy.
Okay, but just because it was beneficial to Tracy doesn't mean it wasn't beneficial to Mr. Depp or his companies, correct?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, at some point,
Would you
became
admit
aware
he got
when
a
was
benefit
filming
from
Pirates
doing
5
more
in Australia,
movies per year?
Became aware of an injury that he suffered to his finger, right?
Yes,
Say you mean when Amber Heard chopped
And
it off? Just say it.
You
Just say
were
it.
involved in trying to cover up how it happened, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll allow the question.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You were involved in helping to cover up how the finger injury happened, right?
I don't understand cover up.
You were involved in making sure that people on Mr. Depp's team didn't say how he hurt his hand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll allow it if she can answer it.
You can answer.
We certainly didn't want any press to know about it. So that's, to keep it from that.
And because you didn't want any press to know about his finger injury, you told Mr. Depp's personal assistant to make sure that he wasn't sure how Mr. Depp hurt his hand, correct? You instructed him to say that.
If it was someone that I would be concerned that the word would get out to the press, I would have done that.
So it was okay to you to tell people to lie to protect your brother, right?
It wasn't necessarily a lie. I didn't know how he hurt his finger myself at the time, because I'm pretty sure I know the time frame you're talking about is when it first happened.
And you have no personal knowledge to this day of how he hurt his finger, correct? Because you weren't there.
I wasn't there.
Heather, can you pull up Exhibit 210 redacted, please? Your Honor, this is the exhibit we discussed yesterday. If the court and Mr. Chu agrees with the redactions, I'd just like to publish it to the jury and admit it into evidence.
If it's 210, it's already in evidence. That's the one you gave me this morning, correct? No, that's a different,
Yeah, I think that was 214.
that was 214. I'm sorry, I got it backwards. This is 210.
And I believe that it's
follows.
just one page. Or it's two pages, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's these 2 pages that we talked about yesterday.
Right. Reserving your objections. Are the redactions correct?
Yay, a flashback.
Okay, that's fine. I will enter 214 into evidence.
What's that, Todd?
Over.
I said, yay, a flashback to the
Permission to
30
publish,
minutes of
Your Honor.
Right, yes.
Oh.
the asking and answering,
Mm-hmm.
Can you blow that up, please?
Oh, this is the Johnny
So, Ms.
Depp is on a
Dombrowski,
bender.
We discussed this a little bit yesterday. This is the text exchange between you and Ms. Hurd on February 3rd, 2014, where Ms. Hurd says JD is on a bender, and your response is, where are the kids, correct?
Yes.
Just scroll down, please. Let's go to the next page, please. Scroll down to the bottom, please.
He was on such a
And
bender,
then
he
you
blacked out the
text
entire
Amber,
message.
Worry about everything. Is that right?
I wrote the words "worry about everything" with myself. I was speaking about myself.
And you tell her, I don't love any of it, correct?
Right.
And
All right, sustained. We did go through this yesterday.
You literally went through
and,
this
and
yesterday.
2 days later is when you sent your brother the text messages that said, stop booze, stop coke, stop.
Objection
drugs,"
asked
correct?
and answered. We spent an
I'm not
hour
looking
on
at
those
it. I
3
don't
texts
recall
yesterday.
the timing of it.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Wow.
Finally, he ended, though,
Okay, thank you.
because he was told, you can't answer that. You can't ask that. You can't ask that.
Yeah. He just wanted to rehash the same testimony again.
Good morning, Ms. Dombrowski.
Good morning.
During Mr. Rottenborn's examination yesterday and again this morning,
What a name.
he spent a lot of time talking to you about your
Rottenborn.
brother's alleged drug and alcohol abuse. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You're not denying that Mr. Depp ever used alcohol or drugs, are you?
Objection leading.
It's redirect, Your Honor.
Let's
You
still
can't
leading.
lead during
I'll
redirect.
sustain this leading if you want to rephrase your question.
You also testified several times in response to Mr. Rottenborn's questions that Ms. Hurd tends to say things in a more dramatic manner. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Why did you say that?
I've had my own interaction
Because Miss Heard's a
one-on-one
liar.
with Miss Heard, so I know a bit about her personality. She would present information to me that was not necessarily information that was supported by everybody else that was around. And I've spent a lot of years
Just
working with my
say
brother.
she
We have a
would
close
lie.
team. We've, it's a many years of trusted people helping, make sure that everything in life, it works out and goes smoothly. But all those people where I would have a daily contact, whether it's about scheduling or just how the day's going for all the years, those people never said the same thing.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I think it was responsive to the question.
Well, I'll sustain the last sentence.
Yeah, but,
Just
Your Honor,
the last sentence of it, that's all.
understood, Your
Okay.
Honor. I think it goes to state of mind rather than the
Right.
truth.
I just did the last sentence. I'll sustain just the last sentence.
Thank you,
Strike
Your
the
Honor.
last sentence, okay?
And do you recall your testimony yesterday when you stated that after the phenomenal success of Pirates One, one of the changes to Mr. Depp's, your brother's personal life, was that there were a lot more people around him after that? Do you recall
Yes.
that?
Yes.
When Johnny and Miss Heard became involved in a relationship several years later, were there still a lot of people around them, your brother, on a regular basis?
Yes.
Who were those people?
He had assistants, he had security, he had, property managers, people that helped at the house. He had quite a few people that were around all the time.
How often did you communicate with those people?
Too often.
I communicated daily, not necessarily with each one of those people, but I communicated pretty much daily with people within the world, the circle.
Did any of those people ever raise the same concerns that Ms. Heard did?
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Again, it goes to state of mind.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Next question.
What, if any, concerns were expressed about Johnny's behavior when using alcohol?
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Again, it goes to state of mind.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right. Is this witness subject to recall?
I do not believe so, Your Honor.
She's subject to recall? No.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brusky, you're free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dombrowski.
All right, your next witness.
Not super happy with that redirect.
Good morning, ma'am.
His questions were either
Isaac
leading or
Baruch. All right,
obvious hearsay
we'll get him. Okay, that's
issues.
fine. Thank you.
that could have worked around them, I believe.
While we're waiting for him, can you spell his last name for the court reporter for me?
Baruch.
Thank you.
Baruch.
Oh, it's Isaac
the co-
B. Yeah.
What was that?
They say Isaac B. He's the next one.
Yeah, Baruch is the last name.
Yeah. Okay, that would be like an old buddy of his that lived in the Eastern Columbia buildings, which is where all this stuff supposedly took place.
Right.
His testimony kind of it contradicts some of the metadata. It shows a huge glaring flaw, and if it's again asked correctly, depending on how that's presented, that could be interesting.
Economath says, send me a Rekieta Law or Law and Crime Sucks t-shirt and I'll go wear it in the courtroom. I live like a mile away. Unfortunately, it would take a significant amount of time to get to you, but who knows? I'm not sure if it would get to you before the trial was done or not. Weaponized Autism says, stop sending tug lewd pics of you in your new fursuit. Nobody cares about your alter ego Moonbeam. Yes, they do, and Moonbeam is beautiful. Lancelot652 says, is it a rule that lawyers have to be bad with tech? Yes. Yeah, they actually train us to be bad with tech, specifically. Eric Winberg says, 350,000. Let's go. That's right. We crossed 350,000 subscribers on the stream today.
Hey,
Thank
there's
you.
a
Solid.
Thing here.
transcript
You
thing.
can just keep it there, sir. Have a seat.
Okay.
Put the microphone close to you, please. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
My name's Isaac Baruch. ISAAC
Mr. Baruch, where do you currently live?
I live in Los Angeles.
Do you know the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I know him since teenagers. We met in Florida.
And could you tell the jury a little bit about your experience meeting Mr. Depp when you were teenagers in Florida?
Yeah, we were both playing in bands. We had mutual friends, and that we met in probably 1980. And yeah, we hit it off. We got along with each other. And yeah.
How often did you see Mr. Depp when you were teenagers together in Florida?
A few times a month. I'd say it could be more, a little more or whatever, because, you know, we'd see each other at parties and clubs, nightclubs where the bands played. Yeah, like that.
And for how long were you both living in Florida and seeing each other somewhat regularly?
Well, we met in like 1980. So, and then we both moved away. He moved to California. I moved to New York. What was that? From 80 to 83. What's that, like 4 years?
What were your impressions of Mr.
Okay.
Depp while you were both living in Florida at the same time?
Oh, he's a sweet kid. A sweet guy.
Sir, wait, there's an objection.
He's a sweet kid, sweet guy.
Oh, what's the relevance?
Just establishing the background and the relationship, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question, please.
Mr. Baruch, did there come a time when Mr. Depp moved away from Florida?
Yeah, yeah.
And where
I
did
like
he
this
move
guy
to, if you know?
immediately.
Yep. He seems,
Moved to
I think the jury
California.
would like this guy.
At some point in time, did you also move to California?
Yeah.
And did you reconnect with Mr. Depp when you got there?
Yeah.
Around what time was that?
Sometime during the first year, and then afterwards, after the first year, more and stuff.
About what year would you say that was?
Oh, I moved to California in September of 85.
And did you know if Mr. Depp was working when you arrived in California in 1985?
Well, I knew he was pursuing acting at that time.
Isn't that
Yeah,
be around the time of Nightmare on Elm Street
looking
1?
for work because he's pursuing acting.
Cry Baby.
How often did you see Mr. Depp when you first moved to California?
Well, like I said, the first year, a few times. Afterwards, I had a friend whose girlfriend lived in the same building as Johnny, and so then hanging out over there, I ended up seeing Johnny more often. And plus, my friend who I'm talking about, whose girlfriend lived in the same building, he was playing in a band, and they needed another guitar player, and Johnny ended up joining the band, so we were hanging out a lot more often.
What were you doing when you moved out to California?
I was pursuing music also, working retail jobs and trying to get a band, make a band, you know?
Did there come a time when you began working for Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah.
When was that?
Oh, that's later on. That's like in 1993.
It's
What
all
were
the
you
way
doing
up in
with Mr. Depp when you
93.
started working for him in 93?
Well, he owned a place called the Viper Room, and which is a music venue, nightclub, bar, and bands play. And it was
Bar,
already
grill,
open
cantina.
for 6 months. And the girl who was working, the person who was working as office manager didn't want to work there anymore. So the guy who was running the place for Johnny, who's a friend named Sal Jenko, another Florida friend from back in 1980 when we all first meet, he calls me up and he says, "Hey, Isaac, do you want to work this job?"
think it's offered for the truth of the
Well,
matter.
indeed.
That's fine. I'll rule the objection. Go ahead.
Just like, I don't even know what
At
this
some
guy's
point in time,
talking
did you
about
stop
anymore.
working at the Vapor Room for Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah.
When was that?
Well, I worked from 93 to 98. In 98, I moved away.
Did you return to LA again at some point?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
I moved back December of 2002.
What did you do for work when you returned to LA?
Well, for 2 weeks, I worked at an art gallery, and then I went back to the Viper Room on New Year's Eve.
How long were you working at the Viper Room at that point in time?
It was another year, and then the place changed hands.
Were you working on anything else while you were working at the Viper Room in that time frame?
Yeah, I was sidewise. I was teaching myself art.
And what steps were you taking to teach yourself art at that time?
Books, learning how to draw and paint, and taking community college classes.
At some point in time, did you begin pursuing art on a full-time scale?
Yeah.
How did that come about?
Well, I was working at the Viper Room, taking classes, and then at one point, the club changed hands completely after a year, 2004. And I was given a choice of either keep working for these new owners, or Johnny out of his pocket was going to give a severance pay to whoever didn't want to work there anymore. So I took the severance pay, and then it helped me continue on to finish community classes, private classes, and then be able to transfer to Cal State University.
And did you get a degree from Cal State University?
Yes, I did.
What degree was that?
BFA,
What year?
2010.
After you received your BFA, did you continue to pursue art full-time?
Yeah.
Did Mr. Depp ever express an interest in your art?
Yeah.
When was the first time that happened?
Well, first time you saw a painting in 2008. And then the next time was 2012. I had made a painting and sent it to my best friend, in an email. And he forwarded it to Johnny, and Johnny emailed back saying, hey, when Isaac wants to sell that, whenever he wants to sell that, to go ahead and get in touch with me because I want to buy it.
Did Mr. Depp ever buy that painting?
No,
Why not?
because when I brought over paintings, I had moved back to California, and I brought over a bunch of paintings for him to look at and see if he wants any, to buy any. And he looked at me and says, I got an idea. How about I be your patron, and we put together an art show, make a body of work, and then I'll throw a party and invite people, and I'll sell the stuff for you, and you could keep all the money. So he didn't buy any paintings there. Instead, he offered me a complete patronship.
So what did you understand he meant by becoming your patron?
Well, it was going to financially make it possible for me to just paint every day and put together a body of work, so that way then it could be sold.
How did he plan to do that?
I just told you.
What he planned on doing.
What did you understand he planned to do to make that possible for you?
I could tell you that what it included was that the next day I ended up moving into I moved into a art studio penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building. It was, listen, I got a place for you to go ahead and live and work and put this body of art together, and I'll take care of you. You don't have to worry about anything.
And what was the place where you were going to live that Mr. Depp offered you?
The Eastern Columbia building.
Did you take him up on that offer to live at the Eastern Columbia building?
Yeah, of course.
And how did that make you feel?
I started crying. One day One day you're in your mother's garage selling paintings for $100, $200, $300 on eBay. Next thing you know, it's an art show, and like you don't have to worry about diddly squat. Of course. I was flipping out.
When did you move into the Eastern Columbia building?
The next day after we met and we talked.
The next day.
I
Hell
get
yeah.
a phone call from a guy named Kevin Murphy who is working for
Johnny's
Johnny.
trying not to
and I
die
go
laughing.
And he says, "Hey, meet me at this address." And I go and I meet him. And here I am in front of this building. This is a beautiful building. This is like, it's whatever, 13
It's like
floors,
it's
but
got
like
windows
from the
and
1930s.
ceilings.
Some Art Deco,
I haven't seen a ceiling in
beautiful
26
building.
years.
And I'm looking, I'll go, all right, this is unreal. What? There's going to be, all right, it's going to be one of these apartments or whatever, one of these places here. I go in with Kevin Murphy. He takes me all the way up to the roof. We go into penthouse 2, and I walk in and I'm like crying, going, it's beautiful. This is like a mansion situation to me.
Mr. Baruch, how long did you end up living at the Eastern Columbia building?
3 years and 7 months.
Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness plaintiff's exhibit 116.
All right, 116.
Mo says, Nick, are these questions like you said X 8 years ago normal in
Give me 1
court?
second, sir.
I don't remember specific things that happened 8 months ago. Couldn't you just say, I don't remember to every question? Yes, you can. You can, but that would, it depends on your credibility. Some juries, they may believe you, they may not believe you. So that's the risk. Lancelot652 says, boy, I'm ready for weeks of these lawyers petty sniping each other with objections. There were not enough objections at the start of trial or at the start of questioning from Johnny Depp's lawyers yesterday. They got more into a groove by the end of it. Today they were correct in bringing some objections because the defense is going to use a lot of them. So utilize them where you can. Tom Grawl says in Mickey Mouse voice, M-I-C-K-E-Y. Why? Because Disney's a bunch of groomers. The Redneck Ram says, oh, yeah, I worked for him, don't you know? You see, I was his contact for a friend up in Yonkers when we needed to take care of things, you see? What's that? Nah, we're not part of the mafia. What would give you that idea?
Copy for the moment.
And Mandalore Wise
We
says,
can see it,
gotta,
we can see it.
I love this guy. His cool grandpa vibes are all over the place, and he's making Johnny look like a really supportive guy, which, I mean, that's why they're calling him.
Dude, he's done this to all of his pals from back when. I like that. I was like, man, how do I become a friend of this guy again?
Yeah, no kidding. Put you up in $1.5 million apartment for 3.5 years.
I moved in the next day. What the fuck?
Thank you.
We'll just use a paper copy. We'll get this resolved at lunchtime.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baruch, do you recognize the document that you're looking at that's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 116?
Yeah.
What is it?
This is the floor plan of the roof. All the penthouses up on the roof at the Eastern Columbia.
And that's the building where you lived starting in March 2013, is that right?
I moved in the first week of March 2013. Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move into evidence, Plaintiff's Exhibit 116, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 116 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
Is it, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I just want to be sure that.
Yeah, they can see it in the gallery, see it.
Okay.
We'll just have to work on
All
that
right,
screen.
great. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Mr. Baruch, can you describe for the jury what is depicted here in Exhibit 116?
Yeah, so the right side of this graph is there's a pool there. There's another top of another apartment. that actually starts on the floor below. It's a 2-story apartment. But there's a pool there, and there's a gym, workout room. And the left side, there's at the bottom, there's an X, and that's the elevator. And so you walk out of the elevator, you make a little left, and there's part of penthouse 5 right there, straight ahead. And then you keep walking straight, and then you make a left, a sharp left, and the actual penthouse 5 is straight ahead. And then you hang a right, and you start walking up that way. On your right is going to be penthouse 1. On your left is going to be penthouse 4. When you get to the end of that corridor, is the door for penthouse 3. And if you hang a right, oh look, there it is. It came up on the screen. And if you hang a right and you go down to the end, is the door to penthouse 2. That's the apartment that I lived in.
And who did you understand owned these penthouses?
Oh, Johnny owned them all.
Which one did you live in?
Penthouse 2.
I just said it. Weren't
Was
you
anyone
listening?
else living in the penthouses at the time that you moved in March 2013?
No, I was the first one to move in. I moved in the first week of March, and then a couple of weeks later, 2-3 weeks later, then Johnny and Amber moved in. And then after that, the next one to move in is Rocky, Raquel Pennington, Amber's friend. And then at some point, her sister moved in, Whitney. And also at some point, Rocky's boyfriend moved in with her in penthouse 1.
So I believe you just testified that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard moved in shortly after you moved in. Is that right?
Yes.
And which penthouse did they move into?
Penthouse 3.
And then you testified, I believe, that someone named Rocky Pennington moved in.
Yes.
Who was Rocky Pennington?
Amber Heard's friend from Texas, and I think they made, I don't know, I'm not sure if they told me that they moved out there together or something like that, but yeah, her friend.
And later you said that her boyfriend moved in with her. What was his name?
Josh Drew.
And which unit did they live in?
Penthouse 1.
And I believe you also testified that Whitney moved in. Who was Whitney?
Whitney Heard. She's married, so she's got a different last name. I'm not sure what it is. But Amber's sister, Whitney.
And which of the units did Ms. Heard's sister live in?
4.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your relationships with Ms. Heard, Ms. Pennington, Mr. Drew, and Ms. Heard's sister?
Oh, yeah, I was friends with all of them. I loved them all. They all treated me with respect.
Has this
We
guy
had
ever not been friends with
great,
anyone?
You know, I'm an all-time friend of Johnny's.
Sounds like he loves
living
everybody.
there and
Yeah.
you know, looking out for
I
each
like
other.
that, man.
Became great friends. I fell in love with all of them.
When you moved in to Penthouse 2, you were working on an art
This guy's
show
like
with Mr.
Ethan
Depp,
Van
right?
Sciver if he met Johnny
Yeah,
Depp.
that's the entire reason that I'm there is to work and put together this art show.
Did you have a time frame that you expected to be able to put on that art show?
At first, when we first powwowed this idea, when you know, we talked about, all right, what do we do? You know, what's this show going to be? How many paintings is it going to be? And we came up with a number. Okay, so there's going to be a certain body of work. I'm not a known person. I'm just some schnuck painter. So there's, and if I was a famous painter, I could make 5 paintings, and the room will fill up. But so we decided, okay, like 25 pieces of work, large scale, and Johnny says, hey, how long do you think this will take? I said, I've never done it before. I don't know, maybe a few months.
And were you able to complete the paintings in a few months?
No, it took me in order to make two large scale paintings.
Gotta
it took
love
me
this guy.
almost 2 months, and I'm start freaking out, going, I'm only got two paintings, and all right, I got to do 25. I said a few months, so I ended up going to Johnny's place and saying, hey, look, dude, this is going to take a lot longer than a few months. I could only make two paintings.
And how did Mr. Depp react?
He looks at me and he starts laughing and he says, Mike, don't worry. I do not care. I just want you to paint however long it takes. I want you to paint every day.
During the course of time that you were living at the Eastern Columbia building, did Mr. Depp ever give you any money?
Yeah.
How much did he give you?
Over a period of 4 years of the patronship, I ballpark calculated probably around 100,000.
And how did you come up with
That's
that
less than
amount?
I expected.
Well,
So it's probably
from
more.
from the first get go, when I say
He also moved him into $1 million home. So
buy stuff and
Yeah.
and to do this, I ended up getting an envelope the next day with $5,000 in it, and then I budgeted it and stretched it out, and and so every few months I get an envelope. It could have I didn't know if it was going to be the same amount, but it ended up being the same amount, which was wow. So basically around $5,000 every few months. So in a year, it's 20 grand. But then also there was a period, maybe a year or two, might have been that it was 5 times I had to ask for dough, or it was 4. And then on top of it, so right there, that's could be 80 grand or 90 grand. And then on top of that, I ended up getting a herniated disc. He sent me to the doctors to get an MRI and see the doctor, get an MRI, and there was 10 weeks of therapy that he covered. So I throw that in there too, and I ended up coming up with the figure of 100 grand. Could be a little less, could be a little more.
What was your understanding of whether Mr. Depp intended to be paid back that
Oh.
money that he provided to you?
There's no, that's not even the thought of being paid back. This is something that he wanted to see happen. This is something he invested in. He knew he was going to spend money to make it happen, for me to survive and paint and create this thing that he wanted to see because he liked the art. And so there was no payback, and the whole thing was about him selling the art, so that way I keep all the money. He didn't expect anything. He was doing this as a friend, as he's done with many other friends.
Uh-oh.
oh, they don't like that.
That was
I'll sustain the last sentence of his statement. Right, we've done that, but that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
what that wasn't
Mr.
hearsay
Bruch, Did
though.
there come a time when you decided
He's
that
done
you
with
planned
many
to
other
pay Mr.
people.
Depp back?
No one said that to
yeah,
him.
that for me, when
It's 404.
He's told me he had money situation going on. For me, it was like this guy just changed. He's been making it possible for me to live and work and make product, and I'm by that expense, I'm part of the problem. It's like, how do I help him? How can I help him? I mean, he's sharing his sandwich with me, It's like, how do I share that my sandwich with him? Give him that half to make something up. You don't not do anything, and said the only thing I got is paintings. So I stood up when he's telling me what he's telling me about his money situation, and for me, I said, hey, if these things ever sell, we got to split this 50-50, and I ain't taking no for an answer. Something. I got to put something into this. So for me, I looked at it like he has to get something back.
Mr. Baruch, during your time living at the Eastern Columbia building, did you develop a relationship with the defendant in this case, Ms. Heard?
Yeah.
And did you get along with Ms. Heard?
I loved her. I fell in love with her just like Johnny fell in love with her. I fell in love with her. She's totally respectful, gracious to me, that she's got great teeth, that she's
got great teeth.
Anytime I walk into the humor was total locker room humor, demented humor, totally laughed at, the jokes, made the jokes, totally got along with her. Every time I walked into their place, Isaac, you want something to eat? Isaac, you want something to drink? Every time. There's only one time I remember that she didn't offer, because I walked in and she's in the kitchen at the counter and she's doing a beauty facial mask. And so she can't offer me. And I'm going, hey, is that something that can help me? And she looked at me and she goes, no. And that I'm laughing. And then she laughed after because she didn't realize she was making a joke. So yeah, I loved it.
Mr. Baruch,
I love this guy, man.
house.
Yeah.
Do you recall the first time that she visited you there?
Yes.
When was that?
The first time is that it's in March when they moved in, and they were there for a couple of days, and I didn't even know. And Johnny had called me, says, "Hey, come over, meet my girl." And so I did. And then the next day, they came over to my place for the first time to see how I had set up the art studio, lights, and just what's my painting set up and stuff, and to look at other paintings. And they walked in, and I remember the first thing she said was, "I hope we didn't keep you up last night because of all the yelling." And I looked at her and I says, "No, these walls are like 3 feet thick. I don't hear diddly squat."
How did she seem when she said that to you?
Well, she's semi-joking and inquisitive, like they did, to find out.
In your 3.5 years living at the Eastern Columbia building, did you have opportunities to observe Mr. Depp's and Ms. Heard's relationship?
Yeah.
Can you describe what you observed about their relationship?
They were always loving with each other. They treated each other like gold, kissing and what can I get you type of thing, just being kind with each other. Always loving, always a loving situation.
How often would you say you interacted with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
If they were there, because they're traveling, they're working and doing stuff. If they were there, I saw them maybe 2-3 times a week. Maybe there might be one time a week that I see them, that I go over to hang out or, see them. Or they might come, or Johnny might come over to visit, or, like that.
Since you've known them, did you ever see them get physically violent with each other?
Never.
Did you ever see them argue?
Yes.
How many times?
Probably like twice.
Can you describe the arguments that you witnessed?
The first argument that I remember was walking in. It was a telephone argument. Johnny's at the kitchen table and he's screaming about something, and on the other line, because it's on speaker, and he's talking with the phone at the phone. The other person is Amber, and that she's in New York, and he's at the kitchen table, and they're arguing, and he's going, "Who is it? Who is it?" And she's saying, "Oh, baby, come on, please don't. What are you doing, baby? Why are you being like this, baby?" And this went on for a little while, and I'm listening, and then he hangs up. She calls back again, And it's the same thing. Who is it? What's going on? Who is it? And she's saying, "Oh, come on, baby, don't be. What are you doing, baby?" And then hang up the phone again. The third time it happens, I'm saying there's no solution in this conversation. I grabbed the phone from him and I says, "Hey, Amber, this is Isaac. Listen, this conversation is now over." And I hung up the phone. And she didn't call back again. And he went to the couch and went to bed.
I believe you said you saw them argue twice. Was there another time that you saw them argue?
I ended up going over, and there's at the kitchen table is Johnny, is Amber, is Rocky, and Josh. And and I'm going, "What are you guys doing?" And they're hanging out, and they're trying to plot to figure out a way how to get rid of Whitney to not live there anymore. And I felt bad. I like Whitney. So, oh, well, that's going to be a drag. And what are you plotting? How do you figure out? Hey, lend your sister some dough and let her move out. But, they're trying to figure something out, something differently or whatever. At so there was a point, Johnny got completely, flustered and frustrated, and he got up and he walks away. And as he's walking away, he says, "Figure it out." And that was it. That was the whole thing. I don't know if you want to call it, I don't think you might call that an argument, but.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch gears a little bit. It might be a
Okay.
good time for a mid-morning break.
Perfect, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and have you take your morning recess for 15 minutes, okay? Just remember to not talk to anybody and do not do any outside research, okay? And we'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
Oh, this guy, man, I love him.
You can stay right
Doug,
here, that's fine, you don't have to stand.
Yeah.
have you seen this man's art?
No.
Oh my God. I can't even come close to showing most of this.
Oh God,
on,
I'm gonna look now. Give me 1 second.
Here, I'll send you a link to his Instagram in the private chat.
All right.
I'm gonna pull.
Okay.
Sir, I just want to remind you, since you're still on the stand under oath, you can't talk.
Oh my God. That's
Okay.
awesome.
Okay.
All right, and we'll be back, at 11:45, okay? All
I
right.
got to stay here the
Yeah,
whole
you have to stay
time.
the whole time.
That's a lot of let's see, let's just say golden age ladies and gentlemen doing some very interesting things.
Here,
Okay.
okay, I'm gonna pull this one up while the court's out of session. This one is called "The Crimes of the DNC 2016," aka "Collusion to a Failed Orgasm 2016." Look at this painting. This
That's
is
a
one
masterpiece.
of the tame ones. What is
Oh my
happening?
Oh, I love him.
Oh boy. He hits on both sides of the political aisle, so don't draw any conclusions from it. Oh my gosh, I want to buy some of these Star Trek ones.
These are great. I'm going, oh my God. This guy's my hero for the day. Not only that, he managed to get a $1.8 million freaking place out of it, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hell yeah!
There's so many dicks in these pictures.
No,
What
there's
to
there's that one with the chick. She's got like a little scrotastic. She's got a scrotum in her mouth. I was like,
Yep.
okay.
There's a Donald Trump bukkake picture.
I think William Shatner is getting it from behind on that face picture.
Yep, I think so too. This is the weirdest set of pictures I've ever seen.
I love it.
Oh my God.
I
Here,
kinda-
I'll drop the link in the chat. You guys can check it out.
Holy crap. Yeah, we can't show those live for sure.
Whoa.
Hey, Rekieta, I'm going to drop out for 10 minutes. I got to take care of something. I will be right back, though, okay? Like
Sounds
10
good, brother.
15. So I'll take their break, and I'll be right back, okay?
Yep, that's good. Woo-hoo-hoo. So that's what's going on there. So that was a very interesting witness. Of course, there's plenty more left to do with him. They're now on the morning break, and they're now on the morning break, and the witness will come back for some more time. But some of the interesting stuff, Amber Heard was fine with all the jokes, locker room jokes, whatever kind of jokes, garbage jokes, dumpster jokes. I went into a dumpster a couple times when I was hanging out with Johnny. We would go in, we dumpster diving together, sharing an oxygen mask, because that's the kind of guy he was. He wasn't worried about COVID or nothing back then. We would just take the mask out of my mouth, put it in his mouth. We get in the dumpster. We drive around looking for new art stuff, inspiration, supplies, whatever it was. Johnny ran on some hard financial times. There were good financial times, though. Most of the time, he's giving me like $100,000. I mean, I can't complain about this guy. I got a sandwich. He's sharing it with me. I got to share back part of the sandwich. But it's like when you get shared a sandwich, you take, oh, yeah, I'll have half the sandwich. Two guys working at a construction site or whatever, sharing their lunch. And then when you got to share back half the sandwich, though, you can only give back like a quarter because you only had half to begin with. So how do you share back a whole half that you're given? You can't do it. You're taking a bite off a part of it. So you got to cut off just like a quarter and give it back to the guy because, he's had a hard time. He needs a little bit more food today. Maybe the missus didn't make him a sandwich yesterday. I don't know. Amber Heard, she made some okay sandwiches. She had nice teeth. Those chompers like to tear into the lettuce, go in between the meat and the cheese. And sometimes that's what you got to do. You got to bite into the sandwich and take it the whole way. What was that guy's testimony? What was he even talking about? I don't even care, but I could listen to him talk like a million times. I could sit and listen to that guy all day long. They're sitting there conspiring to get rid of Whitney. Well, I kind of like Whitney, so that's going to be a drag. Oh my gosh. Oh, I wonder what cross exam is going to be like that. Here, someone asked for the link again. I'll share it one more time. So go ahead and check that out. That's his Instagram page. The guy should have 1 trillion. I don't know how many Instagram followers he has, but it should be 1 trillion plus after this testimony. He's only got 111 people following him. Well, I'm following this guy. Listen to this. Here's his description of his Instagram page. Art, life, and my 2 cents. Remember, go fuck yourself is a perfectly valid response. The guy's great. That guy is fantastic. Again, his art is sus. There's a woman biting a scrotum. There's all sorts of old people being naked. There's some young kid characters that are questionable. That's an awkward picture. There's some saggy lady bits. Yeah, I'm pretty sure William Shatner's getting railed in one of the pictures. This is some weird stuff. Okay. Okay, we've got a couple more super chats to get here. Ocean Redux says, remember, guys, level vigor, don't use hammers, and don't be a Rekieta. Lamau, sorry, not sorry. Well, Ocean Redux, you should be banned for life. Forever. Mechanical Elizabeth says, could you please make a toast to this lad of a friend of Johnny's? This man is amazing. I love listening to him. Yeah, I can do that. Krigler, you can't fight me with your level 1. You can't even do it. Can't fight me with anything. You don't know how. More appropriately, I don't know how. Okay, to Isaac Baruch, I think is how he pronounces his name. A genuinely affable and likable person who reminds us that there was a time when it was okay to just be funny and to just be kind of genuine seeming. I mean, I don't know if he is, but he seems genuine. He seems like the kind of guy you want to just sit down, grab a beer with, and hang out with. So to that man, may his spirit never change. Someone says nude model in chat. Don't talk about Adam Krigler that way. Goodness gracious. Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz says, here you go, Nick. Let me share my sandwich with you. I'm so glad to get that quarter sandwich back. Mandalore Wise 01 says, breaking. Veritas verifies DOJ also spied on journalists, Apple and Google accounts. Viva will have a juicy vlog today, I'm sure. And Mo says, Krigler is a mod. They give these things to anyone these days. No, did you miss the main qualification for being a mod is you have to be gay. Krigler says, it's true, Nick. I have modeled nude. Not as long as you weren't in a dress, I guess that's, I don't know. Does anybody have Will Smith's phone number? I need a brother slapped. That's what we need. Somebody get me the phone number to Will Smith. I got to call this man. Not for the nude modeling, but for telling me about it. Because I don't want to know this. I don't want to know this. This is too much power. This is too much power. Okay. Here we go. And here's the inevitable. John Barton says, so we all support a sus painter who paints kids. Yep. Yeah, he's a likable guy, and he did a painting of some kids. Is that from the Archie show, I think? It's very awkward picture. Very weird. Very weird picture of the Archie show. It's like he takes old bits of Americana and just makes them naked and very strange. Oh, Little Rascals that had Alfie, right? Alfie, not Archie. What the hell? Little Rascals. It's a very strange painting. Don't think I would hang that one on my wall. Just saying. Not not sure I could hang any of those on my wall, to be honest. Alfalfa. Not Alfie. You know what? I don't like that old show anyway. I hate everything. He's up to almost 1,000 followers. Oh, no. Ooh. Well, there you go. So yes, we've had some pretty interesting testimony. You know, he testifies to the two things. They didn't really get into who the other phone call was about, but the implication of that phone call argument was that Amber Heard was cheating on Johnny Depp. And that Johnny's trying to figure out like what the heck's going on. And she's like, don't be like that, baby, 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 baby. Don't be like that, baby, baby, baby. So that was kind of interesting. Not sure if we'll see that story develop further. He can't develop it through what Johnny would say. He can't do that because that would be hearsay. The defense counsel could try and develop that story if they want. But he didn't really describe the second fight. He just said they were all there trying to get rid of Whitney, but he didn't really describe how that was much of a fight. Or maybe I missed it. I'm not really sure. His testimony, one problem with his testimony is that his affability, his likability, his easy speaking style, and his rambly sort of approach makes it a little bit easy to get kind of just wrapped up in listening to what he's saying, but not really listening what he's saying. So, there you go. We'll see. We'll see how it goes as we come back from the break. Oh my goodness. These stupid yawns. Wake up. What if I should put a little makeup? Oh, wait, that's the Amber Heard song, right? Wake up. What if I should put a little makeup? Hot scotch faded with a shake up. Guns Down in Hail says, wake up, old man Rekieta, and stop powdering your nose. Who do I look like? Johnny Depp? UNSC Forward Unto Dawn says, Ali Harbi Ali, Sir David Ames MP's murderer, was sentenced to life without parole at the Old Bailey in London today. He also received a 30-year sentence for plotting to conduct terrorist attacks. Charlie Whiskey says, super late and Omega Gay, I am disappointed. Tracy Dealman says, where's Tug? Noel says, being late is a power move, and I appreciate it. Jonathan Tolbert says, main goal, not be late. May H, don't sound awake there, Nick. Of course, it's almost 7 a.m. for me, so understandable. C. Goody says, I wonder why law and crime didn't strike you. Seems like all you have to do is stand up for yourself and they run, tails tucked between their legs. I believe Emily Baker said she'll be contesting their strike. Hopefully she does. Take these fights public. Make fun of these people. Mock them mercilessly in their stupidity. They are terrible. They are terrible people. Mark Lyon, have you considered launching an effort to independently capture the stream at the source for these trials? I have considered it. It is a very, very expensive proposition. So that's the thing. Like, think about it this way. You got some of these trials. This trial is one camera. It's one of the least expensive trials to cover, which is interesting. Some trials you got 3 cameras. So if you got 3 cameras in a courtroom, you got to have 3 cameras in a courtroom, presumably 3 camera operators in a courtroom, because they have rules on when the cameras can be on and off. And you have to have a switch. Maybe you could get by with one guy just operating the media switch. Probably not. I think at minimum, you're going to have two people there full time that you're paying, plus the camera equipment. And then that's when you're recording. Plus you got to have people there. So you got to fly them there. You got to put them up in hotels. These things can be 6 weeks long, right? Like we're going to see with this trial. You got to have the equipment to do that. You got to have backup equipment and maintenance costs for when the equipment inevitably breaks. It gets really, really expensive to do so. Heiko Chan says, I think your pleb army would pay for it simply to keep law and cuck out of covering trials. It's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, and there's a lot of courtrooms. Yeah. Bacardi Batman, ask Long Crime for the raw feed. No. Long Crime doesn't have the raw feed. You can't get it from them. I went through this on my show last night. You have to go through Live View. Live View collaborated with Court TV on the media pool. And do you guys want to know how much it costs to get the feed? Because I could tell you how much it costs to get the raw feed. It's it ain't cheap. Let's see. So to get the raw feed for this trial, you have to be a subscriber to LiveView. Okay. So LiveView is $175 per month for one feed at a time, or up to $700 for 4 simultaneous feeds. Okay. So these are only for the remote access feeds. So you got $175 a month for one feed at a time. So let's just say if it's just me, well, that's fine. And then you also have to receive the live content. So if you wish to receive this via RTMP or SRT, they can configure it for one of the web streaming standards, and the cost is $175 per month per feed. In addition to that, if you wish to receive it via SDI video, you need to have a receive server. The server can be rented for $625 a month for one SDI output, or $1125 per month for a 4 SDI output receiver. Okay, so that's that. Then the cost for the trial feed is, for content not for redistribution to other broadcast entities, $100 or $1,500 for a switch feed, or $2,500 for the switch feed plus ISOs. Not for redistribution. If you want to redistribute it to other broadcast entities, $7,500 for the switch feed, or $10,000 for the switched feed plus ISOs. So that's what you'd have to pay. You'd have to pay, you're looking at a minimum cost of around $10,000 for one feed for 1 month. If you want to know why,
All right. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
or
Your next question.
what's going on, why the media
Mr.
does
Baruch, were
this,
you
by
back?
the way.
Yeah.
Media
Well, thank you for coming
organizations
back.
are happy
Yes.
to do
Were you
this.
still living in penthouse 2 of the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016?
JL says it's not
Yes.
really that much money if
Do
you
you
don't
recall what you were doing?
We're
that evening?
redistributing the feed right now.
Yes.
What were you doing?
This
I
would
was
be
out.
redistributing
It
the
was
feed.
Evening time. I'm out in the neighborhood, and I'm on my way home. I get a phone call from my friend who wants to know if I want to go out and eat. I said I just ate, but I'm 5 minutes away from the Eastern Columbia building home, and I go across the street, get something to eat, and bring it up for takeout, and we'll go upstairs to my joint and we'll eat. And yeah,
Did you meet your friend back at the Eastern Columbia building?
yeah,
Around what time was that?
9:30.
What happened after you met your friend?
We went upstairs.
Can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 116 again, please? Your Honor, given that this has already been admitted, I'd ask that it be published.
All right, that's fine. You can publish it. He just can't see it. None of this. Okay, he still has it.
Mr. Baruch, is it on the screen in front of you?
Yeah.
Great.
Yes.
Mr. Baruch, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about what happened after you went upstairs that evening. And it may be helpful for you. There are controls on that screen that you can use to sort of mark the exhibit to show the jury the spots that you're talking about and identifying.
So if you just touch it, it'll make a mark. So you don't have to touch the top. That's fine.
Do I touch
No.
something on menu here?
Nope, you don't. Nope, just wait, and you can
Oh.
touch it whenever she needs you to mark it.
Just wherever I touch it, it's going to make a mark.
It will.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Baruch, when you got upstairs that evening with your friend around 9:30,
Johnny Depp's dying.
what did
Who
you
loves
see?
this guy?
We got out of the elevator, and just like in the graph, you make a left and then you turn the corner. When we walked out, I noticed on the floor there's shards of glass. There's pieces of glass, and so it's just looking, going, oh, something busted. Could be one of the sconces or something like that. And kept walking.
Can you mark on the exhibit where you saw the broken glass that evening?
Yeah. Boom. Right there, right where you could go left or you could go right. And if you wanted to go to the pool area, there's an exit that way. So you could either go right or you go left. You go left, you're in the apartment, going in the hallway through the apartment, or you go right there in that spot.
And did you
Welcome
continue
back, Doug.
on
Sorry, I
to
didn't
your
see you there.
penthouse after you saw the broken glass?
Oh, yeah. So we walk around, and then we make the turn. We hang the right past the penthouse 5, and we stop right in front of right here.
Why did you stop right there?
Right.
Oh, stopped in front of here, penthouse 1, which is it's more right there, because there's this puddle of wine, huge puddle of wine on the floor that's in front of the door, and there's wine, the splashed wine that's dripping down the wall. And so we stopped, and I'm looking at it and going, look at this. Someone must have got hammered. These guys probably had a party. And at that point, right then, as soon as I said that, the door opens up, and it's Josh Drew, who pokes his head out the door, only enough for his head to come out. And he's pretty bug-eyed and looks distraught. And I look at him and I go, what's up with the spilt wine? And I'm figuring I'd get an explanation or whatever. And he looked at me and just said, rough day, had a rough day. And at that point, I got concerned and said to him, because I'm friends with him, I got concerned. I said, hey, you okay? You want me to help you with something? Do you need help? He said, no, it's okay. We got it. And I said, okay. And me and my buddy took off and went into my place.
And what did you do after that?
My buddy ate. I believe he had pizza from across the street, and we talked. We yapped for a while, and could be I could yap, so it could it could take. We were there probably an hour and change or something like that, and then we're done. So I walked him out and walked down, went to the elevator, walked out, went to the elevator. We went downstairs. I walked him out the door, finished the conversation that we were having. And I said, all right, see ya. And then I went back in. I went upstairs and I went to bed.
Around what time was that you went back into the Eastern Columbia building?
You know something, if we got there at like around 9:30 and we're talking, I don't know, an hour, an hour and a half, 2 hours,
4, 5,
around
maybe
11
6
o'clock,
hours.
I would think.
This guy,
Go ahead
man.
and take Exhibit 116 down.
Height Craze says you got to have Jada's
Mr.
number to get
Roach,
Will's
can
number
you,
to slap.
Describe for the jury the events of the next day, May 22nd, 2016.
Yes. It's my birthday. May 22nd is my birthday. I wake up, I end up texting Johnny and saying, hey, I'm going to be in town, because he's not staying at the Eastern Columbia building. He's staying in a house in town. Okay. And so I texted him, it's my birthday. I said, listen, I'm going to be in town. I'm going to come by and to have a birthday drink. Okay. I didn't hear from him, I didn't get an answer back, but I said, that's what I'm doing. If that happens, that happens. But so it was around noon time that I left. I walked out of my apartment and I go through the hallway, as you see the graph. I go through the hallway and I turn the corner from Penthouse Street. And as I'm walking down, well, who do I see? I see a group of people. It's a guy in black clothes, a black shirt, black pants, Amber Heard, and I see Josh Drew, who's leaning up against the door, and the door is open. This door is open. Something's going on. And as I'm walking up, I'm saying, hey, what's up? What are you guys doing? And then Amber turns to me as I'm walking up. Amber turns to me and she says, Johnny came by last night. He got violent. So I'm changing the locks on 1, 3, and 5. And I'm looking at her and she goes, oh, and don't worry about 2. You're okay. And at this point, I'm now walking past. So now we're all in front of the open door of the apartment. And I see there's 2 guys, 2 locksmiths working on the door. So now I'm standing on one side and you have Josh Drew on one side of the door. You got the 2 locksmiths with the door open, working on it. The sun's coming through the door, sunlight from windows. And then Amber is in front of me. And there's the security guy. And that with 2 feet away from each other, talking. And she introduces me as she's finishing saying, oh, don't worry about your apartment. She says, oh, and this is a security guard that I got who's going to be hanging around. And I got introduced. She introduced me to him and I shook his hand. He gave me a card, which I lost. And that. And
Lost.
I'm kind of taking this in and going, and I said, wait, what happened? What's going on? And at that point, Josh Drew looks at me.
I wish we could figure out who the heavy breather was in the courtroom.
Hey,
I know, that was crazy. I'm telling you, somebody under the podium. I'm sure of it.
And
Mr. Rich, when you were speaking
That's
with
neither
Ms.
of us
Bird, how
guys.
close were you
The
standing to her?
clicking on the keyboard.
No,
and
no, I'm muted out. Like anytime, like I'm not speaking, I'm muting on my side. I don't mute on the main screen, but I mute here.
whoa, 2 feet.
And how was the lighting in that area?
There's lights in the hallway, but we're standing in an open doorway that the wall is all windows. Sunlight's coming through, and you could operate in this light. There's that much light.
Did you notice any marks on her face when you were speaking with her?
No,
Did you see any bruises?
no,
Did you see any redness?
no,
Did you notice any swelling?
no,
No.
Did it look like Ms. Heard was wearing any makeup?
no.
Had you seen her wearing makeup before?
Yeah.
And you had seen her not wearing makeup before?
Yeah, I've seen, like I said, with the face mask, doing a face mask, no makeup, hanging around, waking up in the morning, no with makeup, glammed out to go out. And it's 3.5 years of seeing her in different forms.
Did you speak with Mr.
Did you
Drew
see her
about
in her
anything at that
final
point?
form, like Kefka?
Well, yeah, after I said that, hey, what's going on? And he gave me the high sign to like, hey, follow him. We went into my apartment and had a conversation.
And what happened after you had that conversation with Mr. Drew?
We left the apartment and we go walking back towards penthouse 1. And as I'm walking back, I say to Amber, as I'm walking up, he hit you? And she goes, yeah, he threw a phone at me and hit me. And I'm looking, because I had just seen her 2 feet away, and I'm going, where? And she puts her head out. She puts her face out like that for me to look at her, the right side of her face. And I'm looking, but at that point also, I'm looking, and I turn around, get on the other side. We're in the doorway. So I'm on this side with the light shining this way from the doorway with the lights above, but the sunshine. And she's got her face out like this, looking, to show me. And I'm looking, and I inspect the face. I'm looking at her forehead. I'm looking at the side of her eye. I'm looking at her cheek. I'm looking at her chin. I'm looking at the other side of the face. I'm looking at the whole thing. And I don't see anything. I don't see anything I don't see a cut, a bruise, swelling, redness. It's just Amber's face that she's going like this and showing me. So I'm not seeing anything. I back up and I'm making a joke. I make a joke going,
Uh-oh.
well, I don't see anything, but maybe all the beauty from one side of your face to the other side of the face is outshining everything, so I can't see anything. And she's laughed and she's, smiled. And I just looked at everybody and said, hey, it sounds nuts. And I went and I said, I gotta go. And I gave her a hug and kissed her on that side of the face. And then I left, said goodbye.
What was her reaction when you kissed her on that side of the face?
Nothing.
Did she flinch?
No.
Did you see Ms. Heard again the next day?
Yeah.
When was that?
So that's Monday. That was May 22nd, my birthday. So then the next day is
May
Monday,
23rd.
the 23rd. I had woken up with a chest cold, and I heard a knock on the door, and it's Amber. So I opened up the door.
Around what time was that?
That's, I want to say, maybe around noontime, maybe a little bit before. Maybe it could have been a little bit, I think around noontime again. And I went downstairs and I opened up the door.
And when you opened the door, did you have a good view of Ms. Heard?
Absolutely. Yeah.
How was the lighting?
Lighting's fine. Lighting from outside, and there's light from my place. Yeah. So the lighting was great.
Did you see any marks on Ms. Heard's face at that time?
No, same thing like the day before. There's no redness. There's no swelling. There's no bruises. There's no cuts. There's no nothing. Just Amber, looking like Amber.
Did you notice if she was wearing any makeup at that point?
She didn't look like she was wearing makeup then either.
What did Ms. Heard say to you during that encounter?
She was knocking on my door to see if I would take her house key, to let the cleaning lady in, because she had to go somewhere. And I woke up that day and I had some kind of chest cold thing. I was upstairs laying down, and so I looked at her and I said, "Hey, listen, I'm feeling sick. I'm going to be upstairs laying down this entire time for the day or whatever." And that so I can't do it. And then she stood there and is like, well, I got to figure out what to do. Like maybe if she was only dependent upon me to give the housekeeper the key. It's the housekeeper cleans both of our places. And so I said, hey, listen.
You got a housekeeper too? Damn.
That's awesome, huh?
And bring it downstairs to the concierge, and that's where the key will be. And tell Hilda, who is the housekeeper, that that's where the key is. And that's it. And you're set. And she was like, yeah, okay, I guess I could do that. And I'm 3 feet away from her, 2.5, 3 feet away from her talking with her.
How long did that conversation last?
3 minutes.
Did you see Ms. Heard again the next
No
day?
conversation
Yes,
with
I
this
did.
guy has ever
Where'd you see
lasted
her?
3 minutes.
Right?
Not
I
a
go-
In
chance.
his mind, it's 3 minutes.
Leaving my apartment on Tuesday to go downstairs to the cafe to go get something hot to drink. I still haven't shopped or did anything for what's a chest cold. And so I wanted something hot to drink. I go downstairs, and as I'm locking my door, that all of a sudden a group of women come up to penthouse 3, because in the corridor on the graph you could see we share the same corridor. So I'm locking my door, and a group of women show up.
Did you recognize who the women were?
3 of them, yeah.
Who were they?
It was, something, I'm unsure if it was 4 or 5 women, but it's Amber, it's her sister Whitney, and it's Melanie Iglesias, who's a makeup artist for Johnny and Amber. And then there's two other women I didn't recognize, but not sure.
Did you interact with the women at all?
Well, after closing the door, Whitney, who calls me her spirit animal, came running down down the hallway, going, "Isaac, spirit animal," and I'm going, "Hey, listen, I'm not feeling so hot. I'm not feeling so good," and I get duck under her arms, stop, and I love you, but stop, and I duck under her arms and I go past, and I'm passing the other ladies, Amber and her, who she's with, and I'm looking at them. They're laughing of this whole scene, and then that was it. And then I went past, and went down and got some hot tea.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face during that encounter?
It was a quick glance, but nothing shot out to me to like notice anything.
Did you see Ms. Heard again the day after that?
Well, I saw her again that day.
Oh, can you describe that, please?
Yeah, that on the way back from me being outside at the cafe, having a tea, I come walking back in, and now all her and the women that she was with are coming back out, and we're in the lobby, and the doors of the lobby, it's all windows, there's great light shining through the entire lobby. And the women there's a table in the middle of the lobby, and her friends, or I don't know if they're friends or not. I know three. One's a sister, and the other one's a friend. They're walking on one side of the table, and then she's on the other side of the table where I'm walking, and now we're walking past each other. And she's, of course, we're going to acknowledge each other and looking at each other. And now she's the sun shining right in our face. It's to my back because I'm walking in. And so that's like this, and saying, all right, hey, all right, enjoy yourself, have a good time, or whatever you're doing, and go by. And I went up. And that was it. That was the second time that I saw her. And that's on Tuesday.
And did you get a good look at her face during
Oh,
that second encounter?
Absolutely. The sun shining right on her face.
Did you notice anything unusual about her face?
Nothing. No cuts, no bruises, no swelling, no redness. No, it's Amber. It's Amber's face.
And then did you see Ms. Heard again the day after that?
Yes, I did.
And that's Wednesday, May 25th?
That's right.
Where did you see her?
At that point, I was like, okay, I got to shop for something because otherwise I'm not going to get rid of this chest cold. I'm going to go to the store,
That cold.
and on the way back, in between the garage and the building, there's this room with like vestibule, that's you have to walk through. And I'm coming in to go into the building, and Amber and Whitney, her sister, are coming out of the building to go into the garage. And we met there.
How long did you speak with them, if at all?
Yeah, we spoke. That's so we're facing each other. Amber and Whitney are across from me. We're 2.5 feet, 2 feet away from each other, talking. Of course, and so we stop, of course, to say, "Hey, what's up? What are you doing? Where you going? Where you going? Where you coming from?" I have bags of food in my hand of stuff that I went and I bought. And so I said, "Hey, I'm coming from shopping. I finally bought myself some stuff to get rid of this chest cold thing." And they go, and they're going to the CVS. And they look at me, and so what's yapping, everyone's smiling and stuff. And she says, "You sure we can't get you anything? How about we get you some aspirin or some cold stuff?" I said, "No, I think I got everything." And and they said, "You sure?" And I said, "Yeah, of course, I got it. Don't sweat it." and you know, a kiss or whatever. I got my hands, I can't hug or whatever. So, and then I said to see you, and I went up, and they went through the garage. That was it that day.
Did you have a good look at her face during that conversation?
Yes, this room. Yes, yeah, this room. It's completely lit. That it's a spot, and there's a camera taking cameras always on, a security camera, and always, and so it's got good lighting and stuff. Because this is a spot where if you use your fob key to go into the building, well, the door takes a long time to, it's one of those things with the pressure thing that the door just doesn't close shut. Takes a while for it to close. Someone could be in the garage who's not supposed to be in the garage, run and hold the door open. And that then they get into the apartment building, and then who knows, maybe somebody gets ripped off. But so it's well lit for security reasons, and that there's a camera there that's taking pictures, doing what the camera does.
Was Ms. Heard wearing makeup during that discussion?
Neither of them looked like they were wearing makeup at all. Whitney had this hat on that it was a fun hat or whatever, and that no makeup. I don't even know Whitney to be a makeup person, and that Amber, no, she looked like she was just natural Amber. It's all just as always, no makeup.
Did you notice any marks on Ms. Heard's face?
No.
Did you notice any swelling?
No swelling. No, there's nothing. There's no swelling, no bruising, no redness, no cuts, no. I don't even, nothing.
I'm going to be real interested how they approach this
Turning
guy on
back
Cross.
to
Yeah.
May 21st for a second, when you first heard that Ms. Heard told you Mr. Depp had hit her, do you recall that?
Say that again.
When Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp had hit her on May 22nd.
Yeah, my birthday.
How did you feel hearing her say that?
All right.
Wait, what?
What's the relevance to how he,
I mean, it's a present sense impression of how he perceived that in that moment.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Mr. Birch, did you see Ms. Heard at all the rest of that week of May 23rd?
No.
Did you learn at some point in time that Ms. Heard had filed for divorce from Mr. Depp?
Say that again.
Did you learn at some point in time that Ms. Heard had filed for divorce from Mr. Depp?
Yeah.
How did you learn that?
I learned it from the internet after the weekend, around probably Monday, either Sunday or Monday. I'm on the internet, and I end up seeing a picture of, it was the Friday of that week, the past week, and there's a picture of Amber wearing a black morning dress and with this brown mark on her cheek, and that she's been to a divorce. She went to go file for divorce. That's how I found out.
Were you surprised when you saw that?
Surprised is not the word. It's like, what the hell is this? What's going on?
So
And
you were
when met
surprised.
her, during that prior week, had she told you that she intended to file for divorce?
I'll allow it. Go ahead. You can answer the question, sir.
What's the question again?
At any point when you had seen her during that week, had Ms. Heard told you that she intended to file for divorce?
No. She never once. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday or Friday, not even see it. No, there's no, I'm clueless. She did not say anything about divorce.
So what did you think when you saw those pictures and read the articles and learned that she was filing for divorce?
All right.
I'm sorry, objection relevance to what
Alright.
he thought.
I mean,
the
it builds on
relevance?
all of the testimony he's given previously, Your
That's-
Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
When did you see Ms. Heard next after that?
She knocks on my door June 3rd, Friday night.
They have to establish
June
why his
3rd.
thoughts are relevant
She
before they
knocks
can
at-
get in there.
She knocks on my door around 11 o'clock is the next time that I see her.
And what happened when she knocked on your door on June 3rd?
I opened the door. I opened up the door. Naturally, you know, something I'll say is, "Hey, how you doing?" You know,
Man, how you doing?
to say hello. So I open up the door and say, "Hey, how you doing?" And she looks at me and she says, "I'm not feeling so hot that I made some food. Would you like to come over and eat with me?" And at that point, after, you know, everything I've seen, I looked at her, I said, "Listen, me and you, we're not going to talk anymore. After everything that I've just seen all week long, from the past week and change, listen, I'm confused, I'm angry, and I'm frustrated by everything that I've seen. And that I think the best thing is for me and you that we don't talk anymore."
Did she
That's-
say anything in response?
Damn.
Yes, in response to that, she looks at me and she says, "I told Johnny I don't want anything. The lawyers are making me do all of this." And that's what she said.
Did you respond to Ms. Heard?
No, what I was thinking was that to me, after saying that, after she said that to me, I'm thinking to myself, "Gay cock'em yum, hey, how
Wait, what?
you know?"
All right. I'll sustain that objection.
Gay
Next
cop
question.
Did he say-
is what the
Did you see any
that
injuries on
transcript picked
June
up.
3rd when you spoke with her?
I thought that's what I heard. I
Did you
love
ever
this
speak to Ms.
guy.
Heard again after that?
Well,
my
she said to me, after that, the lawyers are making me do all of this. Then I was just looking at her, and then she ended what she was saying by saying, "Well, I'm sorry you feel that way." And I closed the door and would never talk to her ever again.
Did you have any interactions with the staff at the Eastern Columbia building about Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Whew. So yeah, what I was saying earlier is they have to establish that his thoughts are relevant. Like his thoughts might be relevant to what he does next or to how he interacts with Amber Heard or something like that. But they have to establish that in informing the question, or say, you know, judge, okay, let me establish the relevance, judge, and then get into it. His thoughts alone are not relevant just by existing. You have thoughts. I have thoughts. Our thoughts have nothing to do with whether or not Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp. His thoughts might, but they got to get there. They got to put that down on paper first. What you're finding is that they're not really that relevant. You know what they want to say? Well, I didn't believe her. You know, they want that to come out just kind of naturally, but that's not going to just, the other team is not going to just let that fly.
Mr. Bruge, did you have any interactions with the staff of the Eastern Columbia building about Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And at some point, did you see a security video taken in the Eastern Columbia building?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
When was that?
Sometime in June, maybe 2 weeks in or something like that. It's 2-3 weeks in.
Can you describe what you saw in that video?
Yes, I can. It was a video of Amber and Whitney waiting at the elevator, a mezzanine level, coming from the garage, obviously, and waiting for the elevator. And Whitney does this to Amber. Pow! And hits her, like hitting her in the face. Going, pow! And then they start laughing.
Did Ms. Heard react at all in that video to the fake punch that you observed Whitney throw?
Yeah, she's laughing after doing it. They both, laughing at with each other.
Mr. Baruch, do you know who Elon Musk is?
Sure.
Have you ever seen Mr. Musk in person?
Yeah.
Where did you see him in person?
First time was I'm getting into the elevator on the rooftop, penthouse level. I'm going into the elevator, and he's coming out of the elevator, going past me.
And when did that take place?
This is after May. This is sometime June, it could be July, but after May.
In that same year, 2016?
Yeah.
And when was the second time that you saw Mr. Musk?
One morning, waking up and going and opening up the shades to the bedroom, and it's on the second floor, and it overlooks the balconies, our adjoining balconies, because my balcony joins with John and Amber's balcony, and that opening up the shades, I see Elon Musk going through the balcony door on their side to then walk down a common corridor to that then at the end leads to a door that you walk out to the rest of the rooftop, and you go to the pool, you go to the gym and stuff. So I'm looking out, and the view out the window is of both of our balconies. So that's where I saw him.
And when was that?
Oh, sometimes it's either June, July, but it's after May.
Mr. Baruch, how long have you known Mr. Depp?
Met him, I believe, in 1980, and what's 42 years? Well, it's going to be 42 years.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp be violent when angry with Ms. Heard?
Objection leading.
It's not leading.
I'll allow the question.
That wasn't
ever
leading at
seen-
all. It doesn't
I'm allowed to
imply.
answer.
Yes.
What's the question again?
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp be violent when angry with Ms. Heard?
No. Well, from what I said from before, there was an argument that I walked in. So there's that, but have I ever seen him be violent to her with physicality? No,
Did you ever
Never.
see him hit her?
never.
In your 3.5 years living at the Eastern Columbia building next to Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, did you ever observe any injuries or marks on Ms. Heard?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
All right. I'll
That's
sustain
not-
this deleting.
That's not a leading question.
Did you ever notice anything unusual about Ms. Heard when you were living at the Eastern Columbia building with her?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
It's not
I'll
leading.
allow
How does that imply the answer?
I can answer.
Yes, sir.
What's the question again?
Did you ever notice anything unusual about Ms. Heard during the time that you were living next door to her at the Eastern Columbia building?
Besides having great teeth, no.
Mr. Bruce, are you appreciative of everything that Mr. Depp has done for you?
Oh my God.
Your Honor, leading and relevant.
All right. I'll sustain this deleting.
Oh, it's definitely relevant
Mr. Bruce,
because
how do
you're
you
going to
feel
bring it
about what
up
Mr. Depp has done for you.
in
Objection.
10 seconds.
Well, you know what? No, I'll go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. I think that's withdrawn. Go ahead. You can answer the question.
He starts laughing.
Oh God.
You just answer the question, sir.
And the question is,
How do you feel about everything that Mr. Depp has done for you?
oh, come on, it's unreal. Yeah, it's, you think too much about it, you're gonna cry. That I appreciate everything that he's done for me.
I don't know why they
I-
objected to this in the first place. They're going to ask this question on cross.
Like stuff
Yep,
you
for
can't
sure.
pay back.
Would you lie for him under oath?
Oh, no.
Leading.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Have you given truthful testimony today, sir?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
It's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. All right. Cross-examination.
All right. I'm actually really excited for this
Start with
because
the makeup.
Yeah.
Now, you know that Ms. Heard was.
Excuse me. I
I'm sorry?
didn't hear the beginning of what you started saying.
I said, let's start with the makeup.
oh, and they've got this
Okay.
crazy
Okay.
baddie
Oh,
You're
great.
aware
This will
that
be
Ms.
awesome,
Heard-
Dan.
Ms. Heard has both modeled and been an actor, and had been for many years before you met her, correct?
I knew she acted. I didn't know she was a model.
Okay. Were you aware that she had a
Explains her
commercial agreement with L'Oreal, for example?
When now or back then?
What's your knowledge?
I don't know any of that.
Okay. Have you ever been with Ms. Heard when she has put makeup on?
I've been in the room, yeah, when makeup was getting put on her, yeah.
When makeup was being put on her, was this for some acting role or something like that?
It was an event that they were going to.
Mhm. So that was somebody else applying makeup to Ms.
Yeah.
Heard, who was going to have some gala event that she was going to.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been with Ms. Heard in her bathroom or anything when she's applying her makeup in the morning?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with Amica cream? Amica?
Amica?
Yes. Do you know what type of foundation Ms. Heard uses?
No.
Do you know what type of concealer Ms. Heard uses?
No.
Do you know what type of tint Ms. Heard uses?
I have no clue.
Do you know what types of powders Ms. Heard uses?
No.
So
That doesn't mean
when
he
you're
hasn't seen her
saying
without
that
makeup
you
and with
didn't
makeup.
notice any makeup, would it be fair to say that you yourself are not familiar with what type of makeup Amber Heard uses on a daily basis?
I don't know what she uses on a daily basis.
That's my point. Now, the first time
You
that
don't know if she
saw
uses
her,
anything,
which
though.
was May 22nd,
Yeah.
Ms. Heard was there. Were you aware she was on her way to somebody else's birthday party, not yours, but somebody else's that day?
No.
Okay. Can you tell me what her hairstyle was that day?
It's just down.
Down as in,
Just regular. She has it up now. She's got some kind of hairstyle.
Right now it's
but
up, then
no,
it was
she's-
down.
She
It's
was
down.
no hair down, regular, no makeup, just hanging.
well, when you say no makeup, you don't know she was not wearing makeup, correct?
For a fact?
Correct.
No.
And you don't know whether she had applied Amica cream, correct?
No.
And
I
you-
didn't even know what Amica cream is.
And you don't know whether she had applied concealer or foundation or powder or tint, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if she's going out to a party,
Yeah.
do you think she would want to have her bruise exposed?
She didn't have a bruise.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
What's the objection?
Cause for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
So.
Should have just let him answer.
do
She
you
didn't have a
recall what
bruise.
Ms. Heard was wearing that day?
You know something? I could have sworn she had on a schmata dress, hippie dress at that particular time, but I could be confusing it with June 3rd. She's got this Victorian type of long hippie dress that has embroidery, and she definitely was wearing that night.
All right, but let's go back to May 22nd. Do you
Yeah.
recall what she was wearing?
I could have swore she was wearing another schmata dress that I've seen her hanging around the apartment with.
And do you recall what color?
No,
Okay. Do you recall what jewelry Ms.
No.
Heard was wearing that day? No. Okay. Now, you indicated that there was a security guard there and there
Yes.
was Josh Drew,
Yeah.
correct? And was there anyone else there?
yeah, the two locksmiths.
Okay. So
And also in the apartment, for a fleeting second, a person went walking by and who seemed to me looked like it was Raquel Pennington, but it could have been another friend that was supposedly staying with them.
okay, so you saw somebody come by. So how many?
No, go through the living room and then they're out of the picture because they went upstairs. So that's somebody that else was in that room but walking by.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and you talked to Josh. What did Josh tell you?
When?
Josh Drew, he
Objection,
took you to the
hearsay.
side. What did he tell you?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Thank you.
Boom.
I'll sustain the objection to hearsay.
All right. Before you spoke with Josh Drew in the other room, what, if anything, had been said about what Mr. Depp did the night before?
Objection to the extent it calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
Be a hearsay objection. I'll sustain that objection.
I'm asking what, if anything?
That was still.
That's
solicit
still calling
hearsay.
for hearsay.
But he already testified about what Amber said. I'll go back to that.
Okay.
You
So
can
what
testify about what
exactly
Amber
did
said. It's a
Amber
party
Heard
admission.
Tell you happened the night before.
As I was walking up the first time, she turned to me and said, Johnny came by last night and got violent. So I'm changing the locks on penthouse 1, 3, and 5. Don't worry about your place.
Okay. Did you ask her for any more specifics on what she
About
meant by
changing
getting
locks?
violent?
Huh?
Did you ask her for any specifics about what she meant by he came by and got violent?
No.
Okay. Okay.
No.
I'm going to jump you to the next day for a few, and then I'm going to come back. But let's go to the next day. So the next day, you testified that you saw her twice, correct?
From Sunday? No. Monday I saw her once in the morning. I want to
That's when
say
she
around
came
12.
by to ask if you could have the key or that you could leave the key for the house.
Right, for Hilda.
And you weren't feeling well, right?
That's right.
Okay. So you wouldn't have been standing very close to Amber, right? Because you were sick?
Well, I opened up the door and I'm holding the door. We're like 3 feet away from each other. Yeah.
Okay. And you told her you were sick, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know where she was going out someplace, correct?
She was going somewhere.
All
Yeah,
right.
she wasn't going to be there.
All right. Do you know whether she had applied any Amica cream that morning to her face?
No.
Do you know whether she had applied any concealer to her face that morning?
No.
Do you know whether she had applied any foundation that morning?
No.
Do you know whether she had applied any tint that morning?
No.
Do you know whether she had applied any powder that morning?
No.
Now, the next day.
I can tell you, she looked like she wasn't wearing any makeup.
Right. And would you agree that people who are models and actors can be pretty darn good with putting makeup on so that you can't tell they're wearing
No.
makeup?
Objection, Your Honor.
Actually, just let him answer
Foundation
no.
Calls for speculation.
I think that's a fair question to ask him.
I'll sustain as a speculation.
All right.
Next question.
Do you have any knowledge of the skills of Amber Heard with respect to putting on makeup?
Well, it can't be that good because she's got a friend who is a makeup artist who came over to do makeup.
Right. And that makeup
That's awesome.
when
I
she's going to be
love
in
it.
some show or in some big public
Oh, man, that was
theater,
good.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makeup person, and you're talking about Melanie Iglesias, right? That
Right. Yeah.
makeup-
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. And that
Exactly.
makeup person doesn't put Amber's makeup on every day for her, does she?
I wouldn't know.
How many times did you see Melanie Iglesias put makeup on Amber?
One time.
Okay,
It's just one time.
okay. So she wasn't living at Amber's house, right?
No. I hung out with her and her husband and Johnny and Amber and over there one time eating and then another time it was when I met her that seeing her do makeup for these guys.
Okay, so you're not saying that Amber doesn't know how to put makeup on herself, correct?
Oh no, I'm sure she does.
Okay, but again,
I would
you've
think she does,
you-
but for the most, I'll tell you what, over 3.5 years, living around each other, for the most part, she's not a makeup wearing person, completely natural. Her, Rocky, total great complexion, Texas natural girl next door, no makeup wearing, hanging out.
Did Amber ever tell you she was not wearing makeup?
Did she ever tell me?
In any of those 3.5 years that you're saying she wasn't wearing it around the house, did she ever say, I don't have a stitch of makeup on?
As many times as she's told me I am wearing makeup, which is, I can't remember. So I don't know. Yeah, no. There's not one time I remember that or saying that.
Okay, so now let's go to the next day. I think that's the day you've got the 2 times that you saw her. She's with other people.
They call me
Yeah.
the
and
2
she's either
times
going out or
sometimes.
coming in, correct?
Well, first time they're coming in, and the second time they're going out.
So they've been out someplace before they're coming in, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
I'll allow it. You can answer the question, sir.
Oh, I have no clue.
Okay, but they're physically entering the house. In other words, they haven't been in the house, they're coming to the house from someplace, right?
Oh, I would have no idea. When I walked out, who knows? They might have been out and twice before that, but I don't know. They
Okay.
could be coming from another apartment, coming, to go there. And I'm seeing them, it could be the second time that they're entering this apartment, or the first time, or the third time. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
I have no idea.
and do you know, so you don't know where they were?
No,
And
of
so you
course
have
not.
no idea whether they were out in public someplace, correct?
No, of course not. I
All right.
wouldn't know that.
All right. And then the later time that you saw them that day, they were going out, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you know whether Amber had any Amica cream on that day?
No, I don't know.
And I'll try to make this faster. Do you know whether Amber was wearing concealer, foundation, powder, or tint that day?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, the next day, I think you said it was she and Whitney, is that correct?
On Wednesday, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And again, do you know whether she was wearing any Amica cream?
Sorry. Totally sorry. Sorry. No,
Oh my
And
gosh.
do you know whether she was wearing concealer, foundation, powder, or tint?
no.
Okay. Can you tell me what Amber's hairstyle was on the 23rd?
That's Monday. Like I said, when she knocks on my door, hands down.
Okay. Can you tell me what she was wearing that day?
Not exactly, but if best of my recollection, pair of dungarees and a t-shirt.
Okay.
At the time when she knocked on my door to give me the key. If she went home to go change or something like that, I got no clue.
Do you remember what color the t-shirt was?
I think it might have been white, best of my recollection.
Do you remember what jewelry Amber had on?
Oh.
Okay, let's go to the next day, the Wednesday, and you've got all these people here.
Next day is Tuesday.
Okay,
Oh,
next day,
shit.
Tuesday is when you had the bunch of people coming together to her house
Love
the
this
first
guy.
time, right?
Right.
What was she wearing then?
You want to know something? I do remember of a women's beige long coat.
Listen to
Kinda
this
like
guy.
a woman's.
It's a
not
random
raincoat,
Tuesday
but it could be
years
similar
ago.
to that. It was a beige, long, kind of looking like a business coat type of thing. The female version of a Columbo jacket.
Okay, and what was she wearing under it?
Oh, I have no clue.
Okay, and do you remember what jewelry she was wearing?
No.
Okay. Now, you said that on
You're
the
trying to impeach this
22nd
man's
that
memory,
you
and it's
kissed
fucking
her
way
on
beyond
the
what
cheek.
anybody
What
else
day?
The
remembers.
22nd, your birthday?
22nd, Sunday, yes.
Okay, so when you showed it the first time, you went like this, right? And then the next time when you said you did the kisses, you went like this. What's your typical way of kissing women when you greet them? Or say goodbye?
I'm not understanding any of what you just did.
Okay, so when you, well, I'll just leave it at Amber. When you, I take it that you would regularly kiss Amber on the cheek when you to say hello and to say
Oh, yeah.
goodbye?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
And tell us how you did that. Can
Objection,
you
Your
just
Honor.
show? I'm sorry,
Which time regularly? Oh,
did you have a different way of kissing her on the cheek different times? Or did you have a general way that you would
Look at his face,
greet or
just
say goodbye to
bewildered by
Amber
how
with
the
kisses?
stupidity of this
Regular,
question.
it's a regular, you give a peck on the cheek, or, like you just touch cheeks and
Okay.
that's that.
So it's a pretty soft, it's kind of like almost a superficial one, or is it a really hard one on the cheek?
No, it's, just, yeah, you kiss someone on the side of the cheek. I don't know, pressure-wise, what kind of talk is there?
I mean, is
Lip
it just
talk?
one of these little pecks, or is it much harder?
No, it's a regular. You touch, you touch and boink, and that's that.
What,
So
pressure-wise, you
think
got
it's
the lip
pretty
talk?
hard? You peck her on the cheek pretty hard every time?
objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll sustain objection if you want the next question.
Okay.
Kelsey.
You also showed that you did one like this. Did you ever do a two kiss when you greeted Amber? Two cheeks?
No, I'm not European. I'm from Brooklyn. No, you give, Europeans do the,
All right.
both sides. Sometimes you even three. Bam, bam, bam.
But you never did
no.
that.
No, no,
Okay.
no.
All right, let's go to the fake punch.
I'm not
I wanna
European.
make
That'd be
sure that I understand
ridiculous.
Exactly what you remember seeing.
Yeah.
You said that it was 2 to 3 weeks into June. Is that correct? That you saw it?
It's got to be somewhere in that period.
Okay.
To somewhere in the first three. I would say the first 3 weeks of June.
All right.
Yeah, somewhere like that.
Can you recall which week?
No,
Okay. So you saw Whitney and Amber. Was there anyone with them?
no.
Okay. Do you recall what either of them was wearing?
Long jackets. Yes, actually I do.
Okay.
Long jackets, overcoats.
And how was Amber's hairstyled that day?
Down, pulled back.
Pulled back or
Well,
down?
when I say, it's like hair's down, maybe because of something around the neck or whatever, the hair is, flipped back or whatever. Not tied back. I don't remember if it was tied back, but just where it's full.
Okay.
That I remember.
Okay. So now where were they standing when you watched this?
This is where would they stand?
Yes.
They're standing, waiting for one of the elevators on the mezzanine floor where there's, I guess you could see, there's cameras that, has that view of the elevators
So
on the
they're on the-
mezzanine floor.
So they're on the mezzanine level.
Yeah, this is the same level. This is the same level. There's apartments on that level. And that's how the exit, how you get out to go to the garage.
And so were they coming back from the garage?
Well, if they're standing at the elevator outside, that it could be and waiting to get into the elevator on that floor. So it could be that maybe they came from outside, maybe they know somebody who lives on that floor because there's apartments there. I got no clue where they're coming from. That's not even in the thought process. When I see this, it's not like, well, I wonder where they're coming from.
Okay.
No, it's
Okay.
just
So now
what I saw.
tell
guy's
me where
great,
they were each
Because he has a way of
Stands.
answering
Great
questions that make the questioner
As
sound
I'm
so
watching the
stupid.
video, this tape, Amber's on the left and Whitney's on the right.
Okay. And then tell me, just take us through. Tell me what you saw.
Amber's on the left, Whitney's on the right. They're hanging out. Can I stand up?
Yes, sir.
And so here's Amber, here's Whitney, and they're hanging, waiting for the elevator. And Whitney they're looking at each other, yapping or whatever they're doing. And
This guy looks like he's
Whitney
going to sell
goes
me a
like this.
wristwatch.
Fake pow, and then
I love it.
left, and then they're just standing there.
I love his
yapping.
He's
What they're
going
doing.
to act it
How
out.
close does Whitney's fist get to Amber?
Oh, I'm watching this. It's a fake thing. It's not. It's
Right,
not
right.
like she went and she hit her own
No,
sister.
no, but I'm
She
asking
didn't go
how
and
close.
hit her. If here's my face, it's just coming by. Fake punch going by.
He should say, I heard actors are very good at faking punches.
That would have been fucking
Just
amazing.
making believe. It's
Okay.
a believe punch.
Okay. And then they both laugh, you say.
Yeah, they both, they just start,
Did you watch them get on the elevator?
no.
Okay, so the part that you saw, the elevator never opened during that time.
That's right.
Okay.
That is correct.
And how many seconds would you say, or minutes would you say this little clip was?
Oh, what I saw was 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Okay. And do you recall what day that was?
That I saw this?
No. Was there a date on the video?
Oh, I don't, if there was, it wasn't something that I acknowledged.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, now let's go
video is
back
from a
to the
different
argument
time.
that you witnessed
They just
between
randomly pulled it
Mr.
up.
Depp and actually Ms. Heard, who was on the phone or the speakerphone. Do you recall testifying about that?
Say this again, start again,
Yes,
again.
let's go back to, you testified that you observed an argument between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Do you recall that? You came into the room, Mr. Depp had
Yeah.
Amber on speakerphone. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Depp was drunk. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall that Amber was actually in London, not New York?
No,
You don't recall that?
no, I thought I thought it was she was in New York.
Okay. And you recall that Mr. Depp was accusing Amber of sleeping with somebody, right?
There was somebody else in the room with her, and that's what they were arguing about.
Are you sure that Mr. Depp wasn't thinking there was someone in the room and she was trying to tell him there wasn't somebody in the room?
He say that again?
Are you sure he was saying someone was in the room and she was trying to convince him there wasn't anybody in the room?
Well, he said that he heard the other voice.
Okay, and did you hear the voice?
Oh no. I
Okay.
walked in there already. This is already in motion.
Right, and Amber saying, why are you saying that? Right?
Amber was saying, "Come on, baby, why are you being like this? What are you doing? Come on, Johnny. What? There's no need. Why are you being like this?"
Right.
And it was taunting.
How is
Ooh.
it taunting?
Ooh.
You say, why are you accusing
Dang,
me of
man.
having somebody in my room?
Dumb question.
Because they were in the midst of no solution. At that point, it would be instead of taunting, saying, "Listen, John, let's talk tomorrow and let's end this conversation right now and we'll talk tomorrow and we'll get to an understanding." Because there's not going to be any solution right now. But there was none of that. It was just continuous, oh, baby,
So
and that kept it going.
if Mr. Depp in his drunken state was suffering from delusions and
Oh my
Objection calls for
God.
you
speculation.
think it would have been reasonable for Amber to be saying, what's going on? Why are you saying this? What's going on?
Objection.
Your Honor. Speculation.
Thank you.
I'll allow the question. You can answer.
What?
What? How? If he had
Would I
delusions?
think it would be what?
If Mr. Depp was suffering from delusions and there wasn't anybody in the room and he hadn't heard a voice but thinks he's hearing a voice, would it be reasonable for Amber to be trying to figure out what's going on?
Objection, Your Honor. Hypothetical speculation.
I'll sustain as a speculation to that.
Yeah, the exact
And
same
the bottom line
question.
is you-
Yeah, exactly.
You don't
Fucking judge
know
realized she messed that
what
up.
he said
Nope.
first or whether there was any voices, correct?
Whether he heard voices?
Yes.
Besides hers?
Yes.
No, I didn't hear the beginning of the
Okay.
conversation.
And then after the hang up, he went straight to bed, right?
No, after the first hang up,
Yeah.
she calls back again, which was it necessary? I don't know.
Do
And
you
then
know
a third
whether she
time,
knew? Do you know whether she knew whether he accidentally hung up or not?
that he accidentally hung up.
Right. Do you know whether she knew whether he hung up intentionally or accidentally?
No, the same way that I wouldn't know if, like, yeah, she didn't know that the telephone line got cut.
Right. Okay. So after the 3 calls that you testified about, he went straight to bed, right?
Went to the couch and laid down.
Right.
Yeah.
And he was drunk.
Yeah, and he went to sleep. Yeah, he went out.
Do you know whether he'd taken any drugs that night?
No.
Now, you have known, you've already testified, you've known him for 42 years.
Yeah.
You didn't pay rent at the penthouse, correct?
No, no one did.
Right. Okay. And then after you finished at the penthouse, you went over and lived with him in Sweetser, correct?
I live in one of his house that he owns on Sweetser.
And you still live there
Yes,
and rent-free, correct?
yes.
Okay. And has, other than the 100,000, you never paid that back, right? The 100,000 that he's given you?
No, that's a thing that's a thing for me how I look at it and stuff. At some point, I would love to pay back some that money, but that's not something that is expected. He's expecting.
Is literally
Would you
all
say
they
you're kind of
have.
beholden to Mr. Depp?
No, not beholden at all.
He's given you $100,000. He's put you
Over
in
a
that
period of-
nice.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear the whole question. Can you say it again?
You were rent-free in penthouses for a number of years, and now you've been rent-free ever since in Sweetser?
That's a nice friend.
Yeah, okay. And I think you testified already, you're pretty angry with Ms. Heard, right?
No.
When?
I wrote it down that you
Oh,
were.
about the phony pictures that were taken and put in tabloids,
Oh shit.
Oh, bam.
and about and the way she's
Oh, she messed up big there.
got a fraudulent DV claim to extort and blackmail.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh, he,
kind of got me
Pretty angry with it.
frustrated, confused, angry, upset. Yes, which is why I said.
oh man, she messed up.
Not to talk to each other.
Okay.
Yes.
And was it fair to say? You're
Okay.
still with her?
So, you know something? It's 6 years.
But we
It's
just heard you
6
give your
years. Am
version.
I angry anymore? I'm not, what I am is tired, and I want this all to end. Her to go heal, him to go heal. So, so many people have been affected by this malicious
giving a
lie that
soliloquy.
she started and she created, and it's gone out the door and around the world. And so I can't even paint anymore. I've stopped painting for the last who knows how many years, and
Holy
that's
shit.
affected by stuff. I'm not angry at anybody. I want the best for her to take her responsibility, heal, and move on. And for Johnny, his family has been completely wrecked by all of this stuff, and it's not fair. It's not right what she did and what happened for so many people to get affected from this. It's insane.
And Mr.
That's
Baruch,
how this happened.
and Mr. Baruch, if in fact she's telling the truth, and if in fact Mr. Depp, who has
Holy
engaged
shit.
in enormous rage and domestic abuse and violence of Amber over a period of time that you wouldn't know about, then maybe it's time for him to take responsibility, don't you think?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Speculation, lack of foundation, relevance.
Speculation.
He just went off on this rant and rave about assuming that she's.
Rant and rave.
I didn't ask a question that launched that.
Yes, you
The
did.
objection.
Okay,
All right, next
you don't,
question.
I'll ask this.
Okay.
Mr. Baruch, you don't know whether Mr. Depp has committed domestic violence of Amber Heard, do you?
I never witnessed. I never saw or witnessed whatever type of claim that is being said, ever. I've
Okay.
never seen him be violent since teenagers from first
I didn't
meeting.
ask you that. I said you don't know whether he has committed domestic violence or abuse on Amber Heard. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. I did
Okay.
not witness any physical
Right.
violence.
But you have seen Mr. Depp use drugs as well as drink and be drunk, correct?
So
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now,
I've
how,
partaken.
I'm going to ask you to take a look. Let's pick up Depp exhibit number 116 again. It's already in. If we can have that published to the jury.
Ms. Birdhoff, how much more do you think you have?
I think I can finish it up if you give
Okay,
me
sure,
5 or 10
sure.
more
No,
minutes,
that's well.
maybe less.
Okay, all right. I'll
Thank
hold
you.
you to that. Okay.
Okay. So Mr. Baruch, I just want to make sure that I understand. This is the penthouse thing, and you
Ms.
said.
Birdhoff, if you could go to the microphone, it's just so hard to hear
Yeah,
you.
I just realized that.
Thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
So on this diagram, when you got out of the, you said 9:30 today, but in fact, it was between 9:30 and 10 that you came back with your friend, correct?
No, it was around 9:30. Could be 5 minutes one way, 5 minutes the other way. Could have been this.
Do you recall saying it was between 9 and 9, or between 9:30 and 10 earlier?
Today?
No.
Did I said that?
Do you recall, are you sure it was 9:30, give or take 5 minutes, or could it have been between 9:30 and 10?
It was 9:30, give or take 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, either way.
And you saw a broken sconce.
No,
Correct.
I did not see a broken sconce.
What did you see?
I saw a broken glass on the floor, shards of glass, pieces of glass, which I figured could have been a broken sconce, or possibly maybe something from the fire department stuff that's around the walls. So it could be something broken from that. But maybe one of the sconces broken. I didn't see a broken sconce. I just saw the glass.
Okay, was there typically a sconce right there as you come off the elevator?
Yeah, from my memory, there was sconces on the walls, certain places.
Do you remember looking that night and saying, where did this glass come from? There's a broken one. Did you tie it together?
No, it wasn't. It was an assumption it had to come from some of those places because what the glass looked like to me looked like it might have come from one of those places. Could
Okay.
have been, maybe the sconce.
Okay, when you said from the fire thing, were you talking about the fire extinguisher? and
No,
asking
no,
for
no,
that?
not the fire
No,
extinguisher.
no.
There was a, in the
No,
hallway,
no.
first hallway that you go through, the doors that you walk through after you get out of the elevator, those doors, they're fire doors that you close. All right, hopefully no one gets burned to death. That would be, it's, crazy. But then along the wall, I believe by the staircase, because there's a door that's when next to penthouse 5, then there's the doorway, the stairwell door, and I believe there's a thing that's by the floor there that's got a glass plastic thing around it. So it could have been something from that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
All right, yes, ma'am.
What happened to that 5 minutes?
Counsel.
I was just going to go to his deposition now.
Do you have another copy of the deposition?
Is this something for me to look at?
Just wait for a question, sir.
I asked you a few minutes ago whether you were sure that it was 9:30, give or take 5 minutes, or if it could have been somewhere between 9:30 and 10. Do you recall me asking that question?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at page 39. Do you recall giving your deposition on November 20, 2019?
Oh, from down in Anaheim?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
And were you under
That's
oath
the
at that
first-
time?
Well, yeah, I
Okay, and
think
that-
that's, I believe so,
It
yeah.
was about 2.5 years ago, wasn't it?
2, 3, yeah, like between 2 and 3 years, yeah,
All
sure.
right, so if you could take a look, starting on page 39.
Hang on a second.
And if you go to the line 21, where were you on the evening of May 21, 2016? And your answer was, all right. So I was out in the street. I was with a buddy of mine, calls me. He asked if I wanted to go out and eat. And I says, I just ate, just meet me. Let's meet at the apartment. Let's go hang out. So I met him at my apartment, probably, I want to say around 9:30 or a little bit later. I don't know. Yeah, between 9:30 and 10. Do you see that?
So I met him at my apartment, probably I want to say around 9:30 or a little bit later. I don't know, yeah, between 9:30 and 10.
Okay.
And that ends up,
So does that refresh your recollection that it could have been a little bit, somewhere between 9:30 and 10?
I go more with 9:30, give or take 5 minutes, because it could have been 9:20.
Okay,
It
but,
could have been 9:25.
but-
It could have been 9:35, but I go with 9:30.
okay. And did you see any police officers?
No.
Okay. Did you ever hear any police officers?
No.
Okay. So let's go back to this 116 for a second. And you said that you saw a lot of wine right outside of
Wait a
Penthouse.
second, it's line 115?
Sorry. The exhibit that's in front of you on the screen.
Oh.
So you go by Penthouse, now I have to hurry up to make my promise to Your Honor. So you see Penthouse 1 there, and you said that the wine was in that area, right?
It's in front of the door.
Okay,
It's a little, it's gonna be 1.5 feet, 2 feet up further north.
north, closer on the way to PH3?
No, it's right in front of the doorway. You have it past the doorway, the blue dot. It's,
That wasn't.
it's
intentional.
just
I can
in
make it
front of that doorway.
There we go. Okay. Can you put the dot exactly where it was?
Little dots going down on the right side. There you go.
Okay.
Can I move that dot?
And how much?
Said, can I move that dot?
A puddle,
It was a puddle.
a puddle of wine.
Could you walk past it without seeing it?
No.
No.
It was, and could you tell a little bit about how much probably had been spilled of the wine? I mean, were we talking like a half a bottle, a bottle?
Looked like, a couple of glasses of wine, making a puddle.
Okay.
Wasn't like a full bottle. It's
Okay.
That's a bit more.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I do have another exhibit I need to put in, and
Okay.
I think that might take a little bit longer than a couple of minutes.
Well, how
So-
much time are you talking?
Well, I can do it as fast as I can,
You
but
can try.
okay,
go ahead.
then can we Heather, can you pick up, well, it's going to be Plaintiff's Exhibit 548. Now, do you have a recollection of Mr. Depp having a volatile relationship with his earlier partner, Vanessa Paradis?
No, but then again, I met her a couple of times. Our paths weren't crossing at that particular time when they were together.
All right, do you recall Mr. Depp ever referring to a circumstance with her as carnage?
Also hearsay.
We're talking, he's trying to give character testimony here, and I'll tell you what, I'll move to a different
Okay.
one.
All right.
Yeah, you
And
need to
said
move
that
on
Mr.
from that.
Depp and Ms. Heard were, you said that they were always nice to each other?
Yeah.
Do you ever remember Mr. Depp referring to Amber with the term cunt?
Like to her face.
Like to her
No,
face.
Like to her face. Oh my God.
To you?
Maybe in a text.
All right. Did he do it more than once in a text?
I would have no recollection of that. I mean, he's called me a cunt in a text. So, I mean, it could be. I don't know how many texts. If there's something specific, if you could show me a text, that would be a different story. But I don't. We've had many texts together, many kind.
Okay, let's go to line 57 then. It would be section 57 of the exhibit that I have in front of me.
Oh God.
Now, this is a text message between you and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
She is getting slaughtered up here.
In Texas.
If you go down to 50, go to the one that's number 57.
57 from.
Objection, Your
This
Honor.
is from me to him.
I'm sorry.
May I approach?
Okay, sure.
What, like to a face? Oh gosh. What a brilliant answer. This guy's good. He's good. He's cuz he's not dodging hard questions. He's not doing it. Or he doesn't come across as dodging, right? What, like
Seems like somebody you'd want to hang out with. He's fun, I mean,
Yeah,
it's just, that's what you want, man. The jury's got to be sitting over there acting like they're going to be like, yeah, this is funny.
And he's fun, but he's believable.
Believable, yes.
Because he's like, maybe he called her a cunt in a text message to me at some time. I mean, he's also called me one. Frankly, I am. He's.
I like that. Was she good at putting on makeup? She couldn't be. She had to hire someone.
Are you on 57 yet?
My God, it's been well over 10 minutes.
57.
Come on, Judge.
Oh yeah, it's
And-
110 on the
this
East Coast.
is to you, correct, from Mr. Depp?
Is that how it says from to 323-445-2400? That used to be my telephone number. So
That's two, correct?
Oh, okay. I understand. I
right.
understand. Yes,
Doxed
yes,
his
yes.
old
right.
number.
And,
That's
and,
to me.
all right, and the message he's sending to you, and this is October 18, 2016, is hopefully that
Objection, Your Honor. Exhibit's not in evidence, and she's reading directly from it.
Yep.
Record.
All right.
All right, does this refresh your recollection that Mr. Depp referred to Amber Heard as a
Objection.
cunt, and in fact, cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll ask it differently. Do you recall Mr. Depp ever telling you that he, in base terms, hoped that Amber's rotting corpse is decomposing
Objection,
in
Your
the
Honor.
trunk of a Honda Civic?
I'm not understanding the question. Say it again.
Do you recall Mr. Depp ever telling you that he hoped that Amber Heard's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic?
She just read it again. It's not in evidence.
You can't read it.
You can answer the questions.
Yeah, well, I say, yeah, I'm seeing it here. So obviously, yeah, it was said.
Okay,
It was written.
and then go to 59, please.
Why a Honda Civic?
And
I like that.
when you had to move out of penthouse to go to Sweetser, do you recall Mr. Depp telling you that this was Amber's fault and referring to her as a cunt?
Can I read this
Yes,
thing
please.
first? So that
Yes,
way.
please.
Oh, that's what she
going.
wants. She wants you to read it out loud because she can't just read it out loud, even though she basically just did twice.
Yep.
Mouthing through every word of the text.
So now I've just read this and I understand. I remember this exactly because this is the period of time, I'm moving, and that he's selling the apartments and there's people who are coming over. I'm still living there, and it would have been better off if I moved out, so that way then the real estate people can look at it and not come in and look at the kind of paintings that I make and all that kind of crap.
But my question
so-
to you is, do you recall Mr. Depp calling Amber Heard a cunt and saying that it was her fault?
Well, it's written there, so yeah, I could see that.
Okay,
So it's if. Well, I don't. That's not what he says. He says that cunt ruined such a fucking cool life we had for a while. I don't know. That's
and
not.
he says, I can't even look at the building anymore, correct?
Right. I can't even
Right.
look at the
And
building
he's selling
anymore.
it, right?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move the admission of those two limited. Excuse me.
Objection, Your Honor. There are some, it's a significant exhibit. There's definitely some hearsay in there.
I think I'll reserve on that, on the entry of that, okay, and we can discuss it later time, okay? Are you done?
I don't, my co-counsel said I should go with
Or, I'm not going to public, I'm reserving on whether, so are we done with Cross?
Yes.
Okay, and redirect briefly? We're going to be done with this witness before lunch.
Okay.
There we go.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Baruch, do you recall that Ms. Bredehoff was just asking you some questions about some text messages you received from Mr. Depp?
Yeah.
Do you recall when those text messages were sent?
Yeah, tell me all about it.
No, I'd have to look at them again and look at the date.
Could you display it to the witness again? Please?
Do you recall just testifying that you remembered exactly what was going on at the time? Because this is what she wants him to do. She wants him to talk about what was happening.
And I believe we looked at lines 59. Excuse me, 57. to the date of when you received that text message.
All right, hang on. It's the month before, it was the month before I moved out. Okay,
When was that text message sent?
it says 10/18/2016. That's October. I moved out the next month, so in November. So this is from October.
So was that message sent several months after Ms. Heard made claims against Mr. Depp of domestic violence?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'll allow it.
Yes, of course. This is after this whole fiasco that she started.
And if we look at line 61,
What am I looking at?
Oh my gosh.
what's the date on that message?
It's 10/28, October.
We can take that down. Mr. Baruch, Ms. Bredehoff asked you a series of questions about the security video from the Eastern Columbia building that you observed. Do you recall that?
Yeah, the POW.
When did you understand that footage was from?
I'll sustain it. Ask the
That's-
answer.
No, that's not actually accurate at all. She asked what date was on the security camera.
Did you have an understanding at the time that you saw that video of when it was from?
This is not asked and answered.
Sustain the objection.
No, fight back.
Ms. Bredehoff also asked you a series of questions about the argument that you overheard between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp on the phone. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you could hear Ms. Heard's voice on that phone, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall if that was a FaceTime call or if it was just regular speakerphone?
It's just this speakerphone.
And what did you understand her tone to be on that call that you overheard?
I'll allow it if you can answer. It's fine.
Taunting, egging on, almost demeanoring.
Demeanoring.
Baby talk.
Demeanoring.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection as to his answer, and I'll strike
The whole answer, Your Honor?
the answer, yes.
I believe you testified that Mr. Depp hung up the phone during that conversation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you understand that Mr. Depp was trying to end the argument by hanging up the phone?
His understanding of what Mr. Depp was trying.
All right, I'll sustain. That's past speculation.
Your Honor, he heard the phone call and he was there to directly
But
observe.
what Johnny Depp's intention was, I'll sustain the objection.
I know what my intent.
Sir,
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay, thank you. Wait for the question. Thank you, sir.
What was your understanding of your intent with respect to hanging up the phone on that
Objection, Your Honor.
conversation?
He already asked and answered when he said he hung it up. And so
It was asked and answered. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
Possibly, Your Honor.
There's a silence.
Yeah, please say yes. He's been a magical.
Yes or no?
Yep.
Not
You
for
want to
not for
save
you.
this guy.
Yes,
All right,
yes, for us.
all right, sir, since
Yeah.
you're subject to recall, that means that you may be called again to testify at some point. So that means until that time, the rule on witnesses still is in place for you. So you cannot have any outside information or talk to anybody about your testimony here today. And don't look at any information about this on the news, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to go at this time.
Thank
I
you.
love that man.
All right, so,
Man, that guy was great.
I love him.
Prosecution wants to save
all
him
right, ladies and gentlemen,
for
we'll go ahead and take
for
our
rebuttal.
afternoon lunch. We'll give you till 2:30 to take care of lunch again. No outside information, and please don't discuss this case, okay? All
I
right,
feel like
thank
this
you. Have a
judge
good-
is going to
good lunch.
teach me how to make a campfire. Give me a merit badge. Like, what's going on? There you go. Let's see if there's anything that they hit right before we go to lunch.
All right, so we'll come back at 2:30 then? Is that correct? All right, thank you.
She was ready to get out of there. She was like, I seem to remember her saying, "We're going to hold you to that 5 to 10 minutes," and not exactly.
Yeah, it was a good 20 minutes at least.
Yep.
So there you go. We are on lunch break. We'll be back. Well, I mean, we'll be here. We'll be here for a little bit. I got some super chats to read. In just a minute, I will need to step away for just a couple minutes. I have to make a daytime phone call, and by the time the show's over, the place will be closed. So I have to do that. But Tug will be here.
I will take over.
Hostile takeover of the stream. But let me read these chats that we had come in. Ocean Redux says amber lamps. Okay. Abe Eckstein says that means take a dump in the sea in Yiddish. Oh yeah. So when he said like gay cock in my balls or whatever he said, I'm not, it was, I can't remember the phrase, but it's like, yeah, it has some funny meanings. It's an actual phrase. Next is Morgan K says, interesting that the Depp team didn't push the fact that Baruch is an artist who paints skin tones. So he would have an eye for changes in skin tone, makeup, even if he didn't know what was used. It's his profession.
That's a perfect. I didn't think about that. That's a good point.
It's a good point, but also, I mean, I think his laugh, when he just laughed at her the like 5th time she asked if he knew if she put on Amica cream or whatever, he just laughs at it. I think that was such a great way to deal with the line of questioning. He's like, I'm looking at her face. I see her all the time. I'm hanging out with her with makeup, without makeup, and she's not wearing makeup. I'm telling you, she's not wearing. Well, don't you agree that she might know how to put makeup on without you noticing? No, I've seen her with makeup and without makeup. And then she finally asks the 15th time about that Amica cream and just goes, I don't know.
He has a mind like. He had a mind like a steel trap too. He was like, I remember how their hair was, what they were wearing. I mean, yeah.
And that's the funny thing. So she's trying, hey, well, what jewelry was she wearing? I mean, that's one. How do you even describe what jewelry someone's wearing? Oh, it's a necklace with diamonds. Like there's not. It's really hard to accurately describe jewelry that you probably barely noticed.
Those are emeralds, sucker. Haha, gotcha.
Yeah, but he's pulling out more details than most people would have. What was she wearing? Oh, like this beige long business, like a Columbo coat for a woman, right? Like just having that detail. What was she wearing underneath? I have no idea. Like he saw the coat. Why would he know what's under there?
I liked, have you been in her bathroom in the morning to put on her makeup? I was like, what the, really?
Yeah, that was a weird question, but he flummoxed her. He flummoxed that lady. And then the best part was, his rant, and you could see his lawyers, Depp's lawyers' faces when she characterized his unhinged rant or whatever.
Yeah.
They didn't need to say anything, but they could have really said, Your Honor, she asked the question. She didn't like the answer. She's trying to mischaracterize the witness's testimony. This is her own bed. She gets to lie in it. They could have gone after, but the judge said, you asked the question. You asked the question. And that's why when you ask questions on cross, you're supposed to ask closed-ended leading questions. That's the whole purpose of it, because you'll get a witness like this who will just blow up your world if you leave them an opening to say what they want. If you say, no, how were you feel like, what did you do that day? Well, I went down and I saw this bitch out there lying. Like that's what you open up to. So you have to say, then you got up that morning. Yeah. You went out of your apartment. Yes. You went to the garage and you got in your car. Correct. So you went to the grocery store. You did that. You need to narrate the events and have them just confirm it, because if you leave it open, they're hostile. They'll destroy you. They'll make you look stupid. I mean, several times he got to say she lied. This is all started because of her fraudulent domestic violence claim. The lie that she started got picked up and run around the world. I mean, that's good stuff for Depp's team, because again, he's likable, he's memorable, and he's engaging. There's no way the jury's asleep during that guy's testimony.
He cried too. I thought his cry,
Yeah.
that came across very, very real. So
Yeah, the saddest part is that now we know that Yellow Flash has been doxxed, and he's actually Johnny Depp's longtime friend, crying on the witness stand. No, it just came across very, very genuine. The cry didn't seem fake. It's not like he sat there and dwelled on it. You could just hear it in his voice. He broke, right? He just had that natural break, got verklempt, and went through it. But no, it was very, very good testimony. And the biggest thing they got is, well, Johnny paid for you to live. Yeah. Paid for a lot of people to live. That was also established and will continue to be established as this thing goes. But did you ever pay back the $100,000? No, not even occur to it. That's not the type of arrangement it was. And I don't know if people know this or don't know this, but patronage is actually like something that has historical roots and goes way back. Very frequently, you would have you would do patronage for artists because it's really hard to sell art, especially when, like he said, I'm a nobody. I'm just a guy. I want to do some paintings, but nobody knows who I am. So patronage was a way in which a person who appreciated something someone else did and had extra means could just provide them the opportunity to make the thing. And so it's not actually that out of the ordinary, weirdly enough, but it's not like it's some new thing that is made up just for this guy, some special arrangement. Matthew Self says, wants me to say, lawyer lady, you're being a schmuck, a little bit of a schmuck. So there you go. Jesus Davila with a thumbs up. Thank you very much for that. Salty Dog says, does the witness normally get to be so jovial, or does his charisma give him more leeway than most people would understand? If they're cooperating, they're answering questions, and he cooperated. He asked for clarification. There were a couple times he started speaking when he maybe shouldn't, and the judge stopped him. He said, I'm sorry, Your Honor. And you could tell it's just his personality coming through. How he approaches discussion and conversations is not like a lawyer.
I liked his method of, hey, I loved everybody there. I loved Amber Heard. I loved this person, but I hated what she did. It made me angry.
Yeah. I really loved his answer when she said, isn't it fair to say you're still mad at her? He's like, it's been 6 years. 6 years. I'm not mad. I just want this to end. Look at all the hurt. Look at all the pain this has caused everybody. Him, Johnny Depp, all of his friends. Basically, it's that chick comes in and ruins your entire friend group, right? Like that's what he just basically laid out.
Yep.
Someone did something stupid and ruined the entire friend group, and now he can't be friends with the people that he liked because they're on Amber Heard's side, and he's still friends with Johnny, and he's on his side, but there shouldn't be sides at all. And it just comes across very natural, very normal, and relatable.
I like it. Her decaying corpse in the back of a Honda Civic. Well, they're going to try to use that kind of stuff. They'll use it with Paul Bettany. There will be a series of texts from Paul Bettany with statements like that too. And it's funny because he just established that Amber Heard had dark sense of humor as well. So,
yep.
With these, she denies that though. She says everything, every single text message, everything you see is true. These are threats. He really wanted my decaying corpse in the back of a Honda Civic. So.
Yeah, which is obviously ridiculous to anybody who's ever talked to anybody in their entire lives. Nobody is like that. When you encounter someone and you're talking to them and you find out that they have no sense of like any dark humor at all. There's nothing is ever out of line. You get that person in private and become friends with them, and you will see how quickly that changes because of course it does. That's a front that people put up for various reasons, and it is always a veneer that shatters upon inspection. Nicholas Cruiser says this guy is fully unbreaded. Mered 4 says attack grandma just handed the defense a wrapped gift in Isaac's rant. Sounded like she thought it was in her favor though. how is she that delusional, or is she playing 4D chess? No, she wanted to try and spin it. But you
She's
could tell when the tell was when she said he went on this ridiculous rant, or whatever adverb she used to talk about the rant, adjective she used to talk about it. That was the tell. She did not like that. They did not expect that to come out of him like that. They did not expect the judge to allow him to say all this. They tried to go back to Johnny's character. Oh, he's testifying about character here. But you elicited it.
Yep. You
Sorry,
open
go
that
ahead,
door. Well, she's a terrible lawyer. That's why we're going into this case. If you look at some of her statements publicly, oh my God, like that rant and that action that she pulled in newspapers, when they give you clips, it's about 10, 12 times worse sometimes. You think, what the hell is that woman talking about?
Yeah, she's weird. She's kind of weird.
That's the go-to lawyer for Amber Heard.
Let's see. British Gridiron Film says the way he got emotional there made me believe he's definitely telling the truth. Should go over that way with the jury. He said she's fabricated this and opened that testimony up. I want to have a drink with this guy. Now, look, everybody's saying get him on the show, get him on the show. Very easy to say, a lot harder to do. He says he wants this to go away. He's there because he's under subpoena. He may not want to ever talk about this anymore, but I will happily send the invite. I have to wait until he's released from the trial, which may be 6 weeks from now, because they withheld him. He cannot talk to anybody from about his testimony or about the case, and he can't receive external information. I'm not going to be the guy that approaches a witness potentially in violation of the rules of court. So I got to wait until he's done, and then I could try and get a hold of him after that.
I'm going to try it. I'm going to try and see if I can after, obviously. I'll make that very clear. But like you said,
Yeah.
I don't know any about any of these people, but maybe I can find somebody that can talk to him again. He may, like you said, he may want to move on and be done with this stuff.
Yeah. The Immortal Rain says, I'm skipping out on Fantastic Beasts to support Johnny. I donated the money I would have spent on a ticket and concessions to the Mankind Initiative, which helps male victims of domestic violence. Thank you. Thank you for that. And then Scott McKnight says it's Heard's bed and she gets to poop in it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Ancient Reaper says, well, we don't have to talk about all this, just talk about anything else. Yeah, no way am I going to potentially jeopardize anything for anybody involved in this case. That is not my style, and I'm certainly not going to engage in that. It will have to just wait until he's released from his obligations as a witness. You can't play around with this stuff, because that's the type of stuff that if it happened, he's a plaintiff's witness that could come back on the plaintiff's team. No. So there we go. Okay. Tug, you mind if I step away for just a minute to make this phone call?
No, you're good, man.
All right.
Get out of here.
I'll be right back. Oh, do you want to share your campaign or anything? Like I can.
Yeah, I could do that while I'm talking. I figured I'd talk about Isaac, and I'll share it real quick too. Because there's a lot of stuff in there. The reasons they brought up a few things, they'll loop back to it. So yeah, let me share my screen just one real fast.
I'll pull it up and then I'll be back.
All right, get out of here. All right, folks. Yeah, Isaac. One of the things they kept bringing up was discussion about time. 9:30, wine on walls, wine on the floor. The reason for that is because metadata. There's a huge dispute over whether or not the pictures that she put into the record are correct. See, if the wine was wet on the walls, if it's still running down the walls, like he's saying, if it's still wet on the floor, which it is in the pictures, then it has to be recent. The event that they're talking about, it took place hours before. The metadata too, on the picture that they put in, says 9:04. It doesn't say 9:30. So they're saying 26 minutes after that picture, it's still wet and running down the walls. And again, that's over an hour after the event they allege took place. There's a lot of metadata inconsistencies in that too. And if you don't understand that, your picture has geotags, it has date timestamps on it. All you really have to do to reset that, you open up your phone, you put it on, you set it up where airplane mode is set, and you make sure it's offline, and then you can clear it, reset the date and time, and you can do whatever you want. You can make fraudulent pictures before or after the fact. And their time at 9:04. So you have that guy they were mentioning, Josh Drew, great friends with Amber Heard. He left the building and comes back in at 9:02 in a lobby. 9:04, you have police enter the lobby. Now he goes up. He goes up. He would have about a minute and a half to take pictures, but instead of taking pictures, he gets off an elevator, goes and meets with Amber Heard. So again, the metadata doesn't work. He would have literally had to step off the elevator, take pictures real fast because the cops, they're going to come up in a minute and a half after him. Doesn't work. Isaac B., again, he could be brought back to dispute some of that, or they could use some of his testimony to dispute it. It just depends on how they want to go and if they have the opening for it. I think that'll be interesting to see. But he comes across in his deposition just like that. He sounds just like he did on the stand, and that it's kind of amazing considering everyone around her, all of her witnesses are directly connected to her. Depp's witnesses, he has some that are very close to him, like Isaac B. All of hers come off phony. You can poke holes in everything that say he was just a wide open book. You could see he wasn't afraid or ashamed of anything. Yeah, I was out. I was partying. I party. I have fun. It's kind of refreshing in this. All of her witnesses, though, if you look at it, they are directly connected to her when she'll bring them in. He's going to have a variety of witnesses. He's got these people, but he's going to have police officers. He's going to have people that worked at the Eastern Columbia building. You notice they started setting up Elon Musk, too. There's going to be two things that come up with Elon Musk. One, potentially, the bombshell one when it drops. Because in UK 2020, one of the Eastern Columbia building personnel, they allege those disappearing marks, the ones he was talking about, no bruise from the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, pops up in the tabloids on the 27th. Well, you noticed Elon Musk was around there. They brought him in. One of the Eastern Columbia building personnel insinuated that maybe Elon Musk is the one who left those. So Elon's going to be testifying too. So it's really going to be interesting to see how that goes, considering that would be pushed in beforehand. So he's going to walk in and he may walk right into an ambush. And, Elon, of course, he's going to, his entire mentality would work against him. That whole brash, the whole push forward like he likes to do. You could walk into a lot of traps with that. It might be good. Anyway, I'm going to mention my book real fast here. If you want to back something that is outside of a lot of these companies, outside of all this trash, companies that allowed this to happen, like a Warner Brothers, for example, they allowed this to happen. They set on evidence that Amber Heard was lying for a year. If you want to walk away from that stupid, but you want to walk towards something, and you want to send them a sign saying you lost us as customers, you treat us like garbage, you allow this filth, back us. Again, we'll give you a good product. We'll make sure our artwork, we're not going to lie to you about it and tell you, oh, look at this quality inside versus or outside versus in. We have a 44-page now book. Comic books are typically around 18 pages when you remove all the advertisements. We don't have advertisements, so it's double plus on a regular book. And again, all ages. That means for everybody. A detective noir tale that we put horror elements in. Think about classic monsters meets Twin Peaks. Again, something fun, something you can enjoy. Good artwork here. A family project too. The Littlest Umbrella. The reason there's an umbrella guy is because the little umbrella girl. That was the avatar for my daughter, so she has her work in here. Like I said, if you're like, man, I couldn't give a crap about a comic book. Well, donate one to a kid. We'll match it. So you pick up a donation one, it goes to a kid. We'll match it, goes to a kid. Do some good with that too. And again, like I said, you send that loud message to these companies, just sit on their freaking hands and allow this garbage to happen. Warner Brothers did too. Warner Brothers, when the counterclaim, so you have two claims in this case. You have the main claim by Johnny Depp, $50 million, and you have Amber Heard's claim. She opens up a counterclaim. She says, I'm going to sue you back. And she says the reason that she's suing for $100 million is because he sued for $50 million. I deserve 2 times that. They knew that the claims that she made, she said the reason that she would lose $100 million is because he tried to damage Aquaman. Well, for a year, really a year plus, they knew that they weren't going to bring Amber Heard back for Aquaman 2. They decided 2 weeks before it was time that you had to have somebody, they decided they would pick her up. They say in their statements on the stand, they say, we wouldn't have paid her a dime more, even if she would have been able to renegotiate. And it wasn't because of any statement from him or any statement from his lawyer. It's because of who she is. They called it artistic differences. So you have these companies, again, they empowered this in Hollywood. They destroyed a man's life, and it ends up, I mean, you hear these people, you'll have dozens of people either on record or that will testify to the fact she had no marks on her. And if you look, you can find pictures of this. You'll find a picture of her walking into the courtroom on the 27th with a mark on her face. On the 28th, she's walking down the street. She did not apply any makeup. I know they're playing the makeup game, but you can look at her. You can look at her face. There's no marks there. She's done that many times, though. We'll get into the incidents. If people missed it yesterday, she's actually brought in the rape word. That's what she's going to bring. It's never been accused before, but she says, I'm gonna walk this word in. She says he violated her with a bottle, a la Gone Girl. So a lot of what she describes sounds like the plot of the movie Gone Girl. She keeps taking elements from them, and now she just took a massive element from that. She also, if you look at her evidence slide, she has 80 plus pages of evidence. That's just the headers, not the evidence itself, the headers. And in those headers, she was writing letters to herself. So from as early as 2013, she was creating evidence, like Dear Diary evidence, that basically backed her claim. They had just gotten into a relationship. So can you imagine that? You just get into a relationship and somebody's already plotting your demise. That sounds pretty awful. And when you're going to get into some, there's text messages between the guy that Isaac B. mentioned, Josh Drew. He lived across the hallway, the fiance of the best friend of Amber Heard. They would jokingly talk about how Amber needed to bring knives to conversations with JD because they should kill him in conversation. Now, I say that because either they have a dark sense of humor, and that negates all of the conversation about her decaying corpse in the back of a Honda Civic. Or if everything's true, then they were plotting to kill the man. And they may well have been plotting to kill the man. You know, at the time, they didn't realize that he had a business partner embezzle $650 million of his money. So they thought, yeah, you know, you've seen those Lifetime movies where somebody decides to do something really, really stupid. This could have well been the plot of one of those. Because behind the scenes, they're telling you that they were being told all of these terrible things were happening. If that's true, and they're discussing that, and then they're talking about bringing knives to conversations, well, that opens up a whole nother thing. You're going to have Paul Bettany, the actor, the Vision actor, he'll get pulled into this as well. See, one of the things that you're going to see a bunch of text from Depp because the team that represented him at the time, they also represented a certain, I'm going to call him a rocket man, a certain billionaire, richest man in the world. Well, they didn't turn over the text that applied to this case. They turned over 10 years of texts, every text message the man had ever sent. So when you see, like, you hear something like decaying corpse in the back of a car, that's the worst thing they could find. They could find no admissions of violence or brutality. They got 10 years of unadulterated pics. They got to pick everything they wanted. Did you just come back?
Oh, yep. I'm back. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good.
Should I? Are you done with the page? Should I pull that down?
You can. Yes, back that though. If you want something, like I said, back it. Yeah, I shielded a little. I was explaining how Isaac B. When they brought in the wine in the hallway, there's a point to that. What they're going to do is they're going to loop into metadata, because the metadata on the pictures that show that, they say 904. All right. Well, he said wet water. He said wet wine on the floor, rolling down the walls. If a guy threw wine an hour before that picture was taken, and Isaac comes in at 9:30, would you still have wine running down the wall? That wouldn't make sense.
No, it seems like the drips would have been down to the floor by then.
Yeah. And when you look at the pictures too, even with a 904, the 904 stamp, first of all, doesn't work because there's security footage that contradicts it. I won't go through the whole thing, but there's just a bunch. There's a bunch of verified timestamp video footage that their own testimony refutes. So,
well, that's good. It'll be curious to see how they treat his testimony. I think that's why she maybe had an issue with the whole with him saying 9:30, right?
Yeah.
Like that's
Yep.
that's the problem. At 9:30, give or take 5 minutes. She wanted him to say it was 9. Is what
Yeah, she wanted
what
to
it sounds
say,
like
well,
you're
I don't
trying to
really
say.
know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also
Yeah.
there's they have to be careful about that though, because there is surveillance footage of when he arrives. If they could have contradicted him, they would have. I mean, there's the Eastern Columbia bill. We don't know what all is in the Eastern Columbia surveillance footage. In fact, a lot of this stuff, including body cam footage, it was thought lost. The LAPD didn't turn over body cam footage until last year. And a lot of the Eastern
Right.
Columbia building stuff, it wasn't turned over. It just, people hated her enough, I think, that they made it happen.
Yeah, well, she has a particular manner of coming across that seems to keep coming up. How do I describe it? Cunty.
Yes. But then again, like you've called plenty of people that, so it doesn't really matter, right?
How are you saying it, right? Like that is actually a good point, because if you're from the UK or if you're from Australia, it means something vastly different than if you're in the United States. And now Johnny Depp is in the United States, but he's also eccentric. He's a global traveler. He's shooting in Australia. Much of the events take place in Australia that are subject of the statements in this case. So who knows what he meant by it, right? Like, who knows what he means? He probably means that she's being a horrible pile of garbage, because she kind of, I mean, when you ruin someone's life, they kind of think of you that way, right? Like, that's
And
not
well
that
should.
weird.
Yep.
That's what I liked about his testimony was she just ruined everything about everything. Like, she just did this with the false domestic violence allegation. How are you going to talk about her? Right? Like, can you imagine someone ruins your life by falsely accusing you of beating them, gets you fired from your major acting gigs, ostracizes you from your community of colleagues, and you can't even get producers to talk to you anymore? What are you going to be like? The fabulous and wonderful Mrs. Heard? Like, what are you going to say? How are you going to refer to her?
That's the game we're supposed to play, though. We're supposed to pretend that everybody was, everybody's supposed. The Paul Bettany texts are the same way. They're going to be brought in. They're going to make a big deal out of those too, because again, they got 10 years of text. So the former lawyers that he had, like, to tell you where all of this stuff comes up, they didn't turn over just what was admissible. They said it was an accident, but they kept having accidents, so they got rid of them. But they turned over 10 years of text messages. They just dumped everything on Amber Heard's team. And they couldn't find anything that said a word about abuse. They found things like, again, her corpse in the back of a Honda Civic. But so that's what they're going to lean hard on that stuff.
You'd think Amber would have a text to a sister or something. He hit me again. He beat me.
She did put a few of those. In fact, like she went. It sounds like the plot of Gone Girl. She was writing from the beginning of their relationship. She was apparently writing emails to herself. We don't know what they are, but I can tell you when they put them in there, you know what they're going to be about. You know it. It's creepy. It sounds like a setup.
So wait, she was writing emails to herself?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. She was writing emails to herself, a la like keeping diary entries, basically.
That's weird.
Yeah, she did it multiple times. Like there are.
I saw Dear Evan Hansen, but it was weird for that too.
Well, there's 88 pages of evidence descriptions, and in there you have multiple emails that are written to herself.
Now, it seems like, far be it from me to speculate on conspiracy, but it seems like if the sender and the recipient are the same person, that the data surrounding that email could be manipulated without much effort.
Yes. Yep.
Like, so she was allegedly sending emails to herself forever. Well, if I just type up 15 emails today, I feel like I could find someone who could make those emails look like they came in a long time ago.
Did you see the metadata stuff? I mean, did you see the picture metadata mess?
No,
no. They brought in.
You talked about it, but I didn't. Yeah. I don't follow. What's going on with that?
Well, they brought in an expert. Actually, the expert. A lot of people are confused about this. The expert that first questioned this and pointed out issues about it wasn't Depp's expert. It was the one that belonged to News Group newspaper from UK 2020. They found irregularities and. I'm going to say what you could see. They went over X amount. They had it in, at least 93% of their evidence. There was some type of now when you look at them, they have numbering issues. Like if I'm taking pictures, I take 7 pictures, for example. When you look at the numbers, it's going to have a number and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They don't. They'll jump around. They'll go 1, 2, 3, 501, 721. That either means you edited them or you took them on a brand new device. Could be both, really. And they have other file name discrepancies. There's editing discrepancies. It's not hard to crack metadata either. All you need to do is take your phone offline. You put it on airplane mode. You take a few more steps and anybody can fake metadata and they can make it look proper. It would definitely throw off court staff. That's for sure.
Right. Well, the metadata it's grabbing is the data that's available to your phone at that time.
Yep.
So you're saying you throw it on airplane mode, you take off, you shut down the antennas that would normally be updating time and stuff like that. And then you change the time. Right? Like that doesn't seem that weird to me.
No, there's not. I mean, it's and a lot of the pictures that they put in too. There were a couple of mistakes it looked like in the metadata. Like you could tell that 7 pictures had been taken together, but one of those pictures they would have a timestamp that would be 32 minutes later or from another day, and you could tell they were all taken sequentially. Because they have the same backdrop, they have the same look, same clothes. Again, it would be 1 through 7, but one of those they wouldn't fit, and that happened 3 times. There are a few people that are very dedicated to going through the evidence in this, and some of the stuff that they've found, it's crazy. It's the kind of shit that you would think would be conspiracy level crazy, but it's right there, black and white.
That's wild.
Yeah.
And again, it'll be interesting to see what they do with it. That's going to be the
that's
trick.
What you got to do. It's all about, like you've said many times, it's not about the facts of the case. It's about how you present the facts of the case.
Yeah. And who believes you, who believes your witnesses, and you can have witnesses blow your case up too. these are all Depp's witnesses. And the one thing everybody should caution themselves with is at the end of Depp's team's case, when they switch over the defense case, you should feel like Johnny Depp is winning the case. And if you don't feel like Johnny Depp is winning the case, that's a really, really bad sign. If you
Right.
do feel like Johnny Depp is winning the case, you need to make sure and caution and mitigate yourself, because the defense now gets to bring their squad in. And that's a huge deal. You always have the opportunity to get something on cross exam, so you can score points when you're playing defense, but typically you're bringing in your big guns for direct. And so that's how that should look if things go, kind of according to plan. I heard you and Flash, though, talking about something that I agree with. And it's the fact that in some ways, just by going to trial, Johnny's already won something. Can you talk about that a little more?
Yeah. Well, we think back to when all of this happened. I'm gonna start at 2017 from the NDA, but then especially when those articles dropped, it destroyed his career. It destroyed him. The accusations. It's because they were prominent. They were front and center, and that was his legacy. It became that. Well, I'll add this. Johnny Depp could have gone from there, and he could have brought a case that would have been much more easy to win. The non-disclosure violation. He could have gone for that because she obviously did. She brags about it in emails. But the problem would have been that he would never get to present his case. In fact, everybody would ask, what's he trying to hide? Why is he trying to silence her? #, listen and believe, and
Yeah,
in
non-disclosures were really popular in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. And then as the narrative shift started to go with how accusations were made, non-disclosure agreements, which literally just mean most of the time, you're not going to talk about the settlement. No one's going to admit to any wrongdoing. We just want this to go away. We don't want other people to know how you resolved this, because then if you're a high-profile person, people make an accusation, they find out, oh, you get an accusation, and even though it's bogus, you pay out 10 grand to make the person leave, and you put them under NDA. Well, they know they can just make the accusation, get 10 grand, and go away, and it's not that big of a risk or a big deal for them. So these things were popular before social media. Once social media comes, you get a narrative shift now. If you have an NDA, now you're guilty, because the mob mentality and the mob's access to the information that the NDA even exists means that you did the bad thing and they can exploit it. And that is where cancellation comes from now, is from the people. It doesn't necessarily just come from this small group of power brokers like it used to.
She kept bringing up how Johnny Depp signed a paper admitting that she didn't fake it, and that is part of their. They put out a joint statement after the divorce. No one admits any wrongdoing. Again, that's like you're saying with the non-disclosure. That's a classic move back when.
Yep.
Now Depp, though, with all of it, I've never seen someone that was canceled, and he was definitely canceled. If you look back to when that article dropped, you will find people with tens of thousands of likes on posts talking about getting him fired, canceling him, and it ruined him, like I say. But he's managed, with the help of Adam Waldman, his lawyer, who was, I wish he was on there. I wish he was the guy sitting there, maybe with Ben Shu, but he's an attack dog. That guy, he's the guy you want on there. Well, he put this case together, and when they went to court, he was allowed to present portions of it. They fought all the way too, because Amber Heard wanted everything classified. She didn't want anything that was allowed for us. She wanted it stamped and hidden away. She didn't want this trial to be seen. She dropped that. That's why she dropped the rape allegations, the bottle stuff. It's not just a manipulation of feelings. It's so in the Virginia court, there are caveats. Well, I can have this go public unless, and these types of claims, especially egregious ones.
Well, remember, the ACLU wanted Amber Heard to be the face of the Violence Against Women's Act.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's what they say that Violence Against Women's Act does this thing to protect women from sexual violence, but it really doesn't. It doesn't have any much to do with that at all. What it does is it protects some anonymity when they make accusations and things like that. And that's one of the things that would happen here if there was they could try and argue that the Violence Against Women's Act would prevent this, because it would be quote unquote humiliating to Amber Heard for her sexual assault to be brought up in public.
I brought up, this is the, again, there's some redaction, because for a while, YouTube, the reason in videos, I will say that Aquaman starlet, for a while, YouTube would trigger on her name or any words her name associated with violence. So I would edit them all out, because I'm like, I'm covering this fucking case. Fuck you. I'm going to do it. But I had to edit out everything, including her name. But this is the ACLU letter, the contact letter. And they're like, hey, we want to get your feelings on... we want to do an op-ed on the way Amber Heard discusses the ways in which survivors of gender-based violence have been made less safe under the Trump administration. And then they go through when that's going to come up.
Nick.
Her ambassador title. So they gave her an ambassador title. It would be the ambassador for women and women's rights, could appear on the byline. They tell you, too, what organizations they would target. We're going to target Teen Vogue. Teen Vogue did pick this up. Marie Claire, they did. Vice broadly, I know Vice did, and so on. So they were definitely targeting. But they go through and they walk all of this. This is going to be the violence against women. We're going to use Trump and claims. And you brought up a really good point on a Flashcast. You said, again, we don't want this happening to anyone, but it happening to a high-profile liberal, not somebody that supports Trump, and seeing Trump weaponized against them, that truly shows you how bullshit they are and how they use politics to cancel anyone.
Speaking of bullshit that's also short, Attorney Tom, welcome to the stream, buddy.
What's going on? Hey, I don't have a lot of time. I just came on I need your advice, and I know you're busy, so I hijacked your stream for a second.
That's good.
I'm responding to this ridiculous cease and desist letter I got. One of the claims, they claim that I failed to tag them in the video, which is clearly fair use, but I failed to tag them, which apparently is an infringement. I just want to make sure I'm not high. That clearly doesn't matter.
Yeah, attribution doesn't make something infringement or not infringement, as far as I've ever been aware. Like I could republish War and Peace and tag the guy in my ad for it. It's still me stealing the book, right? Like, oh, well, I tagged I put a thank you to George R.R. Martin when I sold A Song of Ice and Fire on my Etsy store.
Right.
I don't think...
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that doesn't matter.
That's completely what I thought. And I just wanted to double check.
A lot of this false copyright stuff going around. Did you hear Law and Crime struck 5 channels yesterday?
Oh my god.
Yep.
We should the channels who get struck should sue them.
It's so expensive, and damages are hard.
Are y'all not rich? We're all, I mean, money. I mean, come on. Let's get. I mean, look at this. Look at this.
Okay. Oh, okay. Look at this guy.
I mean, come on. It's
Look,
not
I
about the
don't
money.
believe
It's about
that,
doing
'cause
what's right.
You're clearly in your Space Borg setup. That other place was a green screen, because you're the attorney of the universe.
No, I'm everywhere. No, this is my blimp.
You're in the blimp.
I'm on my blimp. This is my office on the blimp.
Yeah, no, that other one was a green screen, obviously.
No,
Like
don't lie.
The background does not match your other background.
Okay, well, no, you're lying. All right, well, I have to go. I'm gonna film my
Run
video.
away from the questions. Okay.
I've extended the courtesy. The lawyer who sent me the demand letter, I called him today and I sent him an email. And I said, I'm just letting you know, I'm extending you the professional courtesy that I'm making all of this public. I mean, what the hell were they thinking? I mean, they're bullies. And how are you gonna bully? Because the problem is, You know, Nick, you and I get these letters. We're fine. We're lawyers. Worst case scenario, I have lawyer friends. I can do this shit myself, whatever. But an innocent creator who's independent, who doesn't have the funds or the resources to fight this, they're just going to cave, and they should, because they're going to get wallet whipped. I mean, this is like, we can't take this shit lightly. This is bullshit.
No, we need to make fun of these people as much as possible. Everybody needs to know that it's bogus and that they're bullies, and they need to be laughed out of the area.
Yeah.
Like this. So brief background, you did a video commenting, because you do a lot of these. You do these commentary videos on like TikToks and stuff like that.
Yes.
And this appeared in one of those videos?
Yes, I did a react video of a court TV show, which is on YouTube, called Support Court with Judge Vonda B. And the video was posted in July.
Yeah.
And it's not, you know, I don't know. I just get a letter from a local Houston lawyer, actually, and they're threatening to sue me if I don't respond in one day, you know, because it happened 2 days ago, and I'm basically I'm making a video about it. Okay, you'll see the video.
Yeah, everybody should check out Attorney Tom's channel and check out the video he makes.
Well, I have to go. I just wanted to hijack you and use you for your knowledge.
I appreciate it, brother.
All right,
have a good one. Let's see. I got to put him in as a cameo with cameo from at Attorney Tom.
Oh, if you don't tag him in, he might sue you. That's how
yeah.
it works.
I got to use attribution for the footage he provided. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So this is the thing, man. Reaction videos. It depends on the reaction, but I've seen Attorney Tom's reaction videos. I haven't seen this particular one, but he comments about them. He's adding value. He's not just going, whoa, wow, right? Like MXR Plays sometimes did. And even that might be fair use, but the way copyright is created is not translating as well to the internet as it should. And the rules need to be updated. I mean, because these streaming platforms, like when you think about what TikTok is, like the fact that you can take any video posted on TikTok and then just record your dumb face reacting to it in their app, like going like, I mean, under traditional rules, without you adding something significant, that would be copyright infringement. It's built into the system though. And that content style is very popular. So I don't know. It's nonsense.
Well, it's definitely an archaic rule system, and you can tell it's also misused. Oh God, so often. If it's not misused, like he was talking about with someone sending you a threat, it's misused on platforms, like you said with Law and Crime striking 5 freaking channels down.
And the channels that they struck down, some of them were not even using the Law and Crime feed.
Yep, that's exactly what it was. That's they're telling you they own this trial, and they don't. That's why I keep telling people, I'm putting it all over Twitter, and, Law and Crime, if you don't like it, you can kiss my ass. But you're going to strike people for covering this. We've covered it longer than you, and fuck yourself. Just because you've tapped into the court feed, well, all of us are tapping in, and they could get a lot of traffic too if they worked with people. They wouldn't get the immediate clicks that they're so jealous about. But man, the networking like this, okay, I'm not on my channel fucking off. I'm over here. That helps me. It helps my channel. We have more knowledge base that's brought in. There's a lot of good that comes out of that. And it ultimately makes a better product too. Them protecting it like some insular product. That's going to be the death of them. Oh,
Law and Crime, if people don't know, just about every day that they're covering trials, they bring on a panel of lawyers that they presumably pay, but that no one has ever heard of, which is fine. Like most people have never heard of most lawyers. So that's not a slight, okay? But this is social media world. So what they do is they have this panel of lawyers come in and do like a recap, roundup, thoughts thing of the day, because they don't have live commentary during the trials. They just do the raw feed. So they have these people come in and do commentary. Imagine if Law and Crime, instead of like being bitches about everything, if they partnered, and not me, right? Like they don't have to like me. This is not me, but like Emily Baker, Legal Bites, some of these people who run a little straighter lace than I do on some things. If they brought them onto their panel as a collaborative effort and said, okay, yeah, our feeds are open for people. Why don't you guys pop on for a 30-minute panel, once every couple days and offer some commentary on the trials that we've been covering. That's it. And you have a nice symbiosis, right? A symbiotic relationship. Law and Crime gets to cut a video. They get to bring in major personalities from YouTube that will bring traffic to their site. And the only exchange is that people are going to use the video that they're not even making anyway. And everybody's going to love it. Like, why they didn't do that is insane to me. But
it's an archaic way of looking at social media. That's what it is. Again, you die out really quickly in this stuff if you don't. Like after this case, for example, I'll start covering something else, and I'll network with everybody, and it'll help me out. I won't have that slump that really hits my channel. So you can cover what you like. You network again. They should know the game, but they refuse. Yeah. They refuse to learn anything new. Again, they're looking at that immediate gratification bucks, and they're like you're saying, they're not even getting what they should in the immediate. They could make so much more money. Yeah, absolutely. If they did what I just said, they would build audiences very quickly. They would be the go-to place for this stuff, and they'd also be cross promoting independent creators that they could network with for this, for individual trial coverages and stuff that they could do. They could even allow like multi-streaming. There's all sorts of different options. I mean, I just came up with one on the fly, and we're talking, there's a whole realm of business opportunities ahead that they're not taking advantage of. Really? I mean, listen to the King Grifter. Jesus, man. Yeah, well, I've been doing this for a little bit. Ryan Dunson says, fascinating trial. Thanks for the insight and discussion. Question for Tug for the comic book. When I backed the book, I did not see a release and delivery date. Do you have a time frame? Yeah, we always put for front to back. Now, this is our longest term. It says delivery by on each tier, but we put them in a year. We aim for 6 months, but I can't guarantee a 6 month. That's why we put it at that level, because Indiegogo's not a store. It's a crowdfunding site. Once we hit a specific level of funding, we've already worked on it, but again, we've got to produce everything there. We've already gone into production for the add-ons. You have right. You have cards and stuff that you get as bonuses, and I have no idea. Like the beer bug has thrown off everything. The last time that we ran one, there were delays in getting packaging. There were delays in printing. I don't know how that is now. So again, we put that delivery date on there, but I try to aim for half that. I hate being late. I do not want to be late with a project. Yeah. So I give myself plenty of time. Now we delivered in some of the mail, for example, this time we delivered 3 months early, but international packages could take up to 16 weeks during the beer bug. So even with that, that's insane when you think about it. 16 weeks for delivery. It's crazy. Everything got dumb. Even Amazon got dumb. COVID killed my next day Amazon that I had. Yeah, because they stopped doing that in some of the more rural areas. It's like even with Amazon Prime, things take 6 days, which isn't a ton of time, right? We got spoiled, but it used to be 2. It used to be 2 days. Now you might be waiting a week and a half for things, and it's like, thanks, COVID. But COVID did that. No, the judge is not back. Oh my gosh. I love how people do that the whole time. Like I have the feed pulled up and the audio's on, guys. So you'll hear when the judge comes back. And you'll hear it right away. Tug should have made body pillows. Yeah, I've thought about that, but next time maybe. Let's see. Rocco Rockwell says, this is an 89 Honda. How dare you? I think that's from Employee of the Month. Kate4394 says, do we know if Amber or Johnny are taking the stand? Oh, I think we'll probably have both of them taking the stand. Yeah, they're going to both take the stand.
Keep up the great work, guys. My coworkers thought I was losing my mind when I was laughing hysterically at the witness earlier. Smash that like button and subscribe. And D. Sewell sent a message, but it didn't come through. So hopefully, and then sent a second one. Dude, tag like C Goody, the mod C Goody in the chat with your question. He can send it to me on Discord. Hopefully that'll fix up. And then I see Darth Crypto in the chat, and he sent a super chat. Let me read it real quick. He says, Twitter yeeted Def Not Darth account. Nick C DMs from my new handle. Had some important things to talk about. Good job with this case, by the way. Thanks, Darth Crypto. So yeah, Darth Crypto has a new Twitter handle. I think I have it real quick. He says I've got it in DMs. So let me at least say what it is. So if you are a follower of Darth Crypto, you can go find it. Where are you? There it is. It is at Jesse the Darth, Jesse, Jesse the Darth. So if you follow Darth Crypto on Twitter, if you did follow Darth Crypto, you're not anymore. But you can now go ahead and fix that. Okay. All right. And yes, Gilbert Gottfried is dead. People keep telling me, people told me a million times, almost as much as Kentaro Miura when he died. That was the most I've ever heard about a single death in the history of my entire life. Tug, did you know that Kentaro Miura died? Oh, he's probably busy. Might have had to step away. 200 Watt Studio says, how about that smoking hot judge in Florida? Yeah, the Nicholas Cruz trial judge is a very attractive lady. Not the typical judge you see. She's also the judge that let the juror off of jury duty because the juror has to go see her sugar daddy. Wouldn't be able to stay. Oh, it's one of my favorite ones. So there you go. There you go. Oh, welcome back, Doug.
Yeah. I was muted for a second.
No worries. Roscoe P. Coltrane says, Nick, did you see the case in Salt Lake City? A woman blames her irritable bowel syndrome on hitting and killing 2 cyclists. I say her defense is pretty crappy. Yes. Some lady ran over 2 bicyclists, and when the cops arrested her, she said she was defecating uncontrollably. She couldn't control the car.
What? So in that one you get defecating uncontrollably. In this one we get fecal phobia. Man, it's been a shitty week.
Yeah, it's not it's not good at all. Oh my goodness. Here, let me hit a couple of these other super chats. C Goody says, I wonder why law and crime didn't strike you. Seems like all you have to do is stand up for yourself and they run, tail tucked between their legs. Mark Leon says, have you considered launching an effort to independently capture the stream at the source for these trials? Oh, I think I covered this and I talked about how much it costs. I'm trying to get more information out of them about their rebroadcasting rules. But it'll depend.
That would be great if somebody could do that, though. Like I would love to see elimination of a place like Law and Crime, so everybody does have something to tap into.
Yeah, it would be great. It depends on what you want to do with it. There are a lot of ways to approach that license, and how you use it, but if it's
even then, it doesn't fix the system though that allows false copyright strikes and all that shit.
It doesn't fix the system, and the other problem is because the feed, to be very clear, guys, the feed that we're showing, that's what the raw feed of the single raw feed looks like. It looks like exactly this. So if Law and Crime is striking people who aren't using Law and Crime and taking down their streams, then they could still take down the stream saying it was theirs. Like they wouldn't necessarily know. They could just say, "Oh, I didn't know they had access to the raw feed. I didn't know this was going on," because of course, right? But
There's a huge problem in the YouTube system too. They'll do
Yep.
they have that recognition software, and it'll tell you. I get told all the time that something's mine. You know, you never strike anything like that.
And we're not even
that's
using
the best way to operate.
We're not even using the better system, which is Content ID, which Content ID is an even more thorough video and audio check than the one that we get. So
I got hit by James Corden when this started up. You know, they've never hit anything, but right before the freaking trial started up, they started hitting anyone because they're one of the incidents that Heard alleged, and the one with the broken nose and all of that. She goes on the James Corden show the day after, and they hate it when you bring them up. Apparently,
yeah, of course, they're probably all on her side. Frankly,
they are actually. James Corden came out in support of her.
Yeah, but I am looking into it. Here's the legal reality is with sufficient transformative value, it's not a copyright issue at all, and you don't need the license at all. You don't need it because a transformative work is a new thing in and of itself. It is not a derivative work that requires the copyright that requires some sort of permission or anything like that. A sufficiently transformative work becomes a new thing that is protected by its own copyright. And if someone were to copy me doing this, for example, hypothetically, I could strike them if they just rebroadcast my content because I'm adding to what was done. So it's not like you have to have the license. Buying the license, in theory, insulates you from the question, in theory, but it doesn't insulate you from the process. And that's the problem, is how YouTube has implemented this process. But yeah, so it's messy, but I have to see, but I'm looking into it, because if it's possible to have it going all the time, you know, maybe that's maybe there is something there. Who knows? If you can just get into the live view feeds, but I don't know how their system works with everything, so I'd have to check it out. Henry Case's law and crime abusing the copyright system, not a surprise. Torque Hammerwolf, will there ever be a GunTube and LawTube crossover? Would love to see Demo Ranch shoot up some of your law books, or Brandon Herrera chat with you on ATF stuff. I've talked to Brandon Herrera. I would love to have him on. And I think he said he'd be open to it, but I gotta schedule something. There's going to be some gun talk tonight on the show. Benjamin Blatt is an attorney who fights with ATF and all the time. And we're going to be discussing the new 80% lower rules that are being promulgated by ATF. And we'll probably talk about some other stuff and have a good time, but he's going to come on tonight and we'll be talking about that. But yeah, I'm looking to find a good excuse to get Brandon Herrera on the show too. A2P says, this is your penultimate trial next to Vic soon. Dr. Frost says, Amber Turd left a steaming business card in the sheets, and we all know it. Gross. Dealing with Delta, thank you for the donation. DCV Titan says, love how Depp and crew arrive. Nice parking job to let them out. Team Turd arrives and just cockeyed parking, blocking the maximum amount of space.
Yep.
Michael Aarons, welcome to Paralegal Status. He also sent a couple messages in a row. He says, Tug, Nick and Tug, is this a dream? Yes.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't wake up. Don't wake up ever. This is your last dream.
Rock you to sleep, baby. No, sorry.
Michael Aaron says, email. Who reads their email? I guess if I was Johnny Depp's sister, I would have to. And then he also says, your mom's redacted. I hate emails so much.
I do too.
Dedicated. Says, Amber didn't want him sober. She wanted him zoned out of his mind so she could create any narrative and control him better. Amanda M says, trying to turn boomers away from cuck and crime while including a link and shout out for here. The I don't like commentary are attacking. Yeah. Well, that's how they go. I don't want to watch commentary. And that people can go through these things and not understand what's happening. That is their prerogative.
Yep.
It's their choice.
I just think it's fun to watch it with a group of people too. You know, I mean, some of the trial, like yesterday, the end of that, it wasn't that spicy. Let's just be honest about it. But it made it more fun. We could sit around, talk about something, laugh about some stuff.
Oh, watching trials alone is terrible. It's like headbutting the table, but having ice picks sticking up from it, right? Like it's like that scene in Batman. Let me make a pencil disappear. Bam! Like that. It's horrid. Because it's slow. You zone out. You lose things. Hi, what's up?
I just got home from violin, so I put my violin down and I just thought I'd say hi.
Oh, hi. Cool. Oh my goodness. DeBeaz RN3 says, question. Didn't Kathleen Zellner join Johnny Depp's team? I read something about that. Tug, you know about that at all?
What was that? I'm sorry, I zoned out.
Didn't Kathleen Zellner join?
Yeah,
Depp's
she
team?
did, and then she started removing her posts, but she kept posting things. So I don't know the way. What I wondered about that was they started bringing in people it looked like for appeals already. You know, you saw her definitely brought on a new lawyer for appeals, and he brought in some people that it looked like could help with the appeals process. So, like I said, I don't know the status there. Maybe. Let me see if I can find out some more about that. I'll see if I can find out something.
Yeah, it's they all know that this is going to appeals. There's too much money involved in this. It's too much money, too high profile to not go to appeals. So this trial will be the start of a multi-year legal process. Sarah Marie, welcome to Paralegal Status. Thank you. Ryan says, Heard looks like Elsa from The Last Crusade after she reveals to Indy that she is working with the Yahtzees. Yeah, a little bit. She kind of does, especially with her SS-inspired jacket today.
Do you want to tell the Nazis? Oh, wait. Wrong Elsa. My kids are watching... I hear freaking Frozen coming through my door upstairs. It's messing me up today, man. I'm like, oh no.
Tom Grawl says, I just got the draw-in I want for my son, Robert Patton Grawl, RPG Little Rocket Man. He is 3. Very
Awesome,
cool.
dude. Yeah.
Tom, I gotta respond to your email.
Yeah, when we get to the... I'll email everybody that's drawn in, so I'll definitely hit you up. And thank you for that. I think that's cool. There's a few other people that have done that, and since we do that with our families too, I love that idea. Thank you again.
Yeah, very awesome, Tom. Okay, sorry. I'm responding to Tom right now because I owed him an email response, and I just did. So very cool. It's great to have reminders pop in. Eric Winberg, he sent this a while ago, but I'm going to mention it again because it makes me a little bit happy in the pants. We passed 350,000 subscribers today, which is just fucking cool.
That is amazing, man.
For something I never thought would ever do anything. I boomered uploading videos to Facebook, so I put them on YouTube with a link to Facebook, and that's how this channel got started. If you ever wonder why it seems like a complete hack job that is a constant disaster, it's because it literally is. It was done with zero planning, zero preparation, almost no thought to a channel being a thing. That's why the show is called Lost Planning the Interwebs. It was just a boomer joke. So thank you all for subscribing. I really appreciate it.
That is awesome, man. Congrats on that. It's good seeing like everybody you know. I mean, everybody like I've hung out with and goofed off. They all like yourself, Flash, the Friday Night Tights crew. I mean, everybody hung out with. It looks like everybody has pushed up and they uplift each other. So it's great.
Yeah. Well, and all we're doing is providing something other than what everybody else has had forever. And
Yep.
and we don't do much, but to promote it other than we get on here, we do our things, and people subscribe. They start watching, and they start getting away from this bad entertainment that's out there. Oh, wait, Tug, have you watched, you probably can't ethically, but have you watched the greatest television show to ever exist? It's called Love on the Spectrum.
I haven't yet. If I did and I made fun of it, that might not be good.
Don't make fun of it. It's not like you're
is
not
it
making
awesome
fun.
then? Okay.
Oh, it's like the most. It's simultaneously hilarious. So it's people with autism spectrum disorder attempting to date, and it's hilarious because they are hilarious people. But it's also like the most endearing show that exists. It is.
Yeah.
We are
So
going to be
good.
calling Brandon Patterson by
Okay.
video deposition designations at this point.
Okay.
And I just wanted to alert the court how we've handled the exhibits amongst the parties we've met and conferred. The parties have agreed that we have no objections to the Eastern Columbia building surveillance videos that have been authenticated by Mr. Brandon Patterson
Okay.
in
What
his
do-
deposition.
Okay. What exhibit numbers are they? Or whose exhibits are they and what?
Well, so we have no objection to all, I think there's 87
Okay.
currently. So in the interest of time for the jury and the court and everyone here, because there are 87,
87,
we've agreed to
God.
show a selected smaller set, which have been identified by both parties. And both parties are taking on the responsibility of introducing and playing each exhibit for the jury,
Okay.
with your honor's permission. So since Mr. Depp is up now in his case in chief, we are going to be playing the video deposition of Mr. Patterson. We will pause the video. And then when one of Ms. Heard's exhibits comes up,
No.
Or-
I'm sorry. The deposition, the person, it just one time. When that deposition, we're just testimonies once. Oh, you're doing, then you're going to pause right now and then you're going to do it? I'm just confused.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, let me be a little bit more clear. We're
Yeah,
going to
try being
pause the
more clear.
video deposition
Uh-huh.
of Mr. Patterson
Okay.
to allow Ms. Heard's counsel to publish
Okay.
the exhibit, which is also
Okay.
a video,
All right.
surveillance video. I know, it's confusing.
Okay. It's going to be a little difficult. Okay.
Right, so we ask that the court perhaps remove the publishing from Mr. Depp's counsel's table and allow Ms. Heard's counsel to publish that exhibit, which is a surveillance video, and play that.
Okay.
Each side has taken responsibility of the clips that
We
they
can do
would
that.
like to play.
Yeah.
If that
But
makes sense.
how many times is this going to happen?
How many do you have, Adam?
We have 6, Your Honor.
You have
And there's 6 clips, which probably the longest is less than 2 minutes long.
Okay.
And they have like 10, and again, they're all relatively short. And what happened in the deposition was that the witness saw the video and then testified.
So you'll pause it when the witness is watching the video, we're going to watch the video. Okay. All right,
Okay.
and how long is this video?
I believe the entire deposition is about 1 hour and 48 minutes.
1 hour and
Whew.
40 minutes?
Okay.
And with the exhibits, I anticipate it might take us till the end of the day,
Okay.
but no promises about
That's,
that.
that's fine. I still need the exhibit numbers. Okay. If we can,
Would you like to read them into,
I can read them.
that's fine. If you would precursor with whose exhibit it is. So I have 2 lists. So I just want to make sure I get
Okay,
it.
sure.
go ahead.
All right. So I'll give you ours.
Okay.
It would be 670,
670,
671,
671,
672,
672,
673.
3.
I'm sorry, I'm going out of order here now. 666,
That's okay.
The devil.
680,
680,
Sorry.
681,
681,
682,
682,
683,
683,
684, 685,
Riveting.
686.
This is going to be something.
687.
I told they had a lot of video, and
688.
this is the most video. They had
668.
some video footage that we've seen presented here and there, but
690.
I know some of this
91.
has been enhanced to directly refute the idea that
692.
she had any marks on her face.
693.
There's obviously the one that Isaac B was asked
669.
about, with the fake punch, but who knows what else is in that
694.
mess?
695. 696.
So what they're going to do, guys, is
729.
play a video deposition where they basically
743.
did examine, cross-examine somewhere else,
745.
have agreed to the portions of the
746.
deposition that will be admitted, and
744.
rather than calling the witness in to testify,
750.
they're going to play this. And then every time he
751.
watched a video clip in that deposition, they're going to
752.
play the corresponding clip in the courtroom for the
753.
jury to see. And they'll be
755.
so lawyers are basically just going to sit down and let this video play
780.
until it needs to be paused. It's going to be
780R. 780.
it's kind of an unfortunate situation in my opinion.
789A. 789B. 789G. 789H.
I thought there were 16 there. Well, there are
789L.
87 exhibits.
Yeah, that's right.
789N.
They're reading them all.
789R. 974. And I believe we had 1041, which I think was what actually came in from your today, the plans for the ECB. I think that's the same thing, but it was 1041, and I'm not sure if you're objecting to that. No, so 1041.
Okay,
Just
all
wanna make
right,
sure.
so you're entering all those into evidence and there's no objection, correct?
Well, Your Honor, I just want to confirm one thing with counsel.
Sure.
May I confirm?
Sure,
him very
that's
quickly?
fine.
This doesn't include the
The judge looked really annoyed there for a second.
Okay.
Yes.
As long as they're all Eastern Columbia surveillance videos, Your Honor, we have no objections.
Okay.
Which they are,
Which they are, so they're all entered into evidence.
except for the plan, which was that one I just
Right.
talked about. Yes.
Okay, so those are all entered into evidence then. All right, and yes, ma'am, yours?
Oh gosh.
And Your Honor, just short circuit this for the court. Our Eastern Columbia building surveillance videos are exhibit numbers 250 through 336.
All right, so exhibits 250 through 336.
That's
No
correct.
objection to those exhibits, correct?
The good news is that
Yes.
Okay.
there
so,
shouldn't be much objecting
plaintiff's
going
exhibits
on during
250
this.
through
This has all
336
been
are entered
dealt
into
with at
Thank you, Your
deposition.
Honor. Would Your Honor like to know the 10 exhibits that we were going to be playing for the jury?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
They're all in evidence. That's all I need to know. We don't
Thank
need to
you.
pull them up, so you're going to handle
Okay.
that.
Yes.
All right.
The only thing about this is there's going to be duplicates. I don't know whether we want to try to sort that through.
They're in evidence, so
Okay.
that's,
It's
I'm
been
not going to
sorted.
ring that bell. That's right. Okay, could you put the big TV up though before we get the jury back in?
You
Just since
crank
it's
on
gonna
that
be a deposition
microphone.
with testimony, we're gonna wait
For real? God.
if it works.
That judge does not look like she loves life right now.
Well, she knows she's about to
Could you
sit
speak a
there
little louder? I'm sorry.
and do basically nothing for the rest of the
I thought
day.
the deposition video came through the other screen. I was just,
I think it comes through here too. Yeah.
oh, it does? Okay, great.
Yeah, we'll, when you have a remote witness, the remote witness will stay up there.
Right.
And then you can use those screens as well, but when you're using deposition, we can still see it over
Okay,
here.
fantastic. Thank
We'll
you.
just publish it to the big screen. If you want to set up before the jury comes out, just to make sure you have the person. Let's just make sure it's all working before we get the jury.
Dirty Dan says, for those that haven't seen it, the first bus full of illegal immigrants
you
from
can do it.
Texas has made its way to D.C. How it goes is still
All
to
right,
be
seems
determined.
like
Great job with
it's
the
all
stream,
working.
Rackets and
Okay.
Tug. Thanks, Dirty Dan.
No, that's fine. All right, are we ready for the jury then? Okay.
Let me read a couple more of these chats as we wait for the jury. Charlie Whiskey. Hey, Nick, remember when you wrote "excuse me" in a text on March 27th, 2012 at 7:15 p.m.? Doesn't this prove that you were extremely concerned for your father's safety? May I remind you, you're under oath. Michael Aaron says, Judge is weak sauce. Steve says, did Depp approve of this being televised? If not. No, Depp did. Amber Heard did not want this televised.
He's fought for it the entire time. He wants every piece of information out there, except the only thing that he fought against being out there were, of course, his private medical records.
Phone numbers of family.
Thank you,
Yeah,
ladies.
they doxed him. They
Next
doxed 80, I can't remember if it's 83 or 87 of his witnesses or other people that were tied. They dumped it all out.
Brandon Patterson, he is the corporate designee of the Eastern Columbia building by deposition designations.
All right. Patterson. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first one that we have of a few where they already have been deposed. And so you're going to see them on a recording, okay?
There will be no objections. Try to stay awake because you're just watching TV and it's not even good TV. Oh, and they boomer the volume, of course.
Do you have an audio connection attached to? Try it one more time. Could you push play one more time?
General manager.
Nab Hassad says, look at how desperate Amber's lawyers are fumbling, confused, mulled, trying to get everything in the sun. Johnny's lawyer doing a better job today, objecting. Love from Pakistan. Thank you.
And if you could please state your occupation.
General manager.
For what?
I am the general manager for the Eastern Columbia HOA in Los Angeles.
And how long have you been in that position?
I've been here at the building 6 years.
Okay, were you there in 2016?
Yes.
And are you here under a subpoena as the corporate designee for Action Property Management?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could please pull up
I kind of
Exhibit 1.
hope his
page
green
15
screen
of the
fails and we
PDF.
see his hentai dungeon behind him.
Does this look like a copy of the subpoena that you received?
Yes.
Is it okay if I call your building ECB?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that ECB has produced these 3 categories of documents and films?
Yes.
Please go to Exhibit 2 and scroll to page 8. And does this look like the topics of the deposition of the subpoena for testimony?
Okay.
Is it your understanding that you're the most knowledgeable person on these topics?
I am the most knowledgeable within Action Property Management as it relates to these items.
Are you responsible for
This is going to be
managing any of
terribly
the
painful.
records or preserving any of the records and videos at Action Property Management?
Specifically as it relates to Eastern Columbia.
So someone's asking, what does an HOA manager have to do with this? Well, it's a building manager who has knowledge of the surveillance tapes that they want to admit into evidence.
So Action as a whole, I can't speak for that, but as for ECB, yes.
Thanks. And this whole deposition will be just referring to ECB related to Action Property Management. What was your role in locating the videos responsive to the subpoena? to the subpoena?
The videos had been saved from the original case. I don't recall the exact year that was. I think this is number 4 now. So provided the video that was requested, that had been saved as the only videos that were requested and saved.
And who saved them? Was that you or someone at Action Property Management?
I had initially worked on saving them when I received the first list. And I guess I don't know if you're referring to the first set of videos that was ever requested or subsequent subpoenas, I guess, as this refers to, that were already saved, and I just transferred the already saved documents.
So we'll get into more details. But when was the first time you saved security footage relating to ECB in response to a subpoena?
Like I said, I don't recall the exact year. It was the first case between Depp and Heard as a response to subpoenas that we had received from both parties.
And what was your role in preserving those videos from that first time until now?
Can you expand on what you mean by preserving?
Oh my God.
Were these videos kept securely in the same format at ECB? And were you responsible for making sure that they were kept securely and in the same format at ECB?
I got to step away for a minute and invest in an IRA so that when this is done, I can just retire and live my life.
How many cameras are there
Oh my God.
at ECB in 2016?
I don't recall the exact number. We've since switched out the entire system.
I like how his face disappears in the building.
I believe we doubled the cameras, which we currently have 44. So
Damn, 44 cameras.
But I think it's probably around 22 or so.
And
Looks like there's about 15 floors on that building, though.
Cameras positioned?
It's a beast of a building.
Throughout the common
Yeah.
areas.
Nice.
And did ECB take them as a matter of course, sort of all day, 24 hours a day?
The recordings were 24/7. The concierge staff periodically does review them, just as part of their daily duties. But the video footage is recorded onto a DVR back then, I believe it was like a 20-day period before it was written over.
Is it correct that you're not represented by an attorney?
I am not.
Did you review any documents or videos before the deposition?
I did not.
Have you ever communicated with Mr. Depp's former attorney, Mr. Waldman?
Yes.
And did Mr. Waldman, do you know if he drafted a declaration for you in 2016?
Yes.
Is Action Property Management, I believe you said this earlier, is it the property management company for ECB?
Don't worry, guys.
Yes.
This blue line
Is your
down here
understanding
only
that
has to make it all the way
2016
over
Depp
here.
owned the top floor penthouses in ECB, penthouses 1 through 5?
Yes.
That's creepy. Did you see him just manifest a drink glass out of nowhere?
In 2016.
Yes.
It's a dark warlock.
How many times have you seen Amber Heard
Reminds me of Max Headroom.
personally?
Sexually. Sensually.
Maybe, I would be guessing, my best guess would be maybe half a dozen to a dozen times.
Do you remember when those times were? Like what year?
I don't recall the exact year, but likely 2016.
Sorcerer.
So moving to May 21st of 2016, are you aware that officers were called to the penthouse of ECB on that day?
Yes, I am aware.
Were you there the day that the officers were called to ECB in May of 2016?
I was not at the building when officers were called.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of why the officers were called on May 21st, 2016?
Firsthand, no, I do not.
Did you see Amber at all on May 21st?
Not that I recall.
Did you see Amber on May 22nd, 2016?
Not that I recall.
Did you see Amber on May 23rd, 2016?
The timeline is 2016. I don't recall the specifics of those dates specifically.
Can you testify to whether you saw Amber Heard at all the week of May 21st, 2016 personally?
I don't recall the dates now.
Did you personally interact with Mr. Depp at ECB in 2016?
No, I never did.
Have you seen Mr. Depp on video footage in 2016?
Yes.
Could you please bring up Exhibit 3, please? How would you describe Mr. Depp's behavior in that video?
I would describe it as animated.
Weren't they supposed to
do you
pause and have
any-
us watch the video?
In the times that you've seen Mr. Depp at ECB,
That's what they said.
observed Mr. Depp in an animated manner like you saw in the video.
I do recall a video of Mr. Depp in the elevator
With the candlestick.
in an animated space.
And was that in 2016?
Yes.
And do you have any familiarity with, have you ever seen Mr. Depp?
Is it true that your
in the times you've seen
AOL
him?
Instant Messenger handle is
ECB.
Iceman69?
I wouldn't say angry. I use the term animated.
And what does the term animated mean to you?
What I saw in the video.
When were you first contacted for video footage after the May 21st police call to the building?
I don't recall the exact time frame.
Do you remember who contacted you about the May 2016 video footage? Who first contacted you?
I do not recall.
You know who selected what copy to preserve and what to preserve?
The attorneys from both sides submitted a list of video times and dates to be preserved.
And do you remember what times and dates those were, roughly?
I don't have a time frame now.
Do you have a rough time frame of what the videos that were preserved, what times those cover?
My rough recollection is that May 2016 timeframe.
Was it after the May 21st?
Yes, the jury is
incident,
watching this.
That time frame?
Yes.
And do you know what role Mr. Depp's lawyers played in the selection process?
The attorneys came to the office here, set up a viewing area, reviewed video footage, took notes based on that review. And those dates and times were provided to retrieve the video and save.
And do you remember which attorneys came, either their names or who they were, that came to review the
Yeah, I
footage?
do mean the jury is taking a nap during this.
I
Yes.
don't recall.
Thank you for the
There's
correction,
attorneys from
chat.
both sides that came very close together, and I don't recall who or what side they were on.
And was all of the footage that they selected preserved?
Yes.
And were all of those videos that were preserved taken in the ordinary course of ECB's business operations?
Yeah.
Can you rephrase that?
No.
Sure, it's ordinary, is it not, for ECB to have these cameras rolling, and the videos that were preserved were from those cameras that were rolling in the ordinary course of business.
Yes, correct.
They see me rolling.
Do you know how
they
many video clips
hating.
ECB preserved pursuant to the requests from attorneys?
I don't recall the exact number. It was whatever was on the subpoena. We provided exactly what was on there.
Does the number 87 ring a bell? For how many videos?
Yes.
And do you know where the videos were maintained from 2016 until today?
They were on a portable drive here in my office.
At ECB?
Yes.
And how are they maintained?
It was on a portable hard drive.
And as far as you know, is that in the same condition that it was in 2016?
To my knowledge, yes.
And were the 87 videos preserved on 3 DVD discs or in some other format?
So through the subpoenas, the videos were provided to the different teams. I vaguely remember CDs. They weren't stored on CDs for purposes here. I just have the portable hard drive.
Any more video footage other than those 87 clips that has been preserved?
No.
And what happened to any other video footage that was not preserved?
Like I had mentioned earlier, the DVR has a capacity of so many days and it rewrites over itself.
Depp's attorney just did the old eye rub.
And just for clarity,
Depp, it looks like fell asleep.
how did you decide what May 2016 video to preserve?
He hasn't moved in a while.
The only
Oh,
video
there he goes. He is animated.
ones called out via the subpoena by the various law firms, or the 2 law firms.
And do you know why there's no footage from May 23rd, 2016?
I do not.
And you mentioned that both sides requested preservation of the video footage. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Is it your understanding that the press at some point became interested in getting statements from ECB relating to the May 21st incident?
Yes.
Did the press ask ECB or its employees for statements?
Yes.
And what's the policy of APM or ECB with respect to press statements about residents?
Oh, spit it out.
The policy is that we do not give statements to press.
And did Amber ever ask you about that?
Yes, she did.
In 2016, do you know if Rocky Pennington and Josh Drew lived in one of the penthouses at ECB?
Yes.
And did you ever see Rocky with Amber?
Yes.
If we could pull up Exhibit 4, please. Mr. Patterson, does this refresh your recollection about which penthouse Rocky Pennington lived in?
Yes.
Mr. Patterson, I'd like to go to the video footage now and go through some video footage. And let's start with Exhibit 5, please. In particular, around timestamp 18:55:19.
Now, Your Honor, I think we need to switch it.
Okay. All right.
Oh, okay. Wow. Tug, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Send flowers to my grave.
I know. It's excitement.
Oh. There's nothing
We're
to
like-
even comment on. This is just such dry testimony.
Well, it's just authorizing the videotapes, you know, basically. Yes, there are videotapes. Yes, this is how we got them.
Yeah.
Why does that take like an hour to do?
I don't know. Give me 1 second. Since nothing's happening, I have to move a window. Okay.
God, they all look bored out of their minds.
Yeah, they are. There's nothing for anybody to do, and they all know it. This should not be done in this way, frankly.
No, because I mean, it takes all that momentum that you had from Isaac B. and just shoved it right in a toilet.
Oh, here we go. Here's something.
Footage. Finally. What am I looking at? Are they gonna? Oh, this is where they slip out her decomposing body and put it in the back of a Honda Civic.
That looked like I guess that's Johnny Depp.
Okay, so that's on the May 21st day. You know, they're showing him on the last day of incident 14 is what that was of.
Mr. Patterson, do you recognize this area?
Yes.
And where is it?
This is the mezzanine vestibule between the building and the parking garage.
And do you know if you or someone else at ECB was responsible for pulling this security footage and keeping it at ECB?
I did pull some video early on. However, the task was very overwhelming and took away from my daily duties. So the task was sent off to an outside party to pull all the videos based on the subpoena list.
And what was the outside party's name?
I don't recall offhand.
But was it at the direction of you or ECB?
Yes.
To assist you with time, or is that why?
Yes, I did not have the time to go through all of the video footage to record it.
Sure. Do the ECB video cameras have time and date stamps as a matter of course?
Yes.
And in your experience, are those time and date stamps relatively accurate?
Relatively accurate, yes.
And did you recognize the men in that exhibit?
Can you replay it, please?
Replay it.
Oh God.
What does relatively mean, though? I mean, that's not very that's not very spot on, is it?
No. Well, security cameras often have inaccurate
How would you describe the
timestamps
quality
on
of
them by a couple
these
minutes.
videos?
Compared to our new updated cameras, not as clear.
And can you be more specific about not clear? Would you consider these to be grainy?
I would say this video here in the paused state does appear to be somewhat grainy.
And does it appear to be just a little bit blurry?
Yes, this video, as I see it now, looks a little blurry.
And did you recognize the men in this video clip?
Yes, I do recognize Mr. Depp. The first gentleman looks familiar. I can't place him at the moment.
And do you have any reason to believe that the date and timestamp are not accurate?
It does seem consistent with the time stamping of the video. So unless it was somehow altered, I would say it appears to be accurate.
And the video camera that you preserved in your office at ECB since 2016 has not been altered. Is that correct?
Correct.
Let's move to Exhibit 6, please. You recognize where this is?
Yes.
And where is it?
This is the mezzanine level again. Vestibule, the mail room is directly behind it, leading to the elevator vestibule.
And does that look like it accurately portrays the scene?
This shot accurately depicts the area, correct?
And do you recognize those men?
As I previously stated, I do recognize Mr. Depp. The other ones I do not.
And did the date and timestamp look accurate?
Yes.
If we could please go to Exhibit 7.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Help me.
Thank you.
All I care about are these surveillance videos.
Oh, my
Oh
God.
boy. Is this in fact you getting in the elevator, Mr. Depp?
His bodyguards don't look very bodyguardish. Like I'd have two like Marines traveling around with me that look like they'd snap you in half if you mess with me.
Yeah, but sometimes I've seen a lot of bodyguards who are kind of unassuming.
Yeah.
You know,
Actually, they did good work, to be honest, and they're very good with crowds, like with fans. They handle the crowd without manhandling the crowd, which is really what you need.
yeah, because well, the younger guy is pretty thick. He's not tall, but he's a wide boy.
Switch back. Okay.
He's good at probably good at just keeping people away from stuff.
And do you recognize where this is, Mr. Patterson?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and does that look like a clip from the surveillance video in the elevator at ECB?
Yes.
And does it accurately portray the scene?
Yes.
I don't know what you mean by scene.
Does it look like
Oh,
ECB,
no, kill
like
me.
the elevator at ECB?
Yes.
What is I seeing?
And is the quality of this a little bit grainy as well?
As it's displayed right now, yes.
And do the date and timestamps look accurate, like ECB keeps in the regular course of business?
Yes.
And could we please play the video so we can see who's getting on? And do you recognize those
Oh
people
my-
getting on the elevator, Mr. Pattinson?
Yes, I do recognize Mr. Depp.
And is smoking permitted on elevators at ECB?
No, it's not.
Let's move to Exhibit 8, please. You recognize this as ECB video footage?
Yes.
And you recognize the men on the elevator?
As I previously mentioned, Mr. Depp told me.
And do those date and timestamps look accurate?
Yes.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's movements on this elevator?
I'll use the description animated again.
Is he also swaying from side to side? Does this footage generally look like the footage that you preserved from 2016?
Trying to establish that he's drunk.
Yeah, they want to.
Let's move
That's
to
what they want because they were trying to say he was on a rampage, swinging a magnum bottle of alcohol, breaking doors that have no damage. They're going to, the defense team, this will be the beauty. Wait until this spin comes up. They're going to say that the body cam footage from the police proves what they said because it doesn't show any damage.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. They're like, well, we cleaned it up before. There were two sets of police, and the second one that you have body cam footage of. They're like, well, we cleaned it up before they got there. So this proves everything. It's going to be amazing to watch them try to do that.
I would describe him here as animated.
Yeah. He looks a little angry, to be honest. I imagine if I went through... what's funny, though, is he doesn't have a magnum-sized bottle of wine in his hand when he's leaving. I wonder, they never found a bottle of wine at the scene. There, he was supposed to be swinging around breaking shit. You would think if he was swinging it in the hallway and then they all left, he'd still have it with him.
Why? I don't know. Why don't surveillance cameras ever have sound? Like, it seems like you'd always want the sound.
I don't know. I said that about body cam footage, and then when you hear it, it sounds like you're trapped in a fishbowl, and every time they move,
That's
it's
true,
like...
Yeah.
And do you recognize this area?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the same shot that was previously shown, the mezzanine vestibule.
And is it shot from one of the ECB surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And does this look like one of the ones that was preserved since 2016?
Yes.
And do the date and time stamps look accurate as far as you know?
Yes.
And were you responsible for pulling this security footage generally?
Generally, yes.
And do you recognize the people in that video?
Excuse me. I do recognize Mr. Depp.
And what's Mr. Depp holding?
It appears to be a jacket.
And how would you describe how he's holding it?
With his left hand.
And if we could please move to Exhibit 11. And do you recognize this as ECB surveillance footage?
Ooh.
Yes.
And where was that footage taken?
This is back in the mezzanine vestibule between the building and the garage.
Say the last part. Vestibule what?
Between the building and the garage.
And was this one of the videos that was preserved since 2016 by ECB?
I don't recall this specific clip, but yes, this is video that was preserved.
And did the date and time stamps look accurate, like they would be on ECB footage?
Action
calls for next.
Do you recognize those people?
There's an objection there.
Recognize Mr. Depp.
And does Mr. Depp appear to be leaving the building?
That would be the pathway from the building into the garage.
And does this look like true and accurate footage from the ECB video surveillance preserved since 2016?
Yes.
Moving right along to Exhibit 12, please. And where is this video, Mr. Patterson?
This video is the call box at the lobby entrance on Broadway.
And do you recognize that as security footage from one of the ECB surveillance cameras that's been preserved since 2016?
Yes.
Yes.
And does the date and time stamp look accurate to you?
How did you guess that answer?
Exhibit 13, please.
Are you a wizard?
I am.
Do you rec-
Do you recognize what happened to the video? What happened to the video? Oh, they paused it for this. All right. We got the fuzz up in here. Look out. Two
Yep,
stalwart and upstanding members of the police department.
That's the second set of police, I believe.
where this is?
Yes.
Where?
This is in the main lobby of the building.
This is in hell.
And does that look like a surveillance clip from one of the surveillance cameras that's been preserved since 2016?
This is in hell where they put you in a tunnel that's really dark, but there's a bright light at the end of it, really far away. But it's so dark you don't realize you're on a treadmill.
Does that look like an accurate?
I figured you were going to tell me the bright light was a footage surveillance camera like light. You're like, no, I've been walking toward the Eastern Columbia.
It is.
Yes.
Moving to exhibit 14,
When you get there,
please.
you fall through a trapdoor and into a video deposition.
No.
You just have to sit in the chair and some jackass 1,000 miles away asks you questions with that delay that's like not too long, but it's
And they're
long
all-
enough.
They're all confirmation ones. Can you confirm that this looks like video that you would have had in 2016? Could you just confirm? Like, no, please, God, kill me.
And you say yes, and then it's like, can you confirm you have the video from 2016? Yes.
This is like nightmare fuel.
Can you confirm that the video is an accurate portrayal of the scene? Yes. Why are you waiting so long to answer me? Like, why is this taking so long? Just ask me the next question.
You recognize this clip?
Yes.
Mind you, we've only been
Does it
sitting
look
here
like
for
it's from
27
one of
minutes
ECB
of
security
video.
footage cameras that's been preserved since 2016.
You know, there's
I'm pretty
a
sure
word. There's a profane word I'm looking for. It begins with an F and it ends with a U.
And where was
Why'd you have to remind me? It's only been 27 minutes.
But this is what I'm thinking about.
is the
According to
shot
the
of the
timestamp, I think
front
he's
desk.
been there for 2 hours already.
Oh, God.
Would you agree that?
Well, you saw him like zapping in randomly, drinking drinks and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
As it is displayed.
He does not look thrilled to be there at all.
And do the date and timestamps look accurate to you?
Yes.
And do you recognize this as surveillance footage from one of the ECB cameras that's been preserved since 2016?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh God, I can't believe you
Do
figured that out.
recognize
I know. Define footage,
either of the
please.
officers?
Define camera.
Amber Heard is
I
bored.
recognize them as officers.
There's nobody to hit during this.
And
She's like,
Wouldn't it be
God,
something
I
if
wish
she
I had
stood
a
up?
bottle and a finger to chop off right now.
She randomly lobs a bottle and it goes after his other fingers. Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
move to Exhibit 16, please. Does this also appear to be a ECB surveillance camera footage?
Yes.
And do you recognize that person who just left the elevator?
I do not.
And
What if I told you that was you?
does this generally appear to be one of the ones that have been preserved since 2016 at ECB?
Yes.
And as far as you know, does the date and time stamp look accurate?
Yes.
And for all of these clips that you've seen, do they appear to you to be true and accurate copies of the footage that have been preserved?
These seem very grainy and slow to me, from what I remember. But these are taken from Eastern Columbia video cameras during this time.
And preserved since that time at ECB?
Correct.
And they were preserved in the same condition?
Yes.
Can we please pull up Exhibit 17? And do you recognize this as a clip from one of the ECB surveillance cameras that's been preserved since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate?
Yes.
And does that accurately portray the elevator scene at ECB?
Yes.
And can we move to Exhibit 18, please? But do you recognize this as ECB security footage that's been preserved at ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And it looks like an accurate copy of what was preserved, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes.
And the date and timestamp, as far as you know, look accurate?
Yes.
Please move to Exhibit 19. And Mr. Patterson, do you know whether or not any of these timestamps are a few seconds off here or there or not?
I believe there is a few second time discrepancy.
And do you know why there would be a few second time discrepancy, or?
I don't know.
No.
Behind it, no.
You know when you set the timer on your oven and you set the timer on your microwave and they're always just a little bit off from each
Did you
other?
recognize
That's
that video
why.
clip is one of the videos that has been preserved at ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And does that appear to be an accurate copy of one of the surveillance copies that have been preserved?
Yes.
And as far as you know, that the date and timestamp is reasonably accurate, with a couple seconds margin?
Yes.
And please move to Exhibit 20. And do you recognize this as one of the videos that have been taken at ECB, by a surveillance camera at ECB?
Yes.
And are these one of the videos that have been preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, within a few seconds, is that date and time stamp accurate?
As far as I know, yes.
And those appear to be two officers leaving ECB?
Yes.
And move to Exhibit 21, please. Do you recognize where this is?
Yes.
And what does it look like to you?
This is the same shot from the kiosk camera outside of the lobby on Broadway.
Is it shot from one of the surveillance cameras at ECB?
It's shot from a freaking cannon, lady.
And does that appear to be one of the clips that has been preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and timestamp accurate as far as you know?
Yes.
Exhibit 22. Can we move to that, please? And does this appear to be this clip appear to be taken from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And which camera?
This is the lobby, one of the lobby cameras.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was preserved at ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate?
Yes, within a few seconds.
And were those two officers walking in this video?
Yes, those appear to be two officers.
Or does this look like how the lobby? Does this look like how the lobby looks in the video's surveillance preserved by ECB?
Yes.
Let's move to Exhibit 23. Do you recognize this as video footage taken from one of the ECB security cameras?
Oh.
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that's been preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, are the date and time stamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And do those appear to be officers talking to the concierge?
Yes.
And move to Exhibit 24, please. And do you recognize this as video footage taken by one of the ECB security cameras?
Why are they showing the videos? Oh,
Is this one of the
do
clips
something
that
to
were
break up
taken-
this
taken by
monotony.
ECB and preserved since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, within a few seconds, are the date and time stamps accurate?
Yes.
Could you please go to Exhibit 27?
They're not showing him because he literally could have phoned these in, and he did. Awesome. Oh, God.
There was no reason, but they could have just stipulated to all these videos. Oh my gosh. All right, we got those are different cops.
Yeah, so I guess that's team 2 because the first team was a male and a female.
Is one of the videos from the ECB security footage that have been preserved since 2016 by ECB?
Yes.
As far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Calls for expert opinion.
And move to Exhibit 28, please.
Oh my gosh.
Do you recognize this?
I can
video
do
as
it.
One of the ECB surveillance videos.
Judge is like doing other cases right now.
Yes.
And which surveillance video? Which part of
Yeah,
the
I've taken up knitting in my free time right now. Stitch 1, Purl 2.
Does this appear to be one of the?
I'm actually just peeling off my own toenails like I'm in the Hanoi Hilton.
You're gonna build a little friend out of it. Yeah,
Yes.
And
it's gonna be like Castaway, Lost Splainings's Castaway. Beautiful.
Yeah. Wilson.
Oh my God! You got a little toenail man screaming Wilson. Oh Jesus, that's a terrible mental image.
Yes.
And was this one of the clips that have been taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
I mean, this appears to be an accurate copy of what was preserved.
Yes.
This isn't even halfway through this nightmare. Are you kidding me?
No, this is good. This is so long. I
You
hate
recognize
stuff
this-
like this.
Footage taken from.
I said you just it
security cameras?
throws away all of that momentum that you
Yes.
had just a few minutes
And does
ago.
it appear to be one of the
Yeah.
clips that has been taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And that appears to be an accurate copy of what was preserved.
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
May we
Okay,
please
come
go
on.
to Exhibit 30?
May we please go to anywhere where anything is happening? I'm going to take up that knife game that Bishop did on
And do you
Predator
recognize this is one of
or
the,
Aliens.
video
You notice in movies, like every mofo
surveillance.
can play that game. Yeah.
Yes.
And is this the elevator camera?
One of, yes.
And do you recognize who's on the elevator?
It appears to be Amber.
And does this look like one of the video clips that have been taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, within a few seconds, is the date and timestamp accurate?
Yes.
I want to hear
Oh,
James
my
Franco.
neck.
I want to hear James Franco explain away all of the videos, that catch him on a private elevator with Heard cuddled up to him. I want to hear him tell us that he was just consoling her,
He's disfavored in Hollywood right now.
Oh yeah, he's done.
'Cause of his
They'll never
allegations.
bring him back. Well, he's thrown in with her, I think, to try to salvage his career, because he avoided before he came back and did that interview, where he basically talked about it's been long enough, hasn't it? He wouldn't agree to UK 2020. He managed to get out of it, but this trial,
Does this appear to be one of the
they were
clips
going to get him in.
preserved
So
by
he's
ECB since
testifying for Heard.
2016?
Yeah, that's good boy points right
And
there.
as far as you know, are the date and timestamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And while we're waiting for someone to appear, do you recognize the person at the front desk, if you can see him? And do you recognize who's walking into the video now?
I do recognize that as Amber. I trying to get a facial recognition of the person at the desk.
What? Did he say he's trying to get a facial from Amber? What?
Yeah. Some facial recognition of a person at the desk. I don't know. I'm going to read some of these
Yeah,
chats.
hit some super chats. So do it.
This is horrible. Okay. K Drive 23 says jury duty many years ago. Two lawyers suing each other for some BS with law partnership. Was pissed at the audacity of rich people wasting the time of citizens for something they could resolve in private. Thankfully not selected. Feel the same about
see him
this trial. Well, one person made this happen. Now
Who's
it
that?
can't be resolved without the
His
court
name's
now.
Cornelius.
Do you know why Mr. Harrell and Amber would be going around that corner?
The package room is around the corner.
And does this look like one of the video clips that's been preserved and taken by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
Squizgar says whoever was supposed
And
to
does
pause
date
it and play the
and
video
timestamp,
fell
look
asleep.
accurate is within a few seconds, as far as you know.
Yes.
And does
Snubs
this look like an
YK.
accurate clip from
Snubs YK
ECB
says,
footage?
can he get Heard and Depp's female lawyer to make out a bit throughout the video?
This in as Exhibit 31.
C. Neil says
and
these
move
poor
to
jurors. I can only
32,
imagine how many
please.
will be on suicide watch by the end of the
recognize,
trial.
who's
Maybe the
walking through the
first
picture in
jury
this video?
sequestered in a mental hospital for
Yes.
deliberation.
Who is it?
Amber Heard.
And does this look like a video clip taken from one of the ECB surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And does this look like one of the videos that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, are the date and timestamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
I'd like to move to Exhibit 33, please.
Next
And
one is from
does
David
this
Z.
Look like
They caught the New York
video
subway
footage
shooter.
taken from one of the ECB surveillance
I tell you, I
cameras?
live in New York, and I'm not a big fan of it going back to the 80s.
And does this look
What are the
like one of
chances Johnny
clips
gets a
taken
fair
and
shake,
preserved by
Nick?
ECB since
Give us a number of
2016?
percentage. Thanks from New York. What's up, Tug?
Yes.
And as far as you know, are the date and
go.
timestamps accurate within a few seconds?
He's in trial. He's getting a fair shake so far.
like to move to admit this.
Won't know
as
how the
exhibit
jury feels
33.
about anything.
And do you recognize who's in this video right now?
Yes.
Apparently, this is a really young jury. From
And where is
what
she?
3 or 4 people have said,
This is
the jury
service
looks.
I heard it was an
corridor
older
outside the
jury.
back.
I heard it was
I have
younger.
no idea.
If you could please
Heard a
rewind the
bunch of
tape
people
little
say
bit and see
younger.
who
Oh.
Amber was with.
I see. There's 2 people that cover a lot of this this stuff that are
recognize that
right
person?
there. You know, we see them
Yes.
over and over.
And what's
That
his last
Laura
name?
B. She's in there. She's the one who pulls all the documents and goes over them.
And, and was he walking out? Where was he walking out from?
The package room.
Where is this in ECB?
This is on the main level service corridor.
And would you agree with me that this footage is also a little bit grainy?
Yes.
If you could please, I'd like to move to admit Exhibit 33. And if we could please move to Exhibit 34. And do you recognize this as one of the ECB security camera footage clips?
Yes.
And this appear to be one of the video footage clips taken and preserved by ECB since 2016.
Yes.
As far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And do you recognize who's in this video?
Oh,
It appears to
they're
be
not
Amber.
showing us the videos. I mean, actually, kind of thank
know where
God.
this
Remember
video
that they
is?
did 87 videos.
Can you expand on that?
Sure. Is it an elevator in ECB?
Yes.
And can we go back to that exhibit, please, just for a minute?
Mike the Dad Crosby says relatively, as in within 2 years or the length of this testimony. Oh, damn it.
And can we go to roughly timestamp 18/22/26?
Mm.
Would you agree with me that the
Oh,
video
please.
footage here is a little bit grainy?
Yes.
And does it look a little bit fuzzy to you?
Yes.
And can we please move to exhibit 35? And does this look like video footage from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, do the date and time stamps look accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
If we could please move to timestamp, see, 18/41/29. And do you recognize who just walked in the elevator?
It appears to be Amber. I'm not sure who the gentleman is.
Does that
Don't call him
video appear
gentle.
A little bit grainy to you?
As it's displayed now.
And if we could please move to exhibit.
That graininess is actually just Amber Heard's
136.
complexion without makeup.
And is it,
One of these witnesses is going to insinuate that that Elon Musk could have been the one who left that mark on her face. I wonder if they have a corresponding video.
Ooh.
Amber
Yeah.
Heard and
They're one of the Eastern Columbia building staff. They said it in the UK 2020, and you know that's going to be here.
ECB since 2016.
yes.
As far as you know, is the date, stamp, and time reasonably accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that that also is a little bit grainy in that footage?
Yes, as it's displayed now.
And if we could please move to exhibit 37. And does this appear to be a video
Oh, boy.
camera from one of ECB's video cameras?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB?
Go back to
since,
the other super chats
2016?
that were there. Oh, we got to read
Yes.
this one from
As
Rumble
far as you know,
too.
is the date and timestamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And did you recognize who walked through that video?
Amber Heard and an unknown gentleman,
And is this video also a little bit grainy as it appears?
as it appears now, yes.
I'd like to move in Exhibit 37.
So you can do this all at
Please,
once, right? You don't have to do it this way.
If the
And this
court will
appears to
allow
be a
it.
Video taken from one of the security cameras at ECB.
Yes.
This is just terrible. Super
And does this appear
boring.
to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved
The
by
jury can't be
ECB
engaged through
since
this.
2016?
Yes.
MZ Kim
And as far as you know,
1223
is the
says,
date
"Who
and
knew
timestamp
trying to
accurate
keep your
within
private medical
a few
information out of the
seconds?
press would be
Yes.
considered a cover-up?"
And if we could
True that.
Podheed,
go
welcome to paralegal
2256,
status.
please.
Rumble username suck
Do you
says,
recognize
"Please
who
bring
was getting
Herrera
in the
on
elevator?
so we can super chat him some tough questions about Black Rifle Coffee Company, Kyle Rittenhouse, and AK-50. Maybe Krigler will be banned then, and you can have him on to offer
I cannot
Brendan
see her
Herrera
face, but
some
it
better
appears to be
coffee."
Amber Heard.
There you go. Oh,
Move
I
to
could deal with a
exhibit-
big
this is
bowl of
38,
ramen right
and then
now,
if we
man.
move to 39, please. Does this look like a true
I want somebody in this case to hook me up with all those substances that we're talking about. Oh man,
footage
Yeah.
from one of the ECB cameras?
Yes.
I want enough of that to think, man, this is an exciting thing that we're covering right now.
Yeah, how many mushrooms laced with cocaine do I need to eat?
And when I say by ECB, I mean either you or someone under your
That
direction.
sounds like a nice math question.
Spoke of. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And I'd like to move this in as exhibit 38, I'm sorry, 39, please. And do you know who is working behind the desk in this video?
No.
Yes.
And who's that?
Your
Alex
mom.
Romero.
Okay, can we move to exhibit 40, please? And does this appear to be a video from one of the ECB security cameras?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and timestamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
I'd like to move this in as exhibit 40, please. And if we could go to timestamp 21/17/33, please.
87 videos. Felipe Move says, "Hello, Rick. New to your channel. Great content. Where is the Rekieta last name come from?" You're not new here.
And
What are you
if we could move-
talking
okay,
about?
thanks.
It's Polish, Felipe.
It's what? Polish, really? Yeah. Guy? I don't know the origin of the last name here.
It's Guy and it's French. How dare you?
Guy. Yeah.
And you
It's just
recognize
my
who-
terrible southern accent.
Well, that's how the French pronounce that. G-U-Y is
Who is
pronounced
it?
Guy.
Yeah,
And it is,
it's my terrible accent making it sound like guy, you know?
Yeah.
Because we draw out everything. Yeah.
And would you agree with me that the video footage is a little bit grainy in this clip?
Yes, as is displayed at the moment.
Yeah,
And does that
I'm going to
date and
stipulate
timestamp
to
accurate
everything
within a few
being
seconds,
grainy.
As far as you know?
Yes.
And does that appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
I'd like to move to admit that as exhibit 40, please.
You already did exhibit 40.
To 41, please.
Thank
Counsel,
you.
could you pause it for a moment? Let's just go ahead and. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute.
Jury's literally
o'clock,
falling
okay?
asleep. That's what's happening right now. The judge looks over at the jury. She sees the juror do this. Do this. Like that. You just got to give a 15-minute break. I mean, they just came back from lunch. Lunch didn't start all that long ago, or lunch wasn't all that long ago. It started late. Jury's passed out. This is horrendous. I gotta spice it up. How do I spice
We'll
this
come
up?
back at
There's
4
nothing to
o'clock, okay?
say. There's nothing to do. It's just them asking if the video that the guy's looking at that no one else can see is accurate. And what does it show? Someone walking somewhere. Oh God. Ooh.
Yeah, you can't really. I thought people didn't want you talking over it. Come on, what do people want now? God.
I would love to talk over this. There's just there's nothing to say. I'd
Yeah.
be talking about something completely different. Oh my God. This is brutal. But this is court, ladies and gentlemen. There's difficulties. Oh, we can't get these people in to the, they can't come out to Virginia. This is why people were questioning venue, not jurisdiction, but whether Virginia is the smartest, most convenient place, because most of the witnesses are going to be out in LA.
Yeah.
So
you didn't want it in LA though, man. That would have been a hard one to win. Hard one to get into the courtroom for sure.
But yeah, this hard to get this random guy out to LA for this thing, so they do it by video deposition. It makes sense practically. It's just not any fun to watch. That's the problem. But oh man. It's whew.
I know. I almost don't want to talk shit to people online right now. I'm so bored. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no.
I never stop that.
Okay. House First says, why so late and gay? Well, because I slept in a little bit today. And he also says, have you ever talked to Matt Christensen? I've not spoken with Matt Christensen. No, I'm familiar with who he is, but we have not talked. Rumble username Sucks says, this guy is still better at math than most lawyers, or so I'm told. Yes, that's correct. Rumble username Suck also says, cute kid reminds me of my youngest sister. Also, you should get your kids some Rorschach question style face masks like Tug has for his kids to keep them anonymous if they pop on stream. You'd think they'd wear them.
That's the truth there.
Like they're not supposed to come on stream at all. Rumble username Sucks says, how is it legal for someone to testify with a green screen background? Feel that would have some issues with the beyond the usual remote testimony issues vis-a-vis the right to face your accuser. Because the court allows it. I don't think there's any prejudice in his particular background. Now, if his background was something that said Johnny Depp sucks or Amber Heard beats men, one of those things would be a big problem. But just a neutral picture of the building he works for isn't going to be a big one. Next, what do we have here? Dip you dip says, this foof needs to stop saying yes. Well, I mean, he's not going to. The questions are meant for him to say
no,
yes.
it'd make it longer, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And then Blossom and Jin says, really enjoy your channel content. Helps to make stressful days more bearable. Cheers. Hey, cheers to you, Blossom and Jin. Thank you so much. Brian Mulvaney says, and remember, kids, social justice doesn't pay the bills. Paying customers do. That's true. But do paying customers pay the clout bill? Do they? I don't know. My clout coffers are much lower than they should be. Doug Murray says, Art, he was learning how to launder money for a guy he knew from back home named Johnny. The plot thickens. Yeah, the artist trying to sell his paintings. I wonder what his paintings sell for.
I don't know. That's actually a very good question, too.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask about that, too. I'm going to see if I can get an answer. I want to know if I get a commission. And what the hell? Will it like be I'm afraid of what I would get for a channel. I'm like, I want a piece of channel art that I could use. Probably have me straddling William Shatner or something.
Let me see. He said he hasn't painted in a couple years. What the hell is this? Trying to find some stuff here.
I think B. Yeah, I'm
Trying to
see if I
find
can
a price on any of his art.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
He must sell it all in public, or in at private events. Oh, hey, I have to take this phone call. I'll be right back.
All right. I guess I'm in charge again. I can't be any more. I can't be any less entertaining than those videos there. The one video that I did see, though, the one video that I thought was very standout, there was one of Depp leaving the Eastern Columbia building. You know, he was getting in with all of his bodyguards, well, his 2 bodyguards there. And, you know, they asked, what did he have in his hand? Well, he had a coat in his hand. Okay, Heard and all of that team, they testified that he was wandering through the halls with a magnum-sized bottle of wine. Now, to add to that, too, they didn't know that there was body cam footage attached. I had somebody, a good source, say, Amber Heard, imagine her dancing around raindrops or dancing through raindrops. She knows sooner or later one will hit her, but she tries to weave a story where, you know, she can weave her way out of it. Well, if you look at the evidence that she has for that day, she put 5 pictures into evidence from the inside of the home. One of them shows, none of them really show damage. Only one of them has a broken item in it, and it's one singular glass wine bottle. It's or not bottle, but a cup. There's a stand for a wine glass that's broken on the floor. There's an overturned wicker basket on the floor with fruit. None of it's damaged. The wicker basket. Months later, the places were put up for a sale. Like Rekieta was talking about that. The wicker basket was reused. A bunch of the other items were reused. So the only item you ever see that's broken in any of the photographs is one, like I say, singular wine glass. Well, when he's leaving, you saw that video in there. He has a coat in his hand. So if he's running around with a giant wine bottle, smashing shit and, spreading wine everywhere, where'd the bottle go? Nobody talks about recovery of that item or cleaning it up. It's just kind of interesting because, again, you're not talking about a delay. He's walking out. He's supposed to be, like I said, he's supposed to be breaking stuff inside. He walks out in the hall. He's sloshing alcohol everywhere because they're saying that's why they kept asking about his walk. They're asking whether or not he's drunk. You know, when you've seen this footage before, is he drinking or not? And that expert, well, he couldn't tell you anything about it. But still, that's what they're trying to lay down. They're going to have to lay down multiple incidents with a bare minimum of evidence. There will be people that try to damage control or placate Amber Heard in a few of those. So you're going to see people, like in text messages, going along to get along, just like the sister said. You know, if you agree with her, it's just easier. I'm sure you've dealt with people like that. If you don't agree with them, they're monsters. You know, they'll take all of that out on you. So there are a lot of people that'll placate her. But as far as actual damage, one of the things you'll notice, she never goes to the hospital. She asked for a concussion check over the phone one time, but that didn't actually involve any type of examination. Even the nurses said that she would make up things. Again, I personally think that this was a plan from go. I think that she planned this for quite some time. I don't know what the end goal was, but I personally do think that looking at all of this evidence, that it was planned for quite some time. She was taking random, like if she got a bruise on her arm, she got a bruise somewhere from 2013. She doesn't document anything around that, but she says as early as 2013, look at what was happening. Again, there's no documentation of what happened there. And in the UK, they pretty much allowed any of that. They only knocked out 2 incidents out of 14 alleged incidents. They took out one. To give you an example of what they took out, they allowed some that were almost nondescript. But one, she took a text message It didn't have any description of the incident. She said that I can't tell you what happened, but he's apologizing. Therefore, he abused me there. And the judge kicked that one. So, yeah.
That's the best way to do it. Well, I can't tell you why, but he is doing this.
Yeah,
And therefore,
exactly.
that
This is
means he
proof.
did it.
He apologized for something innocuous. You know, we don't even know what, but it has to be abuse.
You know, sorry I spilled your mac and cheese means I beat you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you spilled, you spilled it because you were hitting me.
Well, this is just the lesson. Hit hard enough that they can't testify against you. I'm just kidding.
If
That's
she,
a joke. That's a joke. Oh my goodness.
If she was motivated, if she wasn't, if she wasn't somebody that worried about her looks as much, if she would have rolled up a roll of quarters and hit herself in the face a few times, this would be a different case.
Oh yeah. Yep. So sorry about that. I probably have to take one more phone call in a few minutes here, but I hope not. But when I do those, I'm monitoring for when the court comes back so I can switch it over. If I happen to be off when the court comes back from break, I'll make sure and get the video feed up. So I hate doing that, but some things have to be done before 5 o'clock, and we won't be done before 5 o'clock. So that's the way the world works. But no, I was not swatted or anything like that. This is just business stuff I have to take care of during business hours, which is very difficult to do with a 6-week trial.
If there is a swatting, please take the camera with you so I can watch it. No.
Yeah. Okay. Van says getting Jackie Wells vibes. I don't know who Jackie Wells is. None of your business, says Baruch is on fire. Scarlett Jonancy says, hey, Nick, I'm an aspiring journalist and a fan. Can I interview you? I responded earlier, but yes, you may interview me, but you have to reach out to me through email, and I'll warn you ahead of time. I'm really, really bad at following up on emails. So, that's don't take it personally. I'm very, very busy. I'm trying to find some solutions to get less busy or to free up my own personal time for that, but it takes a lot. Expect no quarter says new sub, brother Tug, you rock.
Yeah, thank you.
See Goody says we need to get this witness on the show, talking about the bald guy Baruch. Guns Down in Hale says I love reverse Billy Joel better than the original. Expect no quarter says Amber's new Etsy turd herder creation by Amber. Gross. It's a small girl says check out his Instagram for art. Yikes, Baruch art. Yep, we were laughing at it earlier.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Georgia Medina says, why is Amber wearing man's clothes? Remember that Amber identifies as a lesbian unless there's a rich man around.
Yep.
That's a very important thing to keep in mind. Amber identifies as a lesbian until there is a man with money around. Then suddenly she turns hetero. Next, Paul Farrell says his art is odd, but he is skilled. Ashley Harrison says, LMFAO, his art titled Ass, Grass, or Locks, No One Rides for Free, featuring Joan Rivers, iconic. I love Isaac. See Goody says, Isaac Baruch on the show when? We'll see. John Barton says, so we all support a sus painter who paints kids. We covered that earlier. Henry K says, watch out if Will slaps him. He might like it. Kay Valentine says, gained a bunch of subs after super chatting yesterday. Not sure if it's a direct correlation, but thank you nonetheless. And for everything you do. Hey, thank you, Kay. Trevor R says, can Daily Wire / Blaze or your buddy Elon? Wait, what buddy? I've never talked to Elon.
Yeah, your buddy Elon. Yeah, I know you guys hang out, liar.
Fund you to lead up a law and cut competitor. I think they should. Also loving Photo Chad's cousin so far. Look, if Daily Wire or Blaze or Post Millennial or any of those companies want to talk about investing in a competitor to democratize the trial court streaming process and put it out there and sponsor that, I mean, I'm not going to be opposed to that in the slightest, but it's a big ask for any company to do that. CL Hunter says, am I gay enough to be a mod? Lol. If I'm not gay enough, then I can wait. Also, that guy made Fuda on his Instagram, the current witness. Yeah, I'm not really adding any people to the mod team, and I'm very seriously and strongly considering removing all mods because, it's I am not a supporter of LGBTQ rights, so mods shouldn't exist. Mr. Cobblestone says that apartment sounds cool. You can right or left. See, Goody says people keep asking when the yoga pants will be back. I don't know. Schlick Willie, little known fact, this guy is actually John Malkovich's younger brother that played alongside him in Being John Malkovich. Timothy Reaper says, Isaac, hey Tug, you gonna hire me for your next comic? Johnny and I could use a little extra dough. Know what I'm saying?
Oh Lord, I can't even imagine what would be in my next comic there.
Tall Skinny Geek says, hey Chad, I've been out of pocket. Who is this guy? That was Isaac Baruch, friend of Johnny Depp. K-Rab says the CC on this is hilarious. Every time the lawyer says Miss Heard, it shows up as Miss Hurt. Very appropriate. Oh, here we go. Here we
ready
are.
for the
We're
jury then?
back.
Okay.
Very good. Very good.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're back, sort of.
Yeah, come on. Like you don't. I guess they got to get the jury back in the room.
Oh yeah. You wasn't thinking about that, really.
The judge is looking at her Tinder right now.
She's thinking, really, dude. She's like, swipe left or swipe right.
LGN Shorty says, really need this guy to say, hey, I'm walking here in his New Jersey accent. NCG Goggles, welcome to Paralegal Status. Keldrick says, please state your name for the court. Well, it all started when I was born, in Boston. Sarjan Narwan says, I don't know what brand of clothes most people wear. I can still tell they're not naked. Yes. Yeah, getting the whole, do you know what cream she used? Do you know what foundation she used? And it would have been funny if he would have said, I've never seen you using foundation, actually. Bit of an expert on makeup myself.
It'd have been funny if he actually did know about makeup.
Yeah. Someone in the chat just noted how empty the courtroom is now. The gallery in the courtroom is clear.
Yeah.
No one has time for this.
No.
It's horrible.
Well, it's going to eat up their day too. So I mean, that's pretty much what they said. So.
Yep. The rest of the day. So we only have about an hour left total. The good news is that this is it. I believe this deposition will cover exam and cross-exam of this witness. There won't be, it'll be done. Play the video. Play the video.
And it does also look like one of the clips taken from one of the ECB security cameras.
Yes.
Oh
And
boy.
this appeared to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016.
I'm immediately sleepy again.
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the quality is also grainy as it appears in this video?
Yes.
As far as you know, does the date and time stamp look accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And do you recognize the people in this video?
Yes.
And who are they?
Amber, Rocky, and Whitney.
And move to 42. And does this appear to be one of the video cameras from ECB security footage?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the videos taken in
2012 Jameson says, did this lawyer just watch Legally Blonde? Pinkalo, the driving ape, says, do you recall work all what she smelled like?
And if we could please see.
SoCal Chris says, Art dude, is this lawyer broad for real?
11:35. Do you recognize this as a clip from 2016?
So Cuba Gooding Jr. pleaded guilty to forcible touching of a woman.
Yeah, probably related to that charge he caught for the bar video incident.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know
what.
if you know.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Move to admit this is exhibit 42.
But forcible touching is not a sex crime, I don't believe.
No, he got 31 minutes ago. The AP dropped a video thing on that. He gets no jail time.
Yeah.
Counseling 6 months, misdemeanor.
Yeah, that's a great plea deal for him. Because he was facing a felony sexual assault charge. Getting a misdemeanor with no jail time, but just misdemeanor, no jail time, and 6 months of rehab or whatever. Don't touch women for 6 months. Okay.
Yes.
He has another lawsuit that's coming up accusing him of, that with a woman, 2013.
Yep.
Yes.
As far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And can you tell me where this is?
And Amaranth just announced she's retiring from OnlyFans.
In the building?
That is the
That's what
visiting vestibule.
I'm retiring to. From Only Feet.
Move to exhibit 44, please.
She announced she's quitting OnlyFans in June to begin a career pivot into content that's different from anything she's done and falls into the domain of legacy media. So she's going to get a talk show on like a regular TV station or something.
So there's some of the footage. These will be the footage that backs up witnesses at the Eastern Columbia building saying that they actually saw her, because there are going to be a lot of people testify saying that she had no marks on her face.
It's like this video where she's talking to the person at the front desk.
Yeah. This person will testify because look how much FaceTime they get. So they see her clearly there. And a lot of people, there are a lot of Eastern Columbia personnel that went on record talking about that because she, again, she goes through her daily routine. She does it until he comes back with his answer. And on the day of his answer to the extortion letter, she files her TRO. So they wait for his answer. And right after he drops that, telling them, no, I'm not, I refuse it on the 27th, they go in for the TRO.
Lancelot652 says, I love this guy. Just ask him a sentence and he'll spin you a story. John Harrington, how do you think the jury could receive this attorney? She seems aggressive and arrogant for no reason over makeup to this amazing man. Oh yeah, I think that attorney came off bad with that guy.
And does this look like one of the videos taken from one of the ECB security
And what I said
cameras?
at the time was just him laughing at her the one time was perfect.
And does this look like one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Oh, did you go offline? I lost you for a minute.
You did?
Yeah. I don't know if that was the feed or it was on my side, but I lost connection totally from somebody. It was either on me or you.
I have no idea.
In the video?
It appears to be Amber and Trinity Esparza.
Trinity what?
Trinity Esparza.
And can you rewind that footage, please?
Okay, it was on my side, maybe.
Good. Blazing Fire says, I don't care how good you are with makeup. You can't cover swelling with it.
Yep.
You might be able to disguise the color. You can't the swelling. Some idiot I know says arnica cream, not amica cream, whatever the fuck it is.
Does Amber Heard have a sister?
Yes.
Do you know if that's Amber Heard's sister versus Amber Heard? Could you tell?
In this video,
She pulls that a lot too. She blames her. She throws her sister under the bus a bunch. One of the bodyguards that has been protecting them forever says, "Oh yeah, she was getting messed up at Coachella. She was throwing up in a parking lot." She was like, "No, that was my sister because she was pregnant." Like the bodyguard wouldn't be able to tell them apart.
Yeah. Oh boy.
That's going to be part of that's going to be part of their defense as well.
Ludwig von Soul says, "How hard did you peck her?"
And would you agree that the video is also a little bit fuzzy in this clip?
as it appears now, yeah, it's grainy.
2012 Jameson says, "Legally Blonde versus My Cousin Vinny."
Preserved by ACB since 2016.
Yes.
And if we could please move to Exhibit 46. As far as you know, did ECB preserve all the footage that Mr. Depp's attorneys and Amber's attorneys asked you to preserve?
Yes.
Ponton 21 says, "Her lawyer is falsely implying the function of arnica cream. It's not a concealer. Over weeks of use, it may reduce some bruise color. You wouldn't have instant results, and it's a clear lotion."
And actually were involved in the selection process of videos, ECB in May of 2016?
Yes.
And moving to this exhibit 45, does this appear to be a video clip from one of the elevator surveillance cameras in ECB?
From
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ACB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And I'd like to move to admit this is exhibit 45 or 46. And do you recognize the people in this?
It appears to be Amber and Rocky.
Jose Vega says, "This guy is a treasure." Nathan Martin, thank you for donation or for joining at paralegal level. Bullet Shepherd says, "Why does Amber look like a military officer in an anime?"
Move on to exhibit 47, please.
Because that's what she wants to look like. She has to be careful. She has to be hot, but not too hot.
Yep. She's a Yahtzee. That's why she's trying to look like a Yahtzee.
Yeah, but if she comes in and just slays the jury with looks, like they won't. There's a too hot. Why are you doing this to me in court? Like you're manipulating me type thing.
Video clip from one of the ECB security cameras.
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips taken and preserved by ACB since 2016?
Bacardi Batman says, "Wish it was more. This guy is murdering this woman. Her stupid questions." Back to Baruch.
Would you agree that the video footage is a little bit fuzzy in this clip as well?
Yes, as is split.
And let's see. And this
Matthew,
looks like one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016.
Yes.
And as far as you know, the date and timestamp look accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
Project 17 says, "Painter guy is one of the best witnesses ever." I agree. He's very good.
Does this appear to be a clip from one of the ECB video cameras?
Yes.
And does this appear to be one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ACB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and timestamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
And do you recognize the woman who's about to get on the elevator, getting on?
Which it looks like Amber's waiting to get on. Rocky just came in, and Whitney's over in the corner. I don't know the other two.
And would you agree that this footage is also a little bit fuzzy?
Yes, as it's displayed now.
And that looks like an accurate clip from one of the ones that was taken and preserved by ECB.
Oh my gosh.
In 2016.
Yes.
If we could please pull up Exhibit 49.
They even stopped showing this video. That's lovely.
Layout at the penthouse
It's
level of the Eastern
nothing.
Columbia building.
Yes.
And
TJ Ventura says, Nick, you need to start
I'm
working on
showing
getting
you
this witness on the show right now.
does this look like
Gotta wait. Boojalicious 3. With how many California Hollywood weirdo friends they must both have, there should be no shortage of exciting witnesses.
does
This
look
guy is
to
just the
you
best.
like, what your understanding is of the layout of Penthouse 3, the first level?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down, please.
Oh, scroll down my life.
Does that look like the layout of the second level?
Click and drag
Of
me into
Penthouse
a
3?
grave.
I mean, we went from, again, decaying bodies in the back of Honda Civics to this.
49, please. And can we please move to Exhibit 50?
Yeah, somebody said if we're bored and annoyed, the jury is bored and annoyed, and that's the truth.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's why the judge called the break earlier. 0000 says, watching Tony Bag of Donuts owning Miss Frizzle has to be the highlight of this trial. And Miku Huntu says, taunting, 5-yard penalty, replay, first down. Game on. How big will Isaac's next... Oh, sorry, go ahead. What?
No, I was saying that's the one I was looking at right there.
Oh,
Go ahead, sorry.
How big will Isaac's next envelope be after today? I believe that's the painter guy's name.
Yep.
Well, Johnny
That was,
doesn't have any money left,
Patterson, do
right?
you recognize this
Well, yeah.
as,
I'm sure he could come up with. He was giving him $5,000 at a time. I'm sure. No, he gets residuals, and I believe his residuals per year they at least amount to $1 million a month.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah, he's got to be making a fortune still.
Oh yeah, I mean it just, if you have embezzled, if somebody embezzled $650 million from you, I mean that's a huge downgrade. But
Nothing's late.
he ain't hurting.
Generally, I guess.
Tara Rayner says, oh my God, I want to hang out with this dude. Your Honor, Amber is
right
done.
spot
She
on
should
that
go
exhibit?
fork herself. Mo says, all this talk about metadata makes me cringe. IPTC photo metadata is just a set of tags embedded into a picture. Any programmer who has ever converted a photo knows you can change these as you wish. Can't possibly be evidence. Oh, it's evidence.
It is, yeah, it is. They use it very much so, and they lean on the evidence like it means something. They, in fact, claimed that it was the NGN expert claimed that it was remarkably difficult to change metadata tags.
The end to see if there's time.
Yeah.
But for the ones that
Kobold
I've
says, and that's the moment that will be cited as winning the trial, ladies and gentlemen, and it was caused by the defense.
Copies of ECB footage that were taken and preserved by ECB since 2015.
Yes.
And again, by taken by ECB, I mean by you or someone under your direction in the regular course of business. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And is it correct that ECB has produced all of the video footage that had been subpoenaed by attorneys?
Yes, that's correct.
So to the extent that footage has not been produced,
Just bash me in the face with a
is it fair
sledgehammer.
to say that footage no longer exists, or do you have another explanation?
Ross Gorillist
Can you
says,
expand on that, please?
this guy's cross is 100% redeemed, having to endure the garbage
So
attorney
my
lady's
understanding
opening
is that you
statements.
testified there's
Karma.
87 clips that have been
Why
preserved.
not at law?
Is that right?
Yes.
And that the date and timestamps are reasonably accurate to your knowledge on those?
Yes, to my knowledge.
To the extent that there are any missing days or times, is it fair to say that footage no longer exists? Or is there any other footage that could be produced?
Outside of the videos that were requested, that's correct. No, everything else would have been written over at this point.
Okay, so there's no other videos other than those that have been produced to your
Oh,
knowledge?
come on.
Yes, correct.
Ryoji Mata says this guy is absolutely done with defense. He watched his best friend get torn down by this witch. Defense screwed up.
I believe you testified that ECB currently has a new and improved video system. Is that right? Am I remembering that correctly?
SRG says, how do you feel about this judge? Honestly, just curious. She
And
seems
back in
kind of...
2016, would you agree with me that the video quality
she's
was,
fine.
Somewhat
Not
grainy,
great,
as I
not
believe
terrible.
that we've talked about in some of the clips?
Yes, compared to today's, yes.
And was it also a little bit fuzzy in the clips that we've reviewed today?
Yes, as they were displayed on the screen.
And is it correct that you did not see Amber?
And what sucks is they took off that video, so it had the little blue line. I'd know how far we were, at least.
Yeah.
Several days after?
Same.
I don't recall which day or days.
Mortal
she came
or
into the
Intimidator
office,
says,
but I
where's
did
the
see
Mortal
her
Kombat
on those
whoopsie when
two
you need it?
occasions.
Like you and
outside
Tug
of
said,
that,
she
no, I
screwed
didn't
up
see
big
her
time
in
here.
person.
She's coming off really desperate. This is back during Baruch.
With that last answer, you don't recall which days you saw her, is that correct?
I don't remember the specific date of those interactions.
So would you be able to testify based on your knowledge whether Amber is wearing makeup the week of the 21st of 2016?
Not that I recall.
And if we could please go back, since we have a little bit of extra time, and watch the video that we couldn't hear the audio on. There's something wrong with it, but I believe the audio is fixed. So if we could please go back to Exhibit 3. Mr. Patterson, I believe you testified when we first saw this video without audio that you described Mr. Depp's behavior as animated. Is that right?
Yes.
Now that the audio is back, would you still describe Mr. Depp's behavior as animated?
Yeah, I think he's still animated, but with the audio, I would say upset about something.
And based on your the times you've seen Mr. Depp at ECB, have you seen him similarly upset in the building?
There was one video of Mr. Depp in the elevator. Seemed, like I said earlier, animated.
With the one you're referring to, is that the one where you said Mr. Depp was swaying side to side, or are you thinking of a different one?
Yes, when he was swaying side to side.
Do you know who Mr. Waldman is?
Yes.
Who is he?
Andrew War Snowboard says, honey, I shrunk the court. This judge.
Did
Immortal
Mr.
Rain
Waldman
says, I meant
contact
male
you
victims. My
about this
bad.
case?
Yes.
What did Mr. Waltman want when he called you?
Can you clarify, just because there's been several cases. I don't recall which case Mr. Waldman was involved in.
Oh my God.
So I don't believe he's reached out regarding this particular one, to my knowledge.
God, didn't they already ask that?
Which
I don't even
of the
know
other
anymore.
cases
It's so
that you've
boring.
been contacted by
This
Mr.
is the
Waldman
worst.
about?
Worst testimony.
I don't recall this specific one. But he did reach out to whichever one he was representing at that time. And I believe there's a subpoena that had followed.
And did you say that Mr. Waldman contacted you in 2 prior cases?
Okay.
I don't recall
Okay.
which case it was in regard to.
Darren Haviland says, question, is Amber a cunt?
And did you talk to
Too
Mr.
many
Waldman on the
clamps.
phone?
So when they started, did they do a deposition?
And did he communicate with Mr. Waldman by email?
Stop it.
Yes.
Did Mr. Waldman prepare a draft declaration for you?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you cannot testify one way or another about whether Mr. Depp committed domestic violence against Amber?
I cannot.
If we could please turn to Exhibit 9.
Okay. Dogface Sailor says, word of the day, cunt. Take that with you, folks. Backcoat says,
And does
Stephen
this look like
Hawking
a,
says, boom
video camera
shakalaka.
From the ECB video footage?
This is where you want to stop.
Please.
Okay.
Oh, God. I thought she meant stop for the day. I was so excited, Tug. We were free.
And she was like, no, I'm just going to stop for 12 seconds. It was so boring that the witness computer rebooted. God, what is it?
Come on.
Who is it? It's empty. It was a joke. That was another. I feel like we've seen this already.
We did. It's the one where he takes his jacket off. We watched this.
Oh, God, somebody fell asleep and it restarted. That's hell right there.
Oh, my neck is just destroyed.
God, we have seen that one. Jesus.
Yeah, no, it's the same one. That's what I said. It's the one where he pulls his shirt off.
Yeah.
Mo says, very hard to edit metadata. Okay. And then sends a Wikipedia article for comparison of digital image metadata. You know, we're not saying it's hard. We were saying that that's what that expert said, because sometimes experts say stupid stuff in court.
Well, he also needs to stay an expert, and if every one of us can do it.
One, taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
And as far as you know, is the date and timestamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
Can we please take that down and bring up 10?
Please. Real Winslet fan says many artists would starve without patronage. Many SJWs would starve without Patreon. Crasbiness says Nick explaining that patronage isn't unusual in the age of Patreon and Kickstarter.
True.
Yeah, well, it's just more spread out now. It used to be an individual. Joshua Cornelius says, great, now I have to sell my Honda Civic.
And does this look like a video from one of the ECB security cameras?
Gabriel Bradwolf says, Amber Heard is weird, not a surprise her lawyer is.
This looked like one of the clips that was taken and preserved by ECB since 2016?
Yes.
Aaron Allum says, was this arnica cream, arnica gel that is for pain relief and not for cover-up? I'm not finding amica cream that's super cover-up.
Take that down and bring up 16.
Well, it's for swelling from what I'm reading. I didn't know what it was. There's a. It says it's for swelling and whatnot, but that's not going to make your bruises automatically go away. It's not going to make you you heal up. It's supposed to be for, again, like it reminds me of the description of like Bengay or something.
Yeah. Yeah, or like chia gel or whatever, China gel, something like that. I've got some of that crap. Michael Strelitz says comics are alive in Comicsgate. Hail Tug. Steph D. He probably painted Epstein's painting of Clinton in the blue dress. Weird.
Yes.
And does this look like one of the clips that was taken?
Shadow Knight. The Shadow Knight says catching up. The Cross is hearsay. The musical.
As far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
Please, and we could take this down and bring up 17, please.
Come on. They stopped showing the camera feed for whatever reason. Ross Scoralist says, hey, I sent my first super chat only to have it skipped.
Video clips from the ECB
Now I know I have a heart because I feel it breaking. Sent it when I glassed the defense.
And does this look like one of the clips that was taken and preserved
Ross
by
Gorillas,
ECB from 2016?
I read all of the $20 ones first.
Yes.
And then I get to the others when I can.
And as far as you know, is the date and time stamp accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
we please take it down and bring up 18?
Yeah, I just read it a few minutes ago. So 200 Watt Studio says Heard fired from Aquaman 2. The role of Mira will now be played by Ezra Miller. Not so pro Kitty says longtime lurker, first time speaker, huge fan of you both.
Does this look like
Can't
a
wait for the
video
new
clip
book
from one of the
Tug. So
ACB
glad I can
security
watch with you.
cameras?
It was monotonous alone.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
And does this look like one
This
of the clips that
section's
was taken and
monotonous
preserved by
no matter
ACB
what.
from
You could be
2016?
involved in an orgy while this is going on and everyone would still fall asleep.
Well, at least you have more people to complain with together.
Oh
Yes.
my gosh.
Every now and then I'll find something because I'll know I wish they would show us the videos because I could see at least what they're going to enter. I mean, with 87 new videos, the last time we've only seen about maybe 20 of those videos. So there are a lot more.
They agreed to play 16 of them for the court.
I'd love to know what all that's going to be. Are they going to? So does that mean they're going to play the rest of them later, or what the fuck
I
does
have
that
no
mean?
idea.
Yes.
They stipulated to their admission, so presumably the jury would be able to take them into the jury room.
Yes.
And as far as you know, are the date and time stamps accurate within a few seconds?
Yes.
If we could pull up 26.
Mandy Karavich just says, "Rip Gilbert Gottfried." Contrarian 420 panel with Birch to chat copyright sometime. Maybe. Henry K. What do you think about Quantum TV fake copyright strike threat? I don't know what that is about, unfortunately, so I couldn't tell you. Tina Lewis, where is Judge Borowski when you need him? No kidding. No,
Does this look like
I'm not going to sit here and watch a video of a deposition, bring the witness in, or move on.
Yes.
Disgusting.
And
You're
does this look
pathetic.
like one of
Bad
the
lawyering.
clips that was taken and preserved by ACB since 2016?
Redneck Ram says, question for Tug.
And as far as
Does
you know,
the 3 bookshop
is the date
bundle
and
all
time
ship together at
accurate
release
within a
or
few seconds?
separately?
Yes.
Also, just to show my favorite tea
And just
dealer,
to
don't
confirm,
forget
that
to
is your
check out
signature at the end
the
of
Dragon's
document. Is that
Treasure.
correct?
They go annoy him on Discord.
Yes, that's correct.
The books all ship together when they come. They'll ship together. We ship them in Gemini mailers. They're specifically made for comic book shipping too.
Yes.
So they're like little cardboard tanks. They're really hard to destroy, but
Yep.
yeah, we'll ship them all together.
Did Mr. Waldman's assistance in drafting your declaration have any influence or effect on the truthfulness of your statements in your declaration?
No.
Is this a true and accurate copy of your first witness statement submitted in the UK action?
Yes, it appears to be.
Mr. Patterson, the statements contained in this first
Holy
witness
Jesus, there can't be that much more left.
Well, they switched
Yes.
attorneys
Anything
now.
that I would have put on
Oh,
here
maybe
is
they jump back.
Did Mr. Depp ever offer you
This
any
is
money?
the brown-haired chick on Depp's team.
No, he did not.
Who did the opening statement?
It's throwing you off so much you're calling him Jep now.
Dude, I'm
Salary.
dying. I'm so tired.
And May 27th, 2016, which I will represent to you, was a Friday. Did you work on site at the Eastern Columbia building?
I don't recall if I was there those days. I'm typically.
He really did thin out that court though.
I do not recall if I was
Yeah.
there those days.
People get real tired of
Sitting here
stuff like
today,
this.
Do you have any recollection of interacting
Look at that dude stretched
in
out.
person with Ms. Heard at any point between May 21st, 2016 and May 27th, 2016?
As I
Pete
had
Barlow's face looks really weird there. It looks like she has a
when
silk stocking over her face or something.
um,
With that white tie on or whatever.
recall the specific dates.
I think that's her.
Alejandro Romero was another person that spoke to you.
Maybe
about
it
your
is. I don't know.
interaction
Maybe it's
with
not.
Ms. Heard.
I have no idea.
That I
It's
don't,
just blurry.
I'm not
You know?
100%.
Yeah, that's her.
I don't recall exactly.
Was Cornelius Harrell one of the people that spoke to you about his interactions with Ms. Heard?
I also don't recall a specific interaction with Cornelius.
Do you recall when Mrs. Sparza first came to you about her observations of Ms. Heard?
I don't recall a specific interaction. I have a recollection of, I guess Trinity stopping by, but I don't remember the exact interaction.
Are the statements contained in paragraphs 15 through 18?
Somebody asked, he's testifying over Zoom. No, it's
As I review it, yes, that is my recollection of.
he testified over Zoom. There will be a few people testify over Zoom, actually. There's a witness list, and there's quite a few people that are listed as
What
remote
footage do you recall Ms.
testimonies.
Esparza
And they'll be universally horrible.
I recall Mrs. Esparza showing
I think
me a video,
Rocket Man is part of that. Pretty sure. Let me check.
multicolored area rug is.
3D Electronics says, thanks to both of you for the insight. Also, I'm proud to have gone in on the Monster Bundle for Tugs. Go.
Thank you.
From what I remember, they punched Amber in the face.
Yeah, so James Franco will be testifying live by WebEx.
You recall the date of that surveillance footage video that you just
They're
described?
talking about the fake punch surveillance footage.
Do you recall whether it occurred after May 21, 2016?
I don't recall.
Mr. Patterson, does this, after reviewing paragraph 7 of your declaration that you signed under the penalty of perjury, does this refresh your recollection as to whether or not you observed the surveillance footage sometime around May 24th, 2016?
Yes.
Okay, let's go through the first interaction that you remember with Ms. Heard.
Haley's
Can you tell
comment
me
says they got
what
the
you
false
remember
flag
about
New
that
York shooter in
interaction?
Manhattan.
So Amber came in.
Seal Hunter
shook her
says, did you know that
hand,
Kentaro Miura died? Today is
and
my
she
birthday. Happy birthday, man.
Told me the situation where she needed to have me make a statement to her sources at People Magazine.
Did Ms. Heard explain to you why she wanted you to speak to her source at People Magazine?
I don't recall the exact ask. It was something to do with her getting ridiculed in the eye of the public opinion or something like that.
Please have Exhibit 3 pulled up. And for the record, it's date stamped Depp 3628.
Mia Mina says, Rekieta Law, check out our Nevada judges. They're on YouTube and trying to move into other states. Free courtroom video live when possible. And GE Fan 76 says, just finished my travel arrangements for Houston at the end of July. Any updates to y'all's Matsuri plans? Nope. I would love some updates. I want them too. Graham Bradley. Hi, Tug. Just became backer number 300 for the Umbrella Bundle. Can't wait to get it. I'll post about it on Upstream Reviews next spring.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Original clips that was produced in response to a subpoena in 2016.
Yes.
Damn. We have been moving good. We're like 5 backers off of 1,500. We have been moving along. Thank you, folks.
Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, I pay attention to all this stuff, man. It's so exciting today.
Was the clip recorded and kept in the regular course of business for Eastern Columbia Building?
Unless she's been putting on the glasses. I'd be curious if those are actually, real lensed glasses or they're just for looks.
I doubt it.
Yeah, let me rephrase it.
Xation says, oh, James Corden, the one that was accused of sexually harassing
surveillance
Alexandra
footage.
Burke.
This is a
Look it
clip
up.
of surveillance footage.
I'll look that up. I didn't know that. That's fun.
Recorded for business purposes at ECB. Yes?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And it was kept or preserved by ECB, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Super Kami Guru, welcome to Paralegal Status. Pinkalo the Driving Ape says YouTube ID claim is still BS. I'm fighting 2 claims over Night of Living Live. Watch from a channel that has horrid 8-part copy posted 15 days, 0 reply. Oh yeah, the 0 reply is going to go all the way through the 30-day limit most of the time.
Might indicate that.
Yeah, if we can pull it up again.
Soccer by West says, have you looked at the Daybell case in Idaho? It's a crazy story. I'm not sure when the trial is.
Do you
It's
know which
coming up.
camera this
I
is
haven't really
showing,
looked at it too much, but I heard
footage
it's
from?
nuts.
So this would have been the penthouse elevator.
And if we could please pull up Exhibit 4.
Oh, boy. Police.
That's the first set of officers.
Bash Coder says public proceedings should be covered by a compulsory license regardless of who owns the camera. I agree. May H. Isaac's follower count has shot up over 1,500 now. Michael Aarons, please give your mom this new box. Demonic Nut Gaming says, hey, Nick and Tug, I've been small recaps on TikTok about this case and put your channel in it as well. Also, finally got the 100 tier on the Littlest Umbrella comic. Very cool.
Thank you.
Ashton Upton, whatever happened to the merch legal briefs? I haven't made it yet. The store that I sell doesn't sell underwear. The store that I used to sell doesn't do underwear. Loretta Silver member says, if you got your own camera feed in court, would it be too much to ask the judge to set up an upskirt camera? Thought it would be worth a shot for chat. Oh my God. Oh, here we go. Squizgar2322 says, how have you not gone up the street yet watching this? It's tough, man. This part of the trial has been brutal. Hawaiian STI says, why does the jury need to hear every fucking one of the 87 videos they're taking at ECB? Time and date is accurate. Can't this just be stipulated to? What am I missing here? Yes, it could have been stipulated to. Don't know why they didn't.
One of the original clips
Don't get it.
was produced in response to a subpoena in 2016.
It appears to be. There's nothing going on right now, but yes.
One Last Idiot says, Nick, I did some security camera installs, at least in my state, South Carolina. We were told to not hook up the audio part due to state requirements. Cameras could record sound, just depends on laws and personal choice.
This is also the penthouse elevator.
If I could please have Exhibit 5 pulled up.
Bad Weather Biker says, Judge Penny is married to a police officer and has 4 children. In other words, not a Subaru owner. There you go. Thank you for the insight. Walter Deadman says, all right, this was probably asked before, but why the shit is Amber Dishwater here dressed as an SS flight attendant? I'm expecting her to goose step and dance to music for the book burning scene in The Last Crusade. Okay, so is this the second batch of cops, Tug?
No, that's the first. First is male, female. Second, male. So.
Okay.
Yeah, the first one, we have timestamps. The timestamps are devastating to a lot of their narrative. I mean, it just absolutely obliterates their narrative. So they'll try to focus away from that. And you see the officer right there. You see how the officer's joking, goofing off. If they had been at some horrific scene where a celebrity and they knew who Amber Heard was. So
yeah,
if they just came out there, they wouldn't be laughing and goofing off. They'd be like, holy shit, that Johnny Depp did that? Plus they'd be looking to arrest him, you know?
Yeah. Kaneeks 818, Justice for Johnny just bought the Monster Bundle today, Tug.
Thank you.
Nick Cornelson says, speaking of YouTube and copyright enforcement, a Santa Ana officer blared copyrighted music through his squad car PA to keep videos of his conduct off YouTube. Yep. That has happened a couple times.
That's actually smart, to be honest, though. I almost can't hate that in a way. I mean, I hate this, whatever they did, but, that is pretty smart.
Yep, it's brilliant. Tom Grawl says, send me an email on what Boss Hog, and I will see what I can do on this end. Lager 1829 says, I have Tim Pool's Chicken City on another monitor to keep me awake. Susan Bortz Bradle says, this is painful. Scarvy the Strange says, when did Amber Heard become Zoe Quinn? When she talked that guy into killing himself. May
Does
H.
this video clip represent a true and accurate copy of one of the original clips that was produced in 2016?
May H says,
Yes, it appears to be.
when did Amber? Oh wait, I read that one. If this makes me lose my fight with sleep, at least gives me something to listen to at work tonight. Jose Gonzalez, welcome to Paralegal Status.
Do you know which camera this is showing footage from?
Maxine of Arc says, sounds like Amber Heard tried
This would also be the penthouse elevator.
her hand at
What is the
recreating a
date
low
of
rent
footage?
version of the 1993 movie Dream Lover,
21st,
only in real life.
2016.
I mean, well, again, Gone Girl. They have the bottle scene self-inflicted. It sounds. Everybody loves to compare her story to Gone Girl, and it becomes more and more like it.
Who's doing the question in this video deposition? That would be Johnny Depp's attorney, who's sitting kind of right behind him in the video right now, the brunette. She did the second part of his opening statement. That is who's doing the video deposition right now.
It's me. They told me to do my best female impression. I was like, all right.
Okay, so this is the second set of officers. About an hour.
I have to bring that back up. yeah, that's the second
hour
set.
and 8 minutes later than the other one.
And they have body cam footage. There are huge lies. And so Amber Heard says they pull her aside and they talk to her and they want to talk to her privately. And Josh Drew says they make him shown all the way through everything because they didn't know there was body cam footage. Well, they don't do any of that. They walk in, they're there for about a minute. They can't, one really telling thing, they can't tell who the supposed victim is. There are two women sitting on the couch. If one had been beaten severely, you'd be able to tell, they'd know who to address, but they don't. And they're like, all right, well, we're going to go. They don't even take it seriously. She says, well, I don't want to do anything. They say, all right, well, we're leaving, but because there's no damage or anything.
Mm-hmm. The Vespa guy says, Nick and Tug sounds like something you pay extra for in Thailand. Keep up the good work. You all bring a ton of value to whatever you share.
A Nick and Tug, yep.
Yep, you can get a Nick and Tug anytime. Stephanie Gilbert says, off topic, but someone from LawTube should take a look at the Anthony Toddett family annihilator case out of Florida. Testified today, and I'd love someone to analyze that. # he is crazy. I'll see. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow or something. Tonight I've got another attorney on.
Does this video clip represent a true and accurate
Probably.
copy of one of the original clips that you produced?
Or no, tomorrow's Thursday.
2016?
Maybe Friday.
That's Good Friday, right? Wow.
Yep.
It appears so. I don't recall this exact time of this clip, but yes, it does appear so.
And is it, what is the date on this video clip?
Bring the Smoke says self-promotion time. Me barbecue cooking
And which
content.
camera
Check
is
out
this
Bring
showing
the Smoke on
footage
YouTube, guys.
If we can wait for the doors to open.
Can I explain how the video can be hearsay? It depends on if it picks up audio. Tom B. Moore says, can you give us a best guess as to why any attorney would spend this amount of time to establish facts that are seemingly agreed upon by all parties? Yeah, I mean, they just feel like it will be better conveyed to the jury or more impactful in this particular way. The annoying thing is,
Mr. Patterson, I will show you next a video clip that's been fate stamped Depp 3610. Patterson
Hold on.
Exhibit 7.
wanted to see, because it looked like there was something on the screen that we weren't seeing, but maybe not.
Does this video clip?
Does this video clip. There we go. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. What are these videos?
They're videos of her making this. This is the 22nd, so it's the day after supposed injury transpired. She's running into the Eastern Columbia staff, so they're
Oh,
seeing
wait, that's
her face.
her.
Yeah. So they're seeing her
Okay,
face.
okay.
Yeah, you're gonna
I
have
didn't
because
recognize her because her hair was down.
yeah, she pulled a lot of the.
Present a true and accurate.
How do you know that was me? Oh, there's no proof. So they went through and they they came up with a lot more videos than there were originally.
Yes, it appears to be so.
She called a lot of people liars in the UK trial.
Well, I mean that the guy was right. Her hair was down, right?
Yeah. I bet if we went back to him and asked him, he could probably, he knew a lot about her teeth too. I loved how obsessed he was with her teeth. Oh, she had the greatest teeth ever.
Next, can we please have Exhibit 8 pulled up, which for the record is Depp 3620. Mr. Patterson, does this video clip represent a true and accurate copy of one of the original clips that was produced in 2016?
Joseph Wellman says, "I know it's early in the trial. I forgot it was on and 8 was away. Just want to know is Team Depp if they're winning or not."
That entered the elevator at 2256.
It's impossible
Early,
at this point.
I felt like they won the day with Isaac, but I don't know what this
Yeah.
does.
Isaac was very, very good
Can I
today.
please have Exhibit 9 pulled up?
Black Tiger 001, he looked like he was holding back a piss. Chaos Man, you can't have a sound a lot of time because of wiretapping laws. You aren't a party to the conversation. Dip I Dip You Dip says, "Good luck, Rec. This is torture." Yes. Civility says, "It may be slow, but at this rate, this cow will have an unlimited amount of content to milk. You might just line up more people during the slow times." Well, most of the people I know and would line up are on are going to Legal Bites' show, I believe. So there's that. Context is racist says this is the definition of boring. Danger UXO, what character should he have shown up in court as? Thanks again for the great commentary and coverage. The one from Benny and June. No, he should have shown up as Crybaby. He should show up everywhere as Crybaby. Okay, there you go. Murdered Out JD says, "Slide in the Pirates of the Caribbean DVD." The Fat Man 56 says, "So Nick, what's this about law and crime doing stupid things to you again?" Nothing to me, other people.
Does this video clip represent a true and accurate copy of one of the original clips that was produced in 2016?
Yes, it appears to be so.
Do you know which camera this is showing footage from?
No.
This is also the penthouse elevator.
Can I please have exhibit 10 pulled up?
Let's see. True Blue 79. I'm here for Tug, but you have a new sub, Rekieta. Hi. Hi all from the UK. Hashtag justice for Johnny. Hey, thank you, True Blue.
Yeah, thanks too.
Michael Von Hegger says greetings and congrats to the judge, post-op Stephanie Colbert. Oh,
Man.
that's
Ow.
brutal. C. Neil says Johnny needs to call Bill Burr to come testify about there is never a reason to hit
For the
a
record,
woman.
this is bait stamped Depp 3607. This has appeared to be.
What? Funny and Pangea says Umbrella Guy, hope you got email, bud, for that vid.
Which vid?
I don't know. Hope you got email, bud, for that vid. That's what it says.
I do have email, though. Yeah. granularheaven@gmail.com.
I want to see her get fake punched.
I do too. I get the feeling we are going to get to see that. So.
Who is the mouth breather? It's some other person that
Yeah,
is
it's
not
us.
Tug or I. Because
I mute out most of the time because I post what's going on too. I try to tell people we're live, basically. Hey, they see me, and then they'll see posts periodically that I'm with Rekieta because I want everybody to watch it. I don't want you to take our word for it on Twitter or something. I want you to see this shit.
Yep. 200 Watt Studio says Amber got her lawyers from wish.com. Pinkala the Driving Ape says Amaranth probably saw her tax bill for 2021. Amber was buying, or Amaranth is going to make more money than she made. Make no mistake. And she was buying gas stations to reduce her tax bill because that's how
True
cool
and
that
accurate
is.
Copy of one of the original clips that was produced in 2016.
Let's see.
Yes, it appears to be so.
Do you know which camera this is showing footage from?
Sailor Ranix says first time super chat. But did you hear that Jack Dorsey and Elon Musk
This is also the penthouse elevator.
are teaming up for a sustainable Bitcoin mine? I think Jack just calls his wife Scooter Bitcoin. Elon is going for his turn.
Next, can
Okay.
I have please exhibit 12, which for the record is bait stamp Depp 3572.
The end is near. Beware says why Umbrella not have / use webcam? Odd having a cartoon. Yeah, Tug.
I can sit here and do anything I want, and nobody sees it. It's awesome.
If I did that, I would actually fall asleep instead of just nodding off briefly.
I sit on like Flashcast and I play video games and do all of this kinds of shit while we're talking.
Card says just checked Isaac Baruch Instagram again. He's gone from 100 followers to 2066 in only a few hours. Most of them are probably from here too. Mandy Justice for Johnny Depp says, hey Tug, if Amber Heard was so good at covering her bruises with arnica cream, foundation, tinting, etc., why did she not use it when she went to court for the TRO?
Do what now? I'm sorry, I missed part of that. I cut out for a second.
Basically, if Amber Heard was so good at covering up her bruises, why didn't she cover them up for her temporary restraining order?
Yeah, that's very true too. I wonder.
So what's happening in this video? Okay. She's going to do laundry or something. John Harrington says, Nick, you missed my super chat. I did, but I still love you and Tug. New question. Did Amber serve
yes,
on a
here's
destroyer or sub, or is she going to work
Do you
with the
know which
village people
camera
to pay
this
off her
is showing
future
footage
debt
from?
to Johnny Depp?
This is the front desk lobby camera,
And
Lot
what is
of,
the date of this video clip?
May 25th.
A lot of attention to her outfit today. This is May 25th, so this would have been
Please go
after
to, really, if I could ask for your help,
the event.
1345.
Squeak von Mausenmeyer says, every time they said ECB, I've had a drink of single malt. Bottle is almost gone now. Hard to keep
gonna
up
mark
pouring
this
them all.
exhibit
I am
as,
sloshed.
1012.
Woo!
Do you recognize the woman at the desk, walking to the desk?
Yes, it looks like Amber Heard is approaching Trinity as far as working at the desk.
This thing has to be close to
have
done
exhibit
because court is
13
about
pulled
to
up,
be
please?
over.
And for the record, it's bait stamped Depp 3583.
See, Goody says, play Elden Ring or something till next witness, please. No. There is no next witness today. This is it for the rest of the day. L.E. Ann Simps says, I'm new, so what is this goof accused of? Well, Amber Heard is accused of defaming Johnny Depp. What is that terrible outfit? Looks like prison pajamas. Oh, okay. These videos are infuriating. But yeah, I guess they're just here to establish all the people that she saw. And
Yeah, because they're going to testify to the fact that some of these videos will also be, there'll be some touched up video on it. And you can actually see her face pretty well in some of them. This one, for example, you can see her face decently well.
yeah, but Tug,
You know,
she
if
has
it-
on makeup.
She's got on some kind of, what is that? Some kind of cream. I don't even remember anymore. My mind.
Arnica cream. Arnica.
I wanted to say Attica cream. Attica.
Naifeo says, just started watching. On a scale of big mad oink to cancer coof, how bad is Jack Sparrow doing? I mean, he's doing okay right now. He's doing fine right now. It's still really early in the trial. It's hard to tell. Checking the hallway here. Project 17 says, Jesus Christ, they're still on this guy. Tampa guy says, what is NCIS Amber Heard reading? I have no idea. Jenny Genevieve says, Arnica is homeopathy. Who believes in that? Abe Eckstein says, Baruch deleted the kitty weird stuff. Did he really? From Instagram? I wonder if it might have gotten reported too.
Ah, yeah, that's true.
I'm checking. I don't necessarily believe it. Yep. He deleted the main picture, or it got removed. But most of the other ones are still up. There's still the one with the decapitated Bernie Sanders head in a bowl. Oh, I think that's got to be the Clinton, Elizabeth Warren, and whoever that other black chick's picture is. I think that's probably the bottom part of their picture.
One of the original clips that was produced in 2016.
Yeah, I bet
Yes,
someone
it
reported
appears
the
to be
kid
so.
picture.
And do you know which camera this is showing footage from?
Diana Fritas, thank you
This
for the
would also be
donation.
the penthouse elevator.
Ghost
What is the
Bunny,
date of this video
welcome to
clip?
paralegal status. Jabradel says, I'm pretty sure that
May
forcing someone to sit
25th,
through this counts as
2016.
torture. So this is a win for Depp because
Do you
Turd has to
recognize
sit
the
there through
woman in
this.
the black shirt just outside the elevator?
Yes, Amber Heard.
So is this one of the video clips that represents a true and accurate copy of the original clips that was produced in 2016?
Dark Fox says, I'm drunk. Do I
Yes,
win
it
another
appears to
beer?
be so.
Also, I turned 40 last week and I
What is the
requested
date of this
cheers.
video clip?
I'll do one in a minute, buddy.
May 25th, 2016.
And what camera angle, or excuse me, what camera is this showing footage from?
This is the mezzanine camera between the building and the parking garage.
Is that camera 4?
According to the stamp, yes.
Thank you. If you could please mark that as Exhibit 14.
I'm a binary
Turning
mind.
to,
Says, hey, Rackets, love the
Patterson
show. Do you
Exhibit
happen to have any good
15,
CPA recommendations for
Depp
handling yearly income taxes in
3569.
Minnesota? Looking to upgrade from this crap online H&R Block. Nope, I don't. Sorry.
Does this video clip represent a true and accurate copy of one of the original clips that was produced in 2016?
Yes, it appears to be so.
And what is the date of this video?
May 25th, 2016.
And which camera is this showing footage from?
This is camera 7, lobby camera.
And does this video clip represent a true and accurate copy of one of the original clips that was produced in 2016?
Yes, it appears to be so.
And what is the date of this video?
May 24th, 2016.
And what camera is this showing?
Oh my
footage from?
gosh.
This is camera number 6, which is the kiosk camera outside on Broadway.
Carl88 says, I've been watching the whole trial with you since yesterday
Thank you.
morning,
Can
but
we
this
please
has
mark
just
this
bored
security
me to
clip as
death.
Patterson
Please,
Exhibit
Judge,
16?
stop this lull.
Next,
I wonder, like, how long are they gonna let this roll? It's
Yeah, we're past 5 o'clock.
closing time.
594.
NGE fan 76 is making someone watch this depot tape is classified as torture under the Geneva Convention.
True that.
Magna Nemo, hey Nick, I just sent you some unsolicited medical
Video
advice
clip
via
that
Twitter
represents
about your
an
heat
accurate copy of
allergies.
one of the
Sounds a lot
original
like what
clips
I've
that
gone
was
through in the last
produced
year. Thank you.
In 2016.
007 Angelo
Yes, it
says,
appears
big
to be
fan of
so.
Tug. Sounds dirtier than intended. Yeah.
And what camera is this showing footage from?
This is camera number 8, Broadway, outside of the permanent building.
What is the date of this video?
May 24th, 2016.
Thank you. If we could please mark this security clip as Patterson Exhibit 17.
Okay, I have to
Turning
take
to
this
video
phone
clip
call.
that has
Be right
been
back.
rate-stamped
All
Depp
right, well, I'll hold it down.
09,
Boom.
Patterson Exhibit 18.
So much testimony to go over, though. Like, some of this stuff will matter, though, for real, folks. I mean, it's gonna come back up. Like the 2 police officers that you saw coming out of the building. Again, there was a lot of distraction in the UK trial. Those police officers were called untrustworthy because I wonder what this. I've never seen this video before. I don't know what that is. But the police officers were called untrustworthy by the judge because they said we were in there for like 30 minutes or so, and they were in there for 15. They didn't take a lot of notes because there was no crime to talk about, and yet the same judge said that Josh Drew, the fiance of Amber Heard's best friend, was a model witness and should be trusted. So I mean, that gives you an idea of how jacked up that whole scenario was.
Does this video clip represent a true and accurate?
This guy looks like he hates his life.
That was produced in 2016.
I got to use this time to plug comics. I can't pull them up there. Yeah, by the way, if you haven't checked out our comic, though, for real, check it out.
Camera this is showing footage from?
I heard today that the Warner Brothers,
which is the service hallway.
with the Warner, let me see,
And
I
what
forget.
date
He was one of the main people at Warner Brothers was forced to give deposition communicating about this. You know, we have documents that are slow rolling in, so we don't know some of the things that have happened in the last few days. But apparently, we knew that Warner Brothers would have to give a deposition anyway, but one of their big dogs did. So, if you want to replace companies like that, find something better. You can back our comic book. Again, we complain about this stuff. We complain about these terrible players out there. They sat on this information for a year plus. If you want to back that, I say walk away. They do this to customers too. You know, these places,
Yes.
they treat customers like absolute trash. We knew there was a problem, and instead they went after customers, and they said
camera is this showing footage from?
they knew what was best for their movies. They knew what was best in this situation. It's crazy stuff.
And what is the date on this video clip?
May
A lot of these videos, again, I haven't seen
Is marked the security
all of them there,
19.
but a lot of them, again, are just going to establish that the witnesses that you will see over days, they truly did see Amber Heard, because Amber Heard went in. It was basically like character assassination. I mean, she said some nasty stuff about some of these people that said that she didn't, that she didn't have injuries on their face, that they lied, or that they would get like maybe a minute or two wrong. I mean, I didn't realize you were back, Nick. I was just rambling.
I'm back. No, I was just listening.
No, I ran. My wife's like, man, you can just sit there and ramble for like an hour and a half. I was like, what do you think mental health is? Like, you listen to people, and then when they need answers, you use words. You use words a lot.
Yep.
And what is the date of this video clip?
May 22nd, 2016.
Thank you. Can we please mark the security clip as Patterson Exhibit 20? And do you know what camera this is showing footage from?
Sam P says, why aren't you and Legal Bite streaming together? Did I miss some LawTube drama? No.
And what is the date on this video clip?
I mean, it just like this. I mean, we talked for a minute, and I was going to stream by myself, but I was afraid I couldn't cover every day of the trial, so I thought it would be better. I thought it would be fun, first of all, to stream with Nick, but at the same time, he was like, hey, the trial, you can come on here, and again, I just thought it would be better, but we could have streamed alone. It wouldn't have been a problem either. No drama.
Yeah, there's not drama just because people do things on their own. We all have our own shows, and we choose what we want to cover. She wanted to cover it. I wanted to cover it. We're all good. Mediocre Didge says, I'm a CPA in northern suburbs of the Twin Cities, Anoka/CR area. Well, there you go. You can look up Mediocre Didge.
Video clips recorded and kept or preserved in the regular course of business for Eastern Columbia.
Oh, how much longer is this video going to go?
No, it's gone past like 4. I mean, I saw the bar. It looked like it still had like, I don't know. It had too much. At least 1/10 of that bar was still showing.
And produced near
I have to go to the bathroom
actual
so
events
bad.
recorded in the clips.
Well, if you get up, I'll just ramble through the video for 30 minutes.
Yeah, I might. I thought we'd be done.
That's fine, man. If you got to get up
I
and
know.
go, man, I'll just ramble
Yeah.
for a little while.
Old man bladder. I'll be right back.
Of the
All
Eastern
right, man.
Columbia building to record security footage.
Yeah, folks. Anyway, like I get to take over again. I love it. Like, Nick, I'll take good care of your stream. I'll run it into the ground. Like I was saying, though, for real, all these videos, again, I don't know why they did it this way. This is a dumb way of doing it.
Revisions to Mr. Waldman's draft declaration.
I don't know what the mentality behind. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I am somebody that could have been put in that jury, and I would have thought, oh my God, kill me. Who caused this? Because I'm going to vote against them. No, I'm just kidding.
Who she was with.
Yeah, back to tugging it with Tug. That's right, exactly.
I also do not
Auto tune. Oh yeah, I wonder if my soundboard works in here. Here, tell me if my soundboard works while Rekieta's gone. Check this out. Let's see if it works while we're up there. I'm going to turn it on. Give me 1 second. So I don't know if you can hear it on here. Amber Heard is boring me to death. Did that work? Let's see if you can hear it on here.
That was found, is that correct?
I don't know what the auto connection is on this side. You can't hear it. Oh my God. That means lofty crickets work. Here, this applies right now. Check it out. Amber Heard enters the room.
This footage exists or not?
My wife was like, the worst thing you've ever bought was a damn soundboard, because I do sound checks through the thing. I'll be like, check this out. I'll be like, this is a microphone check.
And
oh my God.
For both sides.
Maybe I'll sing the verdict. Yeah. That's how I should advertise my comics from now on, right? That's how I should do it. I should be like, buy my comic book, or Rekieta will sue you for me. Oh my God. I like that too much.
Wait a minute. I know what you were doing.
I was playing with a soundboard. I didn't. For a little while, I don't know. StreamYard's changed something for a minute, and it wouldn't work. And then it came back. I was really disappointed because I was having fun. Yeah, I was singing how boring this was. You know, it made it a little more fun. Amber Heard is boring the shit out of me. Why doesn't she get back in the trunk of that Honda Civic?
You didn't recall at the time either.
Lord. It's bad when that's enjoyable that much.
Testimony correct?
Mm.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your extra
Oh,
time.
thank
tonight. I
God.
just wanted to get
Jeez.
tonight so we could start with a new witness tomorrow, okay? So have a good evening. Again, don't do any outside research. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Probably stay off social media. I would appreciate it, okay? And we'll see you in the morning at 10 a.m.
You'd appreciate it if they stay off social media. They have to.
Yep.
Clara Mitchick says, thanks, Tug, for making this way less tortury. Oh, man, I guess I should have got out the auto tuner.
Well, yeah, I should have pulled out the auto tuner. I didn't even think about it. I could have been playing with Lofty crickets the whole time, you know? I'd been like, Lofty, what do you think about this?
We could have been doing this the whole time.
We could have thrown down. Oh, that would have been awesome.
Amber Turd.
I know 6 weeks sound like a lot of time, but it's only 24 days and we've already done 3 days. So you have 21 days left. You know, stipulations is one of the consider looking back through all the evidence that you have and stipulate on a lot of information, because I promised this jury would be done by Memorial Day weekend, and we will be done by Memorial Day weekend. So when your time is up, your time is up. My law clerk, Sammy, is tracking everybody's time, how much time has been used by each side. So he'll keep doing that throughout the trial, and we'll let you know on a weekly basis how it's going. But if things don't speed up in the deposition, you're just not going to get through this. So I want you to keep that in mind, okay? All right. Any remote witnesses tomorrow? If we need to set that up? No more. Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. Have a good evening. We'll see you at 10 o'clock. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Just 21 more days.
I think she's lying to us both. The next time they do, if they have something like this, we're gonna have to have like a soundboard off. We're gonna have some fun with it.
I'm just gonna sit there and it was wow.
I'm gonna bring you'll be like, danger approaches. Yeah.
That end part was way too much. Okay. Well, we'll take that off the screen. Nothing else is happening. They're leaving the courtroom. And the good news is I'm all caught up on super chats except for like the 2 that just came in. And I think there's some on Odyssey that I neglected to read. So my bad on that. I'll read those real quick. And then that's going to be it for the show. So we don't have to sit around. Let me see.
Solid.
I did do an inquiry about the whatchamacallit, the feed, the actual like raw feed, and they haven't responded yet, so have to figure that out. But okay, anyway. Yeah, so let me did you have anything you wanted to say before I hit these last like 4
No,
chats?
sir. No, I'm good, man. If you're gonna hit like super chats and stuff, I will bail on you and let you do your thing.
Well, yeah, there's like 4 of them, so you're welcome to.
Well,
Or
yeah,
you could stay.
No, I'm gonna bail. I gotta show it in an hour. So.
Oh, get out of here, man. All right,
Hell
catch
yeah.
you soon. See you
Yes.
tomorrow, probably.
Yeah. I'll cover as much as I can with you. You know, there'll be a few days I'll miss, but I'm trying to line it up where I can get as many of these days in. So tomorrow for sure I'm on.
Very cool, man. All right,
Right.
thanks for hanging out. I'll talk to you soon. Oh, cuts me off during my Minnesota goodbye. Let's see. Abyssal Wolf says famous judge loved her in Honey, I Shrunk My Kids. The end is near. Beware says how many jurors forever sleep themselves tonight. Hopefully they got enough alternates. El Gonzo 1000 says, sorry, I missed this one earlier. Says, interesting how the judge seems to have a clue what heresy and leading questions are when it's the defense raising the objections. And then right not long after that says, scratch that. The judge is just fucking retarded. El Gonzo 1000 also says, is it legal for a witness to murder the cross-examining attorney? Happened today. It was very good. Very good stuff. And Rady 2 Kills says the cream the defense lawyer kept bringing up is arnica and not amica. It only helps bruises fade over the course of days and doesn't actually conceal it. Oganza 1000 says all mods except Shin-chan, right? Oh, yeah, he might have to stay. And then 12345 says farty cheese balls. And Diado Poppets says, did I miss the part where Amber's sister threw a fake punch at her and then they laughed that Isaac talked about? We didn't see it. We didn't see that video for whatever reason. I don't know if they didn't play it. I don't know if it's on a different video. I have no idea. I don't know if the camera was just away from the deposition screen while they were playing some videos. Cause when they had the camera, like where you could kind of see the screen, sometimes other videos would pop up. So I'm not sure what the hell was going on, but if they played it on there, the jury would have seen it, even if we didn't. So very, very weird, but well, there you go, guys. That's the whole show. Thank you so much for hanging out with me and watching this trial coverage live. We will keep covering it. We are in this thing. Look, there's only 24 days left. The good news is there's no Friday. That if you heard 6 weeks, 24 days, do the math. That's 4 days a week. And this includes the Monday when they did jury selection, because she said we're 3 days in, even though this is technically day 2 of the trial itself. So we've got no Fridays for this court case. So that I think that's actually a good way to do it. So that'll be nice to have a 1 day breather before the weekend. But anyway, thanks for hanging out, guys. We will see you tomorrow, hopefully right back here, and tell your friends where they can watch this. Until next time, peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan.
Hold on. A late super chat did come in that asked for something really specific that, yes, I can do real quick. Hold on, I gotta hear it myself. We do it. Mitchell Black sent a super chat, says, can you talk in Richard's voice on the soundboard? This is attorney Mark Richards from Wisconsin, and what I want to do is a little bit of singing about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I would like to put my hands on her shoulders because She has nice hair, and it covers him most of the time, but not now. And I like her Nazi uniform. Good night.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the